Hello everyone and welcome to the PUBG Mobile European Championship Season 1. The last season of PMPL, not only in Western Europe, but also in CIS and in Turkey, have been leading up to this moment to find out 7 more teams join the likes of all the amazing, great teams we have already qualified into PMGC, happening a little bit later on in this year. Not to mention there's a lot of money to be won as well for all these teams. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host, and I can't do this show alone no matter how hard I try. I have to bring in our lovely analysts, one for the first time you're going to see here on the shows when it comes to Western Europe, and of course the European Championship. We've got Span Cargo and Maxman. Span, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited to be here today and working with y'all, and I'm looking forward to see how these teams are going to be playing today.
Well, it's going to be exciting stuff. I mean, Maxman, for you in particular, you have a French team to get behind. We also have the teams we've been covering over in PMPL Western Europe with the likes of Unicorns of Love, who are already qualified into PMGC. I can't wait to see like a couple teams maybe go for some hot drops here and maybe make it hard for some other teams to qualify.
Hey, you know, Jason, I was hoping for 2 French teams to make it. I cursed one. We got one, so I'm going to have to back them up even more coming into this. But yeah, I'm really hyped to see how the Western European teams can deal with the Turkish teams and CIS teams are clearly the strongest 2 regions in the European region as a whole. So it's going to be really fun to see how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, for Unicorns Love in particular, after placing first in the first season of PMPL this year and coming 12th in the EMEA Regional Championship, I think there's some redemption arc for them potentially going into this event. But let's take a look at the whole format of the event, right? Get you guys an idea at home of how this whole shebang works over these next 4 days of action. And of course, as we said before, top 7 teams will make it through into PMGC. But we got 16 teams. We got 6 from CIS, 5 technically from PMPL, but with Navi coming in from the EMEA Regional Championship, winning that whole thing earlier on this year. You got teams from Turkey, Western Europe, and we got 4 days of action with 6 matches today. Span Cargo, for these teams, 6 matches in a row, no sitting out, no breaks. It's going to be tough if you have a bad start to the day.
Oh, it really is. I mean, I believe that one of the most important things is you really have to be ready with your mentality, right? If you don't do well at the beginning, you still have to reset and be ready every single game. So if they start off bad, hopefully they'll be able to figure it out and continue to produce good results over the rest of these matches. Because 6 matches is a lot, but they have to go on ahead and do well in the majority of them.
Yeah, and Max, I mean, it's all about getting top 7, right? Obviously, the money when first place is huge. Let's see how they even accumulate points. And honestly, if any of you out here have been watching PUBG Mobile within the last, I want to say 2 years, it's the same system this time as well.
Yeah, when was the last time we called it like the new system? I think we were calling it the new system until the start of the year, but no, this is the old system now. Yeah, I think we were still calling it the new point system, but no, of course, chicken dinner is 15 points. Every single kill gives you an extra point, and points are prizes, as Imperiums like to say from time to time. So if you're an aggressive team in a lobby like this, with this amount of, I mean, this is a stacked lobby when you look at it. If you're a team that comes out ahead purely in terms of kills, like that shows how impressive of a team that can actually be. So I'm looking at teams that will get ahead in kills alone, that could be a really big contender for the PMGC.
Yeah, I think I love how you actually mentioned that, Max. And Span, you've been covering PMPL Arabia, for instance. I feel like you're gonna echo in the sentiments that kills, seeing teams that can pick up big kill numbers and be able to maintain kill numbers like that is a team you're gonna want to keep an eye on when we get to the next event.
Oh, definitely. I mean, anybody that's really able to do that much damage, be aggressive, is always very interesting to watch. And it's hard for the rest of the lobby to really go on ahead and catch up in terms of that.
Oh yeah, I mean, it also shows you can handle the likes of some of the best teams in the western half of the world. But here's our prize pool, right? We got $40,000 on the line for first place, $150,000 overall. But Max, there's even an extra bit of money for our MVP yet again.
Is Eliseo going to do it? I mean, we'll see. It will be cool to see if Eliseo can try and be the MVP on this tournament too, but there are many, and I mean many contenders aiming for that MVP position. I got a few names in mind. I'm mainly thinking of potential Tigzy, also Nomi. You got so many individually talented players in this tournament, so I can't even really guess as to who's going to be the MVP, because once again, the talent pool in this event is just so high now, anyone could be MVP at the end.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what we were kind of getting at here, Span Cargo, is, we mentioned Unicorns of Love, known as Panda, back in the earlier season this year. They placed first in the entirety of PMPL Western Europe. Then they go into the EMEA Regional Championship, which this is basically the same tournament, and they placed 12th. Just because you're good in one region doesn't mean you're good when you have to play against the likes of CIS and Turkey as well.
It's different every single lobby that they play in, so I wouldn't be surprised if at first it's a little bit rough until everybody starts getting used to each other.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the teams participating here. Our 16 teams who are fighting for that chance to win a lion's share of that $150,000. Also, of course, a spot into PMGC where there's $6 million on the line. And there's a couple of teams we want to point out in particular when we do see this. A couple of maybe underdogs, maybe a couple of teams you're eyeing out for as well. But this is honestly like a phenomenal list of teams.
Yeah, if I have to talk about one, I mean, you said it, there's a French team here, so I'm going to have to back them up, is Gamelord. And you could also compare Gamelord to Eastern Stars. Like, this is the first time you've seen these two teams make it to this stage. This is their highest level tournament they have ever played so far in PUBG Mobile eSport. I think they're going to come to a little bit of a hard realization that Western Europe is the easiest region before you actually enter this one. When you go against Turkish teams and also CIS teams, come on, Jason, it's going to be rough. Eastern Stars and Gamelord, they're going to have a little bit of a hard time, I think.
Spitting fire right off the bat here, Max. What about you, Spec Argo?
You know, I'm looking forward to see how they're going to be able to perform. I think there's a couple other teams as well that at this level, I mean, I'm interested to see how they're going to get used to the entire lobby, because you're right. I kind of agree with Max, man. Like, I do think that some of these teams are kind of going to get a little bit of a surprise. And I know. I mean, I'll just disagree with him so it doesn't happen, right? You got to go ahead and reverse the curse. But
thank you.
I do think some of these teams, I mean, hopefully everybody will be coming in confident into this, but I do think that maybe some of these teams are going to be struggling, and I hate saying that, but we'll have to wait and see.
No, I mean, it's the matter of fact, right? There are going to be some teams who are just not as strong as the rest. I think for me, what I'm really excited about is the fact you have like Kanina Power, you have Navi, you have that mixing of old boy on Kanina Power, but beyond that, you have a couple of teams in here who have played at the highest level, who played in PMGC last year, who have been a dominating force in their region and in technically the world for such a long time that I feel like if you're one of those teams getting here for the very first time and this is your highest level competition you've ever played in, you're going to be in for a rude awakening, unfortunately.
Yeah, one of the teams I think that is really happy to make it to this stage for the first time here, and we're hoping to see them perform well. We had a little bit of a call with me, Span, and Imperium talking about teams, and I described 12-18 as a team that's always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They always make it really far, but when it comes to crossing that finish line, they always arrive top 3, top 4, and they struggle to get into that first place. I think this is a situation now where 12-18 want to prove themselves as one of the best teams in the whole region and to make it into PMGC. So I think 12-18 might be my dark horse I'm looking at as to potentially take the entire tournament.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie that they're also on my list too. I got them in around my 4th place position right now. I'm not gonna lie, so that's my guess right now too.
Okay, I mean, impressive, and I want to see how these kind of predictions do going forward. But we have to start to focus on a couple of teams out there. I mentioned Navi, I mentioned Kanina Power. We got to mention Futbolist as well. This team played in PMGC last year. Not the kind of results they were expecting or hoping for. You know, Class Stage Athletics proved to be the better Turkish team in the event overall.
Look, to put it in quick words for Futbolist, because I know you want to talk about it, Span, but there's no super weekends, okay? There's nothing to be scared about, Futbolist. You're going to be fine, okay?
Exactly. I mean, exactly. So, I mean, they came in 3rd in the Turkey finals. They seem very team-focused. They do have PMGC experience. They didn't do as well, but, I mean, coming into this, their playstyle definitely focused more on the macro aspects. They got most of their points from placement points. They still were always able to pick up a couple of kills, but it was definitely mostly placement points. And I think, like, arguably, they're one of the best macro teams, especially with the IGL of Solkay. And they haven't really been really consistent recently, but they are a good team. That is a fact.
Yeah.
And so they just need to start being more consistent, getting kills with those placement points, and I think they're going to be fine.
Well, Max, I want to throw it to you with this, is that we saw over the last few years Futbolist be the best Turkish team in the world.
Yeah.
And last year we got to see Class Stage Athletics rise up and show, hey, we're actually, you know, quickly on the heels and actually surpass Futbolist. And now you have NUROZEU Gaming, who has qualified for PMGC through points alone, but didn't make it into this event. Futbolist right now, they have kind of fallen to the wayside, right? They've kind of fallen to the sidelines of their own region, and they're not qualified for PMGC at the moment. For them to kind of have their own redemption arc, they've got to start here, right?
Yeah, I think the thing about Futbolist is really interesting is they always have that strong capability of picking themselves back up. I remember back when we had the World League, especially West for Futbolist back in last season, where they performed really well. They actually arrived 1st place, and after that, they kind of fell off pretty significantly. We didn't see too much of them. And then in PMGC, we were questioning, can this team come back? And they did, except in the Super Weekends, as I said, where they tend to struggle. But over the grand scheme of that tournament, they did pretty damn well. And I think that this is a team that when you think that they start to dwindle and fizzle out a little bit, they can come back really strong. So that's what I'm hoping to see off Futbolist in this tournament. But of course, as always, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, we got to talk about Kanina Power a little bit here, guys. I want to bring this topic up. Gonzo, I think we're all in agreement that one of the best in-game leaders in the world, especially for this region. We got to see him shine when it came to PMGC. You got ARCRED in there as well to help join the ranks. But for me, it's all about Old Boy on the team now, who was previously on Na'Vi. He was the one, if you watch Between the Battlegrounds, that was like, hey, Kitsune, we need you, man. We need you to come back into the team from Cloud9. And he did. But now he's not the roster anymore. He's playing for an opposition team.
Yeah, so first to try and set the pace about Old Boy leaving Na'Vi, I don't think it's hurt Na'Vi too much because they've been playing together for a long time with this new 4-man roster that they've got going with Kitsune, and I think they'll be completely fine coming into this. But Kanina Power, I'm going to say it, Jason, Avenger level threat. They're like the superpower team coming into this tournament, and there's never going to be a tournament where I don't say it. Yeah. But really, right. They're looking to be one of the top team. This is not a Dark Horse team, like I said, for 12-18. I think this is a team that has the most potential to be first at the end here. And especially, I mean, you talked about the roster lineup. You got yourself Gonzo, who was one of the top IGLs with Solkay from the EU region back in PMGC Season 0. You got, of course, Old Boy you mentioned, but no me. This guy's been getting MVP in quite a few tournaments recently, and I think that he's the player that's maybe the least talked about in recent times, but he's been steadily improving. And now when you have 3 really strong powers, fragging powers on the team, plus of course Axel on the roster that you mentioned, Jason, I think Kanina Power has the most potential of being first place at the end. So I think a lot of eyes are going to be on this team because they are a championship caliber team right now.
Yeah, I really like the fact of Old Boy on the team, just his experience he can bring to the roster, who already has a ton of experience behind it. I'm really curious to see how they're going to do. But I'm also curious about a couple of other teams. Now, these teams don't have as much pressure on their shoulders when it comes to this event, because you know what? They're already qualified into PMGC just off points alone. We're going to take a look at Na'Vi and Unicorns of Love here and take a look at their stats over their last event they had. And now the question, for me, Sven, when we go into these two teams in particular, is obviously they want to kind of show what they've got. They want to put everyone else out there and say, like, hey, we're still the best team, one of the best teams in the world. But to not have to get top 7 to make it into PMGC, this is almost like a boot camp, like a training ground for them.
Yeah. I mean, they really should be taking it as an opportunity to get used to PMGC, like start playing with those people, or even, even potentially taking charge of who those top 7 teams are going to be that they have to play against in PMGC. I don't know. Both of these teams do have the opportunity to kind of give sway to those top 7 and practice a little bit with the people that they're going to be playing against. And of course, as per usual, really good practice.
Yeah. And also to add on top of that, not only is this really good for them to try and practice going into the PMGC, but they're in a really strong position right now where they can technically pick and choose which teams they want to try and potentially bring over to the PMGC and use as their opponents, really. If I'm looking at Na'Vi, if you're thinking, oh, we don't want to play versus Kanina Power, I mean, you have an opportunity to try and strike them down and get rid of the team entirely. So them and Unicorns of Love, they have a really strong position where they could really mess up the opportunity for some teams to qualify in PMGC. So we'll see if that's going to come to something.
Max, don't tell me 2 years in a row we're going to see Na'Vi try to gatekeep Kanina Power, and Kanina Power still get into PMGC and do some serious work. That'd be ridiculous. But let's talk, though, really quickly, Unicorns of Love. Max, we got to cover them in PMPL Western Europe just a couple of weeks ago. This team, at the beginning of the event, didn't even qualify in the first Super Weekend. They looked really lackluster considering the caliber of players they had on the team. However, as the event went on, they definitely stepped up, they definitely improved, but we still felt like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that they had a lot more to show.
Yeah, I mean, the first week, it was a little bit all over the place because typically you had Lin serving as the IGL, which then went over to Raucus. So Raucus is now the new IGL. Believe that hasn't changed for this event, I hope. But they are now at a level where we expected them to be at the start of the Western Europe PMPL and come into this. Of course, we know, looking back at Panda, they didn't do too well when it was the EMEA Championship Season 1. And I think that now they're going to come into this with a lot more confidence, and especially you got that, once again, PMGC experience, but this time from Raucus. I think that on this type of stage, that can help a lot to try and guide the team forward. So I think that now more than ever, Unicorns of Love have a way better chance to perform in this type of tournament. So as always, we're going to have to wait and see how this first day potentially pans out. It's 6 games, it's a long day for them, and I think that we can have a good idea after today as to how they might perform for the rest of the event.
Well, speaking of 6 rounds, let's take a look at the schedule for you guys at home so you get an idea of how these next 4 days of action will all be breaking it down. As I said, 6 rounds a day, and this is going to be our order. We got Erangel, Sandhawk, Miramar, Erangel, Sandhawk, Erangel. However, this is just the order when it comes to day 1 and day 3 of the event. Day 2 and day 4 will have a little bit of a different order. We'll get to that obviously as the days do progress. But we are seeing, again, heavy emphasis on Erangel, but also heavy emphasis on Sandhawk in this first day, which is such a tough battleground to play on for some of these teams. I guess maybe if you're Eastern Stars, it's not too difficult. But I think that's really going to show like those teams who can make those adaptations and really, I guess, survive is the best way to put it.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing who's going to go on ahead. And usually the teams on Sandhawk are the teams that are really good at playing together. Like they're really good at team fights, chain fighting. And I'm excited to see which teams, like starting off on day one, are going to be able to actually achieve that level of fighting on Sandhawk. Because that's the map to do it. That's where everybody's already on top of each other, really close range. And that's where the teams that are really good at team fights shine.
All right. Well, you know what, Max, you know, when we get into those actual battlegrounds, I'm really curious to see what's going to happen, especially, I guess, in the first, like, round or two today to see, like, which teams are going to be, well, obviously trying to figure out drop locations, but also there's not a lot of pressure on you to perform at the beginning of the event. You can just kind of come out the gate swinging. I feel like it's going to be very difficult to tell who our real top teams will be, at least in the first round.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit complicated, especially because we know as a fact there's going to be some hot drops. And that normally after the scrims shouldn't have changed too much. One of those that I have in mind, I'm really hyped to see how that's going to potentially pan out, is on Erangel. You're going to have Yeznai Polyana fight between, is going to be World of Wonders versus Game Lord. They're never going to move from that position. I think World of Wonders has been dropping there for a year plus, and they just continuously play Yeznai Polyana, but it's such a big compound, you don't really have to take the fight. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of respect between the two teams, but of course, if you're neighbors, a few shots can be exchanged. So that's not the only one that's going to be happening. There's a few more other hot drops on other maps, but on Erangel especially for the first game, that's the one I'm looking for.
Okay, really quickly, before we hop into this first round.
Predictions. No.
We're doing predictions.
No.
You know what, Max? I'm not going to have you go first. Spen, prediction for our first round of the day of who you think's going to take home the chicken dinner.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's really on the spot. You know, I'm just going to go with Navi, just out of the bat.
Safe bet. Max, I mean, you said you're back in the French team. Are you really going to back them the whole way through?
Well, the first game, let's go for it. I'm going to go with Game Lord. We'll see how it goes. So sorry, Game Lord, if it doesn't work out, but I tried.
Okay, well, either way, thank you so much for all your guys' analysis and information going into our entire event. But I do have to let you two go for now. But don't worry, I'll be joining you in the green room in just a few moments because we've got to bring our commentators in to kick off this first round of the day. But at home, for all of you guys wondering what this beautiful thing next to me is, I got to remind you of our awesome sponsor of Xiaomi, because you can support your creative expression without limits with Xiaomi 11T's Cinemagic Power. And speaking of power, there's no duo more powerful than the two I'm going to bring in right now. I guess the one, if it's a duo. We got John, Allen, and Blank to join me here in virtual reality yet again. Gentlemen, it's been a couple of weeks' time. How you doing? How excited are you guys for this event?
That's going to be good. I'm pretty excited. I appreciate the power statement there coming on through. What are you feeling, Blank?
You're a power couple.
Sure.
We're a power couple, 100%. I mean, when we couple together, you know, we're like a chain. You know, there's nothing that could break us. That's just the way it works. But you know, I hate to break away from you, Jason, but I know we're going to have to leave you soon. But we're really excited. What are your predictions, Jason? Quickly before you leave, quick!
Oh. My prediction is we're going to have a phenomenal first round of the day of this entire event. But also, Unicorns I Love are going to dominate.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
There you go. All right.
You had me in the first half, I'm not going to lie, but to be honest, you really picked it up there. Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to be getting into game number one, Unicorns of Love. We had Na'Vi, we had Na'Vi and Game Lord, wasn't it? Max's prediction over on the desk. Blank, are you feeling spicy or are you going for a mainstay?
You know, I'm feeling a little cheeky today. You know, feeling a little bit squiffy. Let's see where we go with this one. I'm going to go with World of Wonders first game, taking this one purely because, you know, when we watched them back in the EMEA League, like they had one hell of a run, and I think that as an emerging team, they looked fantastic. And I hope that over the course of their next games, over the next tournaments, they have improved that somewhat. I think Son HP is probably a very, very undervalued player in my personal opinion. I think he's incredibly good for this team, and I think he can continue to do incredibly good, to be quite honest with you. So realistically, I'm looking for a World of Wonders win for the first game coming out here. I know Na'Vi, I know Game Lord, these are the kind of ones you want to throw out there, maybe Kanina Power that are going to win, but you've got to go a little bit off the cuff here, John, and I think off the cuff, right at the end of the sleeve, that's World of Wonders.
Fair enough. I feel a little bit, well, I don't know if it's off the cuff, but I feel like the two-time MVP from the Western Europe Regionals, Eliseo, might be able to lead the charge there, coming in for Exquisite Décode UK, you know? I'm hoping, yeah, fair. If they drop down in that Lipovka spot on the eastern side, you know, they should have some fairly safe rotations. They should have planned all those out. I mean, obviously they should have done. But the question is,
They should be planning that.
is the circle going to favour them on this first side? The plane path coming through as we go into our first area.
It's Stelban out to Quarry, a fairly safe little plane path here, gives you very easy access over towards Georgiapol, as well as down towards Muerte Power. Eastern Star is obviously liking to drop down there, but we've got to figure out exactly where these drop spots do happen, because this is a inter-regional event, right? So we're having lots of crossovers of separate little universes, so we're really going to get to see who exactly fights these particular spots, because people are absolutely adamant on having certain areas to themselves, and that's fair enough. Now, I think personally that Unicorns of Love, they're going to be hard pressed to hold on to North George, because in my opinion, they do hold it kind of lazily, John. And I do think, you know, even in Western Europe, with Big challenge them sometimes in Mickey over towards North George, they would crumple under just one player. So hopefully they've got that under control. You know, they had a massive spring out towards the end of that tournament. So I'm really hoping that that momentum does carry forward a little bit here, John.
If Unicorns of Love go to that North Georgia position, because right now it looks like Na'Vi are going to head there first. Unicorns of Love going to change their tune. It looks like they're going for a split around Ferry Pier, around Primorsk potentially, taking up location there. Pretty close to Mad Bulls on the southwestern side. Circle is fairly central, has a decent chunk of Sosnovka inside of it, but the plane path, no one likely to head out there early.
No, probably not. I think the Eastern Stars are absolutely fine up here in Kameshki, which is one of their alternate drop spots, so this is okay. They'll have to go down towards Muerte Power, which would have been a hell of a trek for them. Exquisite Décode UK, though, heading towards Lipovka. Now, second place last season, I think Exquisite Décode UK could have even taken the first place spot, to be quite frank. Eliseo has just looked so good for this team. I think Daddy and Will, they're slowly improving as time goes on. Reznov's proven himself to be an exceptional member of that team as well, in terms of just scouting and getting those forward kills that can be translated into full team fights. So that's something I'd like to see continue. So I do think that Exquisite Décode UK is a team to watch out for. But we have so many good teams that we'll be able to talk over the remainder of this tournament. Already, World of Wonders, they are holding down Yasnaya. This has been one of their spots for such a long time at this point, John. But Gamelord also like this spot, and finally they have some rough competition.
Ooh, Spicy's had a little bit of a rock chucked his way, slung from the sling of World of Wonders, but it seems to be all right for now. A little bit of HP lost, but nothing too dramatic there. Over in Severny, you've got 12-18. And football, I mean, I will always remember Moustache Dave just shouting, "Futbolist!" That's one of my favorite things of PUBG Mobile. I mean, I will never get over it. I think it's fantastic. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
And they're currently holding out on the south coast by the looks of things.
Yeah, I mean, just to set the scene for you guys at home, imagine you're in a large, echoey type amphitheater, right? You know, and then all of a sudden you just hear a tremendous chant of Futbolist, and then Moustache Dave joins in, and you've just got it bouncing off the walls, and you just can't get the phrase Futbolist out of your head at that point in time, and it almost becomes just almost this cult, the cult of the Futbolist. And why not? You know, these guys are so damn good that if you want to follow someone, that they wouldn't be a bad team to continue following.
I mean, they have had some credentials slung their way by the desk as well. Like, they've done pretty well for themselves over the course of this tournament. Dropping South George right now, south of Na'Vi's position here. See that there. And with the circle as it is, probably the more favourable side. The question is, when do they leave? How fast are they going to be getting out of here? Because with the circle as it is, those compounds to the southeastern side of Everest will have a massive amount of value to whoever is able to claim them first. And it looks like there are also a couple of people swarming the waters around there as well.
Yeah, I think for Futbolist, this is a great position from them, and it's a good hold on that South George side. You've got Solkay down towards Hospital as well, so they're holding that rotation should anyone want to come down through Everest and maybe pass by Hospital, so they might be able to get themselves a cheeky kill on a rotate, which is great news for Futbolist at this point in time. I think having Lovers in over towards Crates is also a good idea. You know, this guy has consistently shown himself to be one of the best long-range specialists in the entire game. I think think just looking back to, I believe it was the EMEA or even the World Championships, right, where we saw him play from Vikendi within the castle, just shooting down at people from his little tower. I think he got something ridiculous like 9 kills that match. So if there's anyone to look out for on top of Everest, it's definitely Loverson. So this is a great position for footballers to be. You know, they're in a strong position, not only in terms of the game, but also in terms of favouring how their team plays.
I'm always a fan of, you know, the change of these seasons, the change of these tournaments, because it means we get new graphics. Blank, I love it. Look on the right hand side there, you can see the tables looking clean as ever. No points found, no kills yet. Max said we were going to have hot drops, so I don't know what he's up to, but he lied to us, which I don't appreciate.
He lied?
He did lie.
Yeah, rude. I do think that, you know, maybe World of Wonders. I mean, they are certainly Wanderers getting around the map when they need to be. But, I mean, that was almost a hot drop over towards Yasnaya. I think that it efficiently can be played as a duo just purely because the road in between the south and north side is so easily maneuverable around that you can quickly play those two areas to yourself. And you go, oh boy, he's back. He's almost kind of like the poster boy here for Europe at this point in time, but he has been a long-standing member. Personally, I will say this, is that he did fall off for a little bit, but found his rhythm once again, and I'm hoping to see that rhythm continue to beat through into this European Championships because he's a great player, and it was unfortunate to see him fall down just a little bit. But back on form now, I'm playing for Kanina Power, a really, really good team.
Absolutely, they have had a lot of strength. Do need to step up if they want to look to keep things going, though. They've got to keep that momentum, keep that swing going. It's not all about what you've been able to do. It's about what you keep on. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'll be honest, Blank. They're doing well, but currently with Kanina Power, nice. Where are they dropping right now today? What's their drop spot? Seems to be fairly.
Well, you know, it's.
I'm just lying to you. It's a Milta. I don't know why I'm lying to you.
You're lying. Why? What is going on here? I was about to say, you know, that Kanina Power have dropped towards Milta for the longest time. And we know this because it was Na'Vi who held them out with the long defense line across the Milta ridge line there. So, you know, that was a struggle for them. Obviously, we had the ruling change, which allowed them to get through to the EMEA Season 1 Championships, which I believe led into the World Championships themselves. So, honestly, yes. Scary times overall, but that was when Old Boy was on Na'Vi, and so, you know, Span Cargo's premonition, it might come true. You know, Na'Vi could hold out a team, and that team could be Kanina Power. It could, you know, seasons have passed. So we'll see what happens. I have a lot of faith in Kanina Power, though. I think they're a very stable team that just lacked a little bit of oomph to them. I think they've added that oomph to the recipe now. So this is great news. This is great news for Kanina Power. And if they can continue this way, they should just do fine during this European Championship. So let's see how far they actually go.
Bet you're wondering why there's orange on the side table, Blank. That means they're out in the zone. Eastern Stars and Exquisite Décode UK
the orange.
Currently in the, well, I guess the orange this time around. I quite like it. It looks good. Looks good on the highlights. Vodafone Giants taking shots over towards De Muerte in the little compound on the northwestern side of Pachinki in that central area. Nothing really more than spiking out from the position, not really willing to crash at this stage. You know, a lot of teams from the west are going to move in towards this position, so just putting them on notice.
Yeah, you know what I love about this as well, though, is that if we take a look at the map here, you know, everyone's not following the same pattern anymore. When you look from region to region, you see a lot of similar rotation paths that everyone learns from one another. Everyone sees that is good. You know, you learn from the top in your region. But because we have so many of the top from the regions here, you're seeing teams come down from every which way, southeast, northeast, you know, northwest and southwest. It's everywhere. So I think that this is going to be a very, very interesting set of days for us going forward, just purely off the back that we are going to see several different changes, and with all these separate rotations, you're going to see a larger survival metric.
Max, come on. I can't believe you've done this to Game Lord again. It's World of Wonders rolling over 2 players from Game Lord. Now 2 still standing, potentially the first to go down if they can't hold this compound. The question is, do World of Wonders want to turn their attention to this position? Both teams having left Yasnaya Poliana, both teams making a similar path You can see, yeah, they want this. Oh, they're going for the crash. Enjoy is right up to the wall. They know they have a two-player advantage. They know they have the angles. They know what they've been able to do. The suppression is good, and in comes the crash. Game Lord with two players trying to hold it out. Son HP on the hillside.
I mean, Son HP is, again, this I talked about earlier, extremely good. They're an aggressive team, though. They play fast. Game Lord is used to these slower crashes. Immediately already, the nades are heading up to the top side. Spicy takes a little bit of a tickle, but that's a nice nade coming out. World of Wonders takes quite a bit, but they are incessant with these grenades at the moment.
Keeping it going. Rob's still down on the ground floor. Moves around. That's the game all given away. One knock found. And sprays around the corner. Taken down 1-for-1. Needs to get the trade. Zessi around the side and it's traded out. Game Lord eliminated first in the tournament. Max crying right now in the club because he is having a bad time with predictions.
Absolutely. This is so unfortunate. I mean, it's 2 knocks that go the way of World of Wonders, but it's not a flush, not a finish, so not even a single point. I don't like that we say Max curses people all the time, but we are right. But it's true.
It's not his fault. He's not doing it maliciously, but like,
no. But it happens.
This
is the problem as well. He's also a very, very nice guy. I mean, he's even just put in the chat right now, he's sorry. Unsmiley face, and not the smiley face where it's like colon and then you got yourself a bracket underneath, but this is a case where he's got a space between the bracket. So he's really spent the time to make this sad face, and so that's how you know he is truly sad.
Maybe he's fooling us all. Maybe he's really incredibly a malicious
Possibly.
person at heart.
Possibly. I think for Game Lord though, you know what does strike me as odd, John? The Victor's not playing. They had Spicy, they had Robs, they had Navlo, they had Akashi, but where's Victor in this situation? He's one of the best players. Now, this is something I brought up whilst we were commentating over Western Europe, is that yes, a lot of people, they have this notion that having the 5-man roster is great, but when you're fielding over 4 days, I am hesitant to say anyone's going to get tired. I think you can play out those games, the total games of a finals like this, like a European Championship, with your best 4. I think the only time you need to start subbing people out is if someone's not there or they physically can't play. Now, I don't know if that's the case with Victor, but if it isn't, I genuinely think that he should be within this roster right now, and they should solidify that roster rather than chopping and changing as we go through this tournament.
I feel like you could potentially justify map-specific substitutions, but even then, it's sort of a bit of a weird one. We haven't really seen that work or really be done to any extent. So I think I agree with that sort of sentiment. It's an interesting choice, and obviously hasn't paid out for them in Game 1. It is, of course, all subject to volatility, but over 4 days, you can't afford to have really low lows if you want to be placing in those top spots and moving on forwards. Kanina Power in the flashy car, going to be rotating on over from that Milter drop to the Western Circle shift.
Oh yeah, as fast as possible. So it is quite a hard shift up towards... Whoa! See that buggy?
Hang on a minute.
It flew!
There's 3 teams in this very small area and a 4th as well, swinging around the side. This is a pretty close call here, but the Eastern Stars... they'll straight on through. Fairly untouched there for the front 2 anyway. There's still players at the back that might not have as good of a time. One's going to get knocked. It's straight through the Valley of Death, they say.
Yeah, I mean, Kapahala's supermassive blades haven't been able to do anything in this situation from that little hillside. Eastern Stars, like you say, slip through the fingers like sand. And really, it's Supermassive Blazer left feeling a little bit dustier here, coughing. Got the old mask on the face. The dust trail that Eastern Stars left behind has been kicked up in. So I think that for this so far, Eastern Stars have been able to get in. This is good news for them. I think it's a positive change seeing from Western Europe. I think a lot of times we saw them play edge to the very, very end, right, till death did them part. But I think that here, trying to get in a little bit more towards the circle, get a secure position towards zone 3 and then going from there, far better approach.
Nice little knock being found, should slow people down on the southeastern side. Mad Bulls trying to eke out the position here. On the side, not quite finding too much as nades just start to sling over the course here. The circle's quite a way away, and I doubt that these two teams are going to want to stay locked in this fight. Yeah, you can see there's the disengage coming through. The retreat is good. Mad Bulls are left on the backside, though. They're on the outside path of this rotation.
Yeah, I still think you're happy with that result. I believe they might have got the kill onto Rebellion there from Fenerbahçe. So Mad Bulls, they can move forward feeling pretty confident the 1907 aren't going to stick around too long, so their path ahead is good. I think that's one of those awkward situations that if you don't get a knock and a flush there, you're left sitting high and dry, right? Because you're the one left behind in the worst position. Futbolist, though, they have eyes on towards Fenerbahçe. I don't know if they're going to chase this one down, but the fields here are dangerous, and Solkay picks up his buddy and gets the hell out of there.
Exquisite Décode UK lost a player on the north side as well. Lost 12.
That's what I'm talking about.
There you go. Lovazin, the long range man just finds these shots from trying to duck around behind it, get repositioned as well. Very, very central in the southwestern Bajinki Hills. Very nice spot for Futbolist, but there are a lot of open sight lines. This shrink will protect them, but they have to weather that storm until they can be in the eye of it.
Yeah, I think at the moment it's good. I mean, their position is a high ground, lovely circle shift over towards Futbolist as well at this point in time. So they're extremely happy with this. Yes, they're going to come into fire a lot of teams. Yes, the south side, north side of them at least in this situation is going to be rough. Fenerbahçe just have nowhere to go. Machine is so extremely low in this situation too. Lovazin is just going to leave behind. How does he see this? His eyes are bionic.
I don't know, man. He's just, look, he's doing tons of peeping right now. That's
absolutely
on the menu, right?
Keeping his eyes open as long as possible to train them. You can do up to 3 minutes now without blinking.
Ooh, that's impressive. I think I can only do like 2.5 maximum.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right now, you know, and he's been training for a while. Should be able to get way after that. But there's Fenerbahçe going down. Unfortunately, they do get cut down on that rotation. Futbolist, very, very central. Eastern Stars continue to hold a portion of this circle. But Kapahala Supermassive Blaze, pretty close to it. Might be able to spot this one out. Eastern Stars trying to bunker into those smokes, spread out a little bit, but in come Futbolist to play the edgeguard game.
Exquisite Décode UK have just been absolutely run into by World of Wonders there, just crashing all over the place. This is what World of Wonders does best. They just clear areas. They're all the way up towards the northern side, past Vodafone Giants. They've slung in towards Exquisite Décode UK's position. I think Eliseo is one of the final remaining members of Exquisite Décode UK. There's a shot coming through from OCTAVIAN with the Tommy onto Kapahala Supermassive Blaze there, which is going to open up that area a little bit for them.
Over the top by Lutz, towards the Eastern Stars. For right now, Solkay has the position on the road as well, the roadside position held, but actually just looking across here and maybe reposition. Futbolist potentially looking to control more ground than just this hillside, go back up the hill, want to recrest this summit and keep control.
Lutz just hitting a double there. Onto Eastern Stars, and that's them out. Just done and dusted. 12-18 joining on the fight there. World of Wonders, they are suffering the aggressiveness of their position over towards that northwest side. They took a double knock coming through from Eliseo as well as the guys from Na'Vi, but they have recoalesced, but DMR's up top, Son HP healing. But this is an awkward scenario. Nade in hand, spells defeat.
Oh yeah, this is not looking good right now, Muerte. Living up to namesake, but the nade doesn't do too much there. It doesn't get a knock, it doesn't get a flush. Enjoy on the back has been taken down as well. Going to be very difficult to res that. Son HP goes down, but the smoke did bloom in the meantime. Anonim just retreating, falling back just a little bit. World of Wonders given a chance, given an opening and time to breathe.
Yeah, I think Muerte need to be careful though at this point in time because they don't know where Vodafone Giants are, and if they're progressing up the hillside, they can't focus too much onto this fight. Eliseo still once again playing as that single player. Does find one, but is easily heard by Anonim, so will be taken out fairly quickly afterwards. All the ones though still have 3 and have got all members back up again, and now they need to take this quick moment of respite to possibly get up the hill whilst Muerte try and deal with Vodafone Giants.
Vodafone Giants nade up the hill. Circle shrinks. Futbolist in a really good central spot. Vodafone Giants take a knock, a nice nade, the bounce out the front. Not too sure what you're trying to get done there, but does fall down. DREY now moving forwards. Unicorn descending from the top of the hill, caught in the smoke. The Vodafone Giants need to try and get Pocus back up to have that stalwart defense here. The car around the side of the rock, it's a good hold. Unicorn pushing in for close contact. DREY suppressing on the sidelines as well as Nano looks to fight out from their corner. Wants to swing with his back to the wall here. Not quite finding the shots, not just yet. Now 2 players down, 2 players flush, last player alive. It's Nano behind the rock, looks for the spray, looks for the drop shot, has to hit it again, but doesn't find any more than that. DREY goes down, half HP. There's the weapon swap, but there's no bullets left. And Unicorn able to get the res here. It's Muerte to take down Vodafone Giants.
You're kind of expecting that waltz to continue a little bit there. They were dancing around this walk. The smoke were blooming in this situation. I felt like Nana could do a little bit more. Nice headshots come through to open up that fight. In the meantime, though, SeaWorld of Wonders, they heard this fight happening, decided not to third party, rather to get further towards the circle. I respect this decision. It does get them into the valley. It's not the best position in the world, but they can play from it now. Kanina Power off towards the northeastern side, challenging out versus Futbolist, who are currently pushing back towards ARCRED. Kapahala Supermassive plays, though, they're still in this one just for the time being, but a Shack's all they got.
Futbolist right now dominating on the position. They retreated from a fight that they had with the Eastern Stars. I mean, they got plenty of knocks, plenty of shots getting landed there. They controlled the ground excellently, and then they took the hillside back. They're in a great spot right now, and everybody looking to try and move on through. Out in the field, the Unicorns of Love trying to get on in, but teams are dropping like flies. 9 remain.
9 left here with 30 still alive, so still a fair amount of teams. So the teams who are surviving are retaining as many players as possible. S2G, though, take a massive amount of punishment. I think that might just be them out. 12-18 looking to push on in. They're right on the eastern edge at the moment. This is that valley I was talking about earlier. DMR have made their way in, but World of Wonders getting a little bit further forward. They've managed to knock DREY here. Is extremely low.
Get the flush as well. World of Wonders moving in with the blue zone. Anonym looks for the shot, gets one, but is traded out. Zessi, though, probably left for dead in this scenario. Has to crawl towards the circle. Unicorn trying to slip through with a sliver of HP. Manages to make it. And somehow managed to get behind a rock and find some cover, but Recent, not so lucky. World of Wonders down to 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely not getting Zessi up in that situation, so World of Wonders, you are right. Down to a single player, as is Muerte at this point. Futbolist have been absolutely dominant on this hillside for the time being, be able to fend off many different teams. Great use of smoke to cut off sight lines on each side whilst they work the other. Really, really well done. And now it's Kanina Power trying to make their way up the hill, but Loverson's keeping them hold down, just shooting through that smoke, hoping some bullets land while the rest of the boys move up.
Lots of Solkay just swing out. The duo of doom for Kanina Power. Find another as well, and that is Kanina Power eliminated. Futbolist now move a little bit further south. 12-18 with the oversight though, and there's the first knock, and Lux gonna get flushed on out as well. 3 players now for the squad who sat atop the hill for so long, but 12-18 looking to play spoiler down behind the car to ruin the day, scratch the paintwork, get the keys out. 12-18 starting to swing around the side of the mountain that was for so long the stronghold for Futbolist, but they descend, and with it they might have given up their dominant performance as well as 12-18 cut them off on the rotate.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult here. Futbolist, though, looking to move over the top side, but Loverzin gets deleted in that situation. Solkay tries to fight back, gets one. There's another player over towards the top side, but it's Veku's coming up. Quickly back to the Shacks, regroup, reassess the situation. Solkay desperately holding this one down while Raum trying to figure out where Navi's coming from because they're right on the sidelines. World of Wonders now out 2, Molotov towards the tree.
Good, force them out wide, force the trade. Loverzin still down, not having an impact on this fight. Na'Vi come in to swing. Solkay low behind the ridgeline, and now they have multiple angles to worry about as the hillside continues to get swarmed. On the northern edge, it's looking pretty hectic, but Unicorns of Love in the meantime, they are vibing right now in the southeast as it all rains down from the hillside realm. Knocked as Na'Vi play spoiler. The third party is strong as 12-18 get the last kill, get the last flush, and it is Futbolist to be eliminated.
You'd be surprised here, but this is actually a really good play from Unicorns of Love. They're sweeping over towards the top of the hill in this situation. So a very, very good play coming through here. So they'll retain high ground throughout the majority of this fight. They have pulled back just a little bit. They're waiting to see if they get an extra knock onto the enemy team, which is Na'Vi. Looking around the side, Kitsune is out in the open, but they don't find the kill onto him yet.
Not quite yet. They will have to move in a little bit further. They could have taken a position further down the hill, but they wouldn't have had a shout into that fight. And I feel like they, as you say, were fairly instrumental. Unicorns of Love now setting up for the final fight, 3v3.
This is where Unicorns of Love tend to shine though, but Na'Vi's got so much experience under the belt. Really well played from Lin though. He's holding down the bottom side of the hill to make sure things like this can't happen from Matic, who's trying to flank from the side, but Lin's behind the rock. Fantastic positioning for him. And right now, Na'Vi are kind of boxed in. They're waiting for this next circle because it could favor them. If it heads over towards Unicorns of Love, things are doomed. But this is heading towards Na'Vi. This requires the push from Unicorns of Love, and now it's all on them.
The good news is they can use these plateaued hillside positions to move down effectively. The difficulty is, of course, nades really very effective in this situation. Rolkis repositions, and actually Matic should have a bead on this position if he goes out further. Oh, slips down, and now Meku definitely has the bead on it. Rolkis down behind the buggy. Needs to get away from it, needs to blow it up or answer with some shots, and Meku finds out all about it. Hot lead, not his friend. Moves, repositions, gets the buggy blown up. The nade doesn't get the knock, and Unicorns of Love start to move across the sidelines as well. They've drawn 2 sidelines down towards Rolkis, and with that GK First and Lin move up, Rolkis continuing to play Snake in the grass. And they just need to continue to pepper it. Na'Vi backed up a little bit. Unicorns of Love now starting to push forwards. GK first to crest the summit. There is an angle that they're unaware of, though, around the sideline and from the bottom as well. Matic still answering into the fight. Taken low by Rolkis, and it's both ways on the fight.
Yeah, they've had to accelerate this so much, and Matic has been absolutely so important to stay alive in this situation, but he knew he couldn't heal. He has to remain in this fight. Rolkis takes a fair bit of punishment here, does go down finally, and this really opens up an avenue of attack for Na'Vi. They played this 3-man line perfectly. Matic staying this one, though, is extremely important.
And no trade as well, pivotal to the bottom of the hill, now isolated. Meku swings around the side of the rock. Lin low on HP, but Na'Vi taking more punishment. GK First brings them into a 2 versus 1. Unicorns of Love looking to make their mark here. Up the top, over into the CIS region, and it is Unicorns of Love who have the first shout. Na'Vi eliminated, and the first chicken dinner goes to Western Europe.
I mean, that was extremely well played from both those teams, and I can't take that away from either of them, because having those lineups there, the intelligent rotation coming from Unicorns of Love, the ability to play under extreme pressure. If you're Matic and you're practically on 10% HP, but you know you have to force a double sightline onto Rolkis because he is such a big problem for yourself. I mean, the little small micro decisions between that fight are just so sweet for my analytic brain, to be honest with you. I really enjoyed that whole thing. I think, though, in the end, GK First, he's got himself a new profile photo. You saw it there. He's got the double guns in the hand signals. And I mean, why not? That guy is incredibly good. He really sped things up towards the end there, John. And I think that is what swayed the fight back in their favor, despite losing Rolkis.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like they had a great time of it. They managed to get the trade down the hill, which I think was really very crucial to them being able to win that. With that off angle, I just don't think you're able to control that. So getting that, very, very important. And from then it was a 2 versus 2, and honestly, it could have gone either way. It looked like it could have absolutely gone either way. But Unicorns of Love, maybe they isolated those angles a little bit better in those final pushes. You know, they knew there was someone moving down the south. They both pushed around the top side of the rock, which meant that those sightlines were isolated into 2v1s. They took 2 versus 1s for Unicorns of Love. So I agree. Excellent micro decisions being made, I think, from a lot of the players in that final circle.
Yeah, I think for that particular situation as well, John, like you're having a very differing mentality in that final moment, which is where you see Tixi running underneath, I believe it was, and one play from Na'Vi holding back, so you just have that classic pincer where they know they're going to catch them on either side of the rock, and this is where GK First shines the most, and Lin is this very solid player for the team. He retains the hold on the rock, and GK First does something very surprising in that last moment, which is moving up to meet Meku on the approach, which I don't think he expected whatsoever, because who moves out of cover in that situation? But with the double pincer, it just ruins that whole move for Na'Vi. So Unicorns of Love, a great rotate coming through from the south side into that final moment victory, which they 100% deserve. You know, I couldn't ask for more coming through from Unicorns of Love there, John.
And there you go. I mean, Horse, middle of the table finish. Horse with Horde on head, top of the table.
True.
So, you know, all I'm saying is it feels like there's a clear difference there, right?
Yeah, you need the horn power. That's the way it comes through, you know. And Unicorns of Love, they certainly blew the horns of charge as soon as they started coming up from that south side. I think they jumped onto S2G, immediately took them out and bided their time. And I said that their playstyle in North Georgia was lazy towards the beginning of the day there. I mean, playing towards Quarry, I believe they headed towards. You know, they 100% woken up. I mean, someone's either set their alarm very early or someone's come in the room with a large plank and hit them on the head, but they're certainly awake at this point.
Well, I've just had my alarm go off. It's time to go to a break. It's time for my 5-minute power nap. Well, actually, hang on a minute. How long do I have until the desk? I'm not entirely sure. 1-minute power nap. I have to hear what they have to say. It's very important analysis. You guys are going to want to hear it too. We'll see you guys after the break.
You all at home can support your creative expression without limits with Xiaomi 11T's Cinemagic Power. And definitely we saw some power out of our powerhouse teams who have already qualified for PMGC, with Na'Vi and Unicorns of Love performing so damn well in our first round here of the European Championship. Welcome back, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Span, Cargo, and Maxman. And let's just start off the segment by talking about how not only damn good Na'Vi and Unicorns of Love were, but how damn good we are, Span, at our prediction game.
I'm so happy with what just happened there. I mean, watching what they were able to do is absolutely amazing. We'll get more into that in a moment, but also I have to say I am disappointed at one thing, and that is Maxman. I cannot believe that the two people he talked about unfortunately went out first.
You got confident really quickly.
Again. No, I know. I'm feeling good about myself. I was like, man, I'm just going to choose Na'Vi. Hopefully it goes well. I was like, geez, Maxman should definitely be able to get that one right. But
I
oh man,
what kind of I expect you to be like this, Span, but okay, thank you.
What animal did you sacrifice or something like that to just have your predictions be wrong all the time? Which is actually like a crazy thing if you think about it, because you're always so accurate at being wrong. Anyways, we'll move past that for now, Maxman, because Game Lord did finish 16th place, which we'll see here in our match ranking. We'll also see how many points all of our teams did get themselves here in our very first round of the day. Remember, it's just 4 days of games. We got 6 maps a day, and Unicorns of Love be sitting pretty in first place. The team that Jason Kaplan, your host, ladies and gentlemen, at J Kaplan over on Twitter, at J Kaplan, the 170L on Instagram, predicted, and Na'Vi second.
Okay, so I'm gonna go into that a little bit, but Unicorns of Love, of course, played it great, Jason, as you called it right at the start. And we were not sure how they're going to perform coming into this, because this is another big level lobby. We didn't see too many good things from Panda into last season, but man, they are here to win. And even though they already qualified, I mean, the top 2 teams already qualified to PMGC, and they're still running for that first place in that very first game, which is absolutely insane to think about. But Unicorns of Love, really, when you think about it, Span, right, they were not even in a position of power. They had to push into the circle. Na'Vi had a really good defensive position, but Unicorns of Love just played it perfectly at the end.
I do not disagree whatsoever. I have to say both of these teams kind of ended up taking it slow. Na'Vi over on the western side, Unicorns of Love down on the southern side. Na'Vi did go up on the hill first, but Unicorns of Love being able to identify, hey, we need to start getting up here now and making that rotation over to the eastern side. Honestly, both of those teams had the perfect opportunity and timing to get up on that mountain. And then, yeah, right at the end there, Unicorns of Love, even though it went in favor of Na'Vi that very last circle, Unicorns of Love just pulled it off.
I got to jump in here real quick as well, just to talk about Unicorns of Love in particular, because we did say before this whole shebang started is that if you think back to PMPL, they had such an off first week. I mean, there was questions around communication because they obviously have a mixing of Panda and a couple players of Unicorns of Love. They just didn't perform. They didn't make it in the first super weekend. And for them to come into the first round of the entire event and win it, I think just gives them so much confidence and shows that they have worked on everything that they've been lacking on in the downtime.
Yeah, I feel like you can compare the PMPL Western Europe for the team of Unicorns of Love, like the anime training ground when you have that montage and he understands the power of friendship. They got themselves to the point where now they have that synergy. They feel a lot more comfortable. You have now Rockets into the IGL role compared to having Lin in that IGL role, and he's serving more as that potential support to set up players such as GK First potentially and Fresh. It worked out great, and it's the first game. You can always have a bad game and you can always have a really good game to start things off, but hopefully they can retain some type of consistency and have games like this very often. If they can do so, man, already qualified to PMGC, for the PMGC, they're already looking so comfortable.
I do have to say we have Vodafone Giants, Exquisite Decode, Eastern Stars, and Gamelord here in our second half of the page, meaning we had 4 out of our 5 teams that came from Western Europe not be able to break through top 8. It's a little unfortunate, but I think to be fair, and it might be a little bit controversial, as we have said, that if we compare the 3 regions, Western Europe generally will be the weaker region up against Turkey and CIS.
Yeah. To put it bluntly, and tell me if you agree potentially, Span, but I have the impression when you compare the regions, CIS, very aggressive region, Turkish region, very good when it comes to synergy and playing as a team, but I think that from last PMPL to this PMPL, the Western European region has improved a lot, but I think that they still need maybe a little bit more time before they get on par, but I think they're getting there.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I agree with that as well.
Yeah, I think the upside to events like this, Spancargo, is the fact that you do have like the mixing of regions, you have the mixing of styles, mixing of strategies, and it also just to help other regions out, kind of level up their own game to bring that information back to their region into the next PMPL season. So I actually really do enjoy having events like this. It really helps everyone in the scene get better overall, which we've already seen happen throughout this last year. Every team getting better, every region getting better, and who knows, the sky is the limit. But what I do know is we're going to take a look at our top 16 teams, well, our top 16, the only 16 we had in the lobby, and their damage overall throughout this last round, and kind of get a comparison between quite a few of them. As we do see, it's not going to be Unicorns of Love, it's not going to be Na'Vi in first place, it's going to be Futbolist with 2,400 damage done and 11 kills. That's big.
Nice.
Nice. I like it.
Nice. That's it. That's all I have to say. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I did want to point out, like, Futbolist, they did amazing finding that position up on top of Pachinki Hill. Like, they were coming from the southern side, they drove through that field, kind of got stuck in there, kind of got in a little bit of a fight, but were able to find that position, and from there they were able to defend it really well. A ton of teams coming from the northern side of Pachinki, they were able to push everybody off, kill them, even all the way until the very end, taking those fights. Unfortunately, just getting pinched in the end, but at the very beginning they were doing well. It's just that spot is obviously very wanted, so further on in the game they're just going to get surrounded, and that's exactly what happened.
I think that when you have especially a first phase circle that's right dead center on top of Pachinki Hill, just go there early. If you don't have to stay there, at least you got some scouting done and you can easily move away from it. Even better if it ends that way. Boo said there was a pinch, and you even mentioned at one point, Span, that you wanted to see 12-18 actually go for the opportunity, and they did. It was great to see from 12-18, but Na'Vi had one of the most amazing pushes towards the end, so it's a big heads up to Na'Vi, because having to go uphill, then trying to be proactive to stop Unicorns of Love going into the circle, Na'Vi were doing a lot of work. Like, it's not as if the circle just came their way and they just took the game. No, they actually went out there, went for aggressive rotations to try and take the circle and take some kills on top of that. So yeah, Na'Vi definitely tried their best for this game, and it really showed.
Yeah, and as we have talked up, Unicorns Love having a strong first round is really important for them. I also have to give credit to Futbolist, because we did mention before at PMGC they kind of were lackluster. In this year alone in PMPLs in Turkey, they've been a little bit lackluster, falling behind some of these other teams that are new and up and coming. For instance, NextRia has a 15-year-old destructive player on their team, Frozen, who can pretty much take down anyone in the world. So they're also showing up in a good way that they still have what it takes to be the best, to be one of those teams who can get into PMGC, and I think that's fantastic to see out of them. I'm just curious if they can maintain that throughout the rest of the event. But to take a look at our top 3 players in this last round, well, Na'Vi making 2 out of 3 is a good start, strong start.
Yeah. No noise from Kalaris. We'll have to find something to replace Kalaris' noise if we get over 1,000 damage from a player. I don't have an idea.
Production has actually a recording of him. I think
we got
set up.
How are you?
Yeah, so we can hit the button.
Hey, we'll have to do that eventually. But yeah, it's great to see 2 players of Na'Vi being up here, Matic and Kitsune. Matic is one of the players that I've been steadily seeing improve for Na'Vi. When Na'Vi first came together, you had Matic and Meku. There was always a duo, but they've improved just so much in the past year and a half now. And him being the top player of this first game, I'm not surprised. I think that it's definitely deserved in this first one.
Oh yeah, and I think you also mentioned like Tixi, if I'm not mistaken, as a player to really stand out. We did get to see how strong Tixi was in PMGC. I mean, you can't really say much of a slow start. I think they were without him for the very end of the game when we did see them go up against Unicorns of Love. But to move on from there, from these top players, which is obviously great to see, and a good idea of who might be our MVP and win the $2,000 at the end of the event. Let's actually just go back to our 2 teams we mentioned at the start of the show of Na'Vi and Unicorns of Love and do a quick little head-to-head between the 2. We obviously saw that Na'Vi had a lot more damage. Unicorns of Love had more kills when it came to their own respective regions within the finals. But I'm curious like how this kind of story will develop between the 2 teams because, yeah, they are qualified to PMGC. Technically, have nothing to lose here. But to gain its strength, to gain momentum into the final event of the year would be amazing. Anyone? Yes?
Would be.
No?
It would be amazing. I was right.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I thought my internet cut out or something here.
Oh, no. Well, you're fine. But
okay.
really,
we're not going to look at the stats, but we can say Na'Vi had more damage. Na'Vi had more kills. Yeah. But maybe then we can focus on GK first. I mean, Fresh, he died early. Again, for Unicorns Live, that was kind of a running theme within ULO in PMPL, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. But that kind of play from the high ground was able to help solidify and lock things down. Even Rollkiss just pushing out with the car. I know we were questioning it at the very end, but hey, it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see from GK first. As Blank said at one point, I think he's going to take a screenshot of him killing 2 players of Na'Vi and put it as his Twitter banner. I think that's definitely the one thing you want to do at one point. But yeah, as we said, we got some good first game here. Can they hold those type of results for the games to come? That's what we're hoping to see.
Okay, well, we'll let you 2 get out of here for now. The next round is about to start, as you can see on the very top-hand side of the screen, about 20 seconds away. So we'll check with you 2 once the game does finish, and I'll check with you 2 right after I'm done talking here in a few moments, because I got to bring our commentators in. And even before I bring the commentators in, I have to remind you guys all at home of what's happening currently within PUBG Mobile. It's the reunion event, the reunion party going on at the moment. You guys can join the game to participate in this exciting global festival. It's available only, though, for a limited time, so make sure to get in there as quick as possible. There's daily rewards. There's a login event as well to get permanent free items, and there's so many collaboration events happening as well. So you guys need to check this all out because it is super important, and don't forget about the Arcane collaboration event happening as well. So a lot to get for you guys at home, a lot to win, a lot to pick up within the game of PUBG Mobile, which hopefully you guys are doing either right now or right after the show finishes, or maybe while the show's happening, who knows. But what I do know is John and Blank have to come back in yet again, the power couple of PUBG Mobile, to bring us our second round of the day.
Thank you, Jason, for that excellent introduction. I appreciate it. I feel like this is a brand that we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Power couple, thank it.
I'll take it. You know, it's. I mean, to be fair, what's really a power couple at the moment is GK First and Lim from that last game. I love it, stuck together till the very end. Rollkiss, on the other hand, just leaving them. He had nothing to do with that part. He was going down bottom side. He wanted to make a little bit of a request for a relationship with Matic. When it was a bad relationship, it involved shooting at one another, to be honest. We were trying to get Rollkiss from behind that buggy. But yeah, very, very interesting ending to that one. And I think that for us here, it's like there's a lot of new names, a lot of teams coming into this one. We're keeping an eye on exactly where all these teams are going, where they're dropping. Heading Sandhawk now, it's getting even more chaotic. So we'll try and keep up with this one and make sure you guys know exactly what's happening in game because, you know, that's important. I think there's going to be a lot of little changes here. Span, I said at the start of the day, this is where really teams that are very good at team fighting start to shine. So this is going to be a very good indicator of how things will be progressing going forward for a lot of these teams, John.
Yeah, I feel like in the last game on that Erangel, there were a lot of situations where we saw a lot of the teams from Western Europe, and they noted, you know, 4 out of the 5 teams from Western Europe went down in the bottom page, right, in terms of points. it felt like they were getting cut off a lot, like they were just rotating into positions that really didn't favor them, or they were getting caught by someone who was outposted well in one of those positions, right? So hopefully on Sanhok, that can sort of assuage it by it maybe being a little bit less macro heavy.
You're already there.
Yeah, you're basically already there, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think still in this situation, you know, Eastern Stars like to head up towards the Northwest Island, so they're a little bit out of the way at the moment. But Vodafone Giants, they're very happy. Current Exquisite Décode UK round Quarry, they're also very happy. So yeah, this shouldn't be too difficult to play around. S2G taking up Paradise Resort, which is a very good position, very strong position. And Game Lord, on the other hand, this is a very aggressive split up towards the top west side of the map. You can see Victor, Narvalo, Akashi, and Robs taking up practically the entirety of that bridge side. So a little bit interesting to look at for the time being, but we're here back with 1907 Fibonacci and Muerte off in the distance. Observing, watching, waiting to strike.
Sick. So a couple of the hot drops coming on through, that's what we're keeping track of. Painan, I feel like neither team wants to cross, and they should be aware of each other's presence. So for me,
yes.
Who are you looking at as needing to take the initiative here?
Okay, so interesting. This is an interesting fight because Fibonacci will, in a way, both teams need to take the initiative, right?
Fibonacci, yeah, 1+1.
Oh, Fibonacci, yeah, the Fibonacci code over here, 1907, the classic code we all know. No, Fenerbahçe will need to make take the initiative here purely because they'll have to move out towards the north side. In the same vein, DMR also need to take the initiative to catch them on that rotate because for Muerte, it's a very easy thing to do. It's as Fenerbahçe leave, is to find one knock and then go from there. But if they just let Fenerbahçe leave, you know, their life becomes increasingly difficult, more difficult than it actually has to be, in my opinion.
Well, we've already had a fatality there as well. One player from Papara Supermassive Blaze has gone down early, going down to 12-18. I believe that's on the southwestern island there, so a little bit of a wide swing. Game Lord,
not again!
It's World of Wonders. Oh dear. Is there a little bit of enmity between these two teams? Mayhaps, perhaps it's a little bit of a feud. Certainly might be after this game. Goodness me. Losing players early on both rounds now. World of Wonders giving it to Game Lord.
Yeah, they absolutely are. It's a little bit unfortunate. You see, you got the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate, so obviously go check that one out. It's got some cool rewards in it, some permanent rewards. You definitely get some of the PMPL outfits as well, which look amazing. Yeah, Tron is down. ARCRED is giving him a bad time. Exquisite Décode UK, on the other hand, they hear this fight, but they're swinging past up towards Will, who is just to the west of Barn at the moment on the roadside. But World of Wonders, yeah, that's rough. That's rough for Game Lord. Again, down now to 3. This time they are fielding Victor, but in my opinion, the 3 they have remaining are probably the strongest from the composition, which is Victor, Narvalo, as well as Akashi. If you don't know these guys too much, Victor is a very strong solo player. Narvalo has recently risen, in my opinion, as one of the very good players from Europe. And Akashi is the Akashi assassin. You don't need to know anymore.
You won't know anymore until he hits you in the side of the head with a steaming hot bullet lead. And it's not going to go well for you, let me tell you that. It's a real bad time. But yeah, Akashi, very solid. Survivalist. Being able to do a lot of work later into those rounds.
And that's a powerful pose coming through from Purple. I'll give him that.
Wow.
I would not want to cross him. He'd pummel me to death. I'll put it that way.
The boulder. That's what he looks like.
Yeah, he wouldn't even need an M4 in game. I'd just be crushed.
Absolutely.
He would just take his hand and I would just flatten underneath it.
Do you ever think how inconceivably heavy rocks are? Like,
sometimes, yes. They don't move.
Like the rocks that these players hide behind in this game, the weight that they would have, like it's tons and tons and tons of just immovable stuff.
Yeah, Yeah.
And that's like a tiny little fraction of... Oh, honestly, Roxer.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I mean, speaking of immovable stuff, you know, we have a lot of these teams in this lobby at the moment who have qualified from all these top regions, and they're all immovable in their own sense. And I think that it is amazing to see all of these powerful objects been set against one another, and we're going to see which breaks first. And so far, you know, Western Europe, they've got the upper hand a little bit. You know, most of the rest of the team went down towards 8th to 16th, but, you know, Unicorns love they're putting in a good showing for us, which is surprising considering towards the beginning of PMPL Western Europe, they didn't look that hot.
Yeah. So I mean, stepping up though, yeah, and then improving and making a return to form, should we say? You know, that's probably a nice way of putting it. Okay, car over the head. Casually, everyday occurrence, you know, just checking the oil.
Head car.
It's just really the fastest oil change you've ever seen.
Yeah, just like headbutt it on its way over. That's the way you go. If you need your hair waxing or oiling in the process, you know, to slick it back, that's the way to do it. That's the way I do it, in fact.
What,
every
car
morning.
Engine oil?
Yes, but specifically, I'd stand just down a ridge and someone drives a Mercedes over my head, and that's how that works.
I mean, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Maybe we can get James to do it in his car. I'm sure he'd be very happy about that. Then Muerte, they've been spotted out by Futbolist, by Raum. He's looking to nade over the top. The flush comes through for Lovers in, and a nade into the same position. Tags ANONIM. Looks to put a second down there as well. ANONIM, yeah, you're not long for this world, buddy. On the eastern side of the quarry, and Muerte lose 2.
Yeah, very, very quick here. I think Futbolist, honestly, John, and I don't like calling these things too early, but Futbolist looks very, very good at the moment. And this is so nice for me as someone who's been in PUBG Mobile for so long, is seeing these long-standing teams that have not changed and they've not swayed from their original roster. They've found the winning recipe for themselves, and all they want to do is keep changing some of the spices, some of the seasonings, and just make it better and refine it. And that's exactly what Futbolists seem to have done. They're playing to their strengths, and they look good. And I actually fully expect this to be a regular occurrence for the rest of the tournament, just off this basically one and a little bit of games I've watched.
That's a bold prediction. That's a bold prediction.
It's a bold prediction, but I'm going to make it now. I'm going to make it now.
And to be fair, over an only 4-day tournament, right? Like that sort of prediction and the sort of form that you can see in a team, I think has a greater impact than it would do over those Super Weekend formats where it's not a case of like, are you hotshot right now this weekend? It's a case of how good are you as a team consistently? When you shrink it down to only 4 days, I mean, sure, you've got a lot of games to play, but really time span, I think, in a lot of these tournaments is more crucial than the number of games being played. You know, you're playing 6 games a day, 4 games. That's 6 times 4, which, as we all know, blank is 24. Of course, how would you not know that? How would it take me any longer for me to finish that sentence to calculate that? I don't know. But 24 games, it's not that many, right? You're seeing teams play 15 games a Super Weekend, 45 games total. So it's not actually that many more, right? It's about half the length of those Super Weekend games. But then you take into account the time factor. How strong were certain teams on those Super Weekends, right? Because they were playing 3 game day sets.
Yeah, and I think even those 3-day sets, like right now, you know you've got no league play to come into next week. You have nothing to prove to get into another European Championships. This is it. This is the one to win. And if you can make your mark here during the European Championships, yes, there's 7 spots up to grab to get into PMGC, but you are really putting yourself on the map if you can come out number 1 here, because it'll make PMGC so much easier for yourself because you're going to be confident in your abilities, confident in your play style, and they can make it happen. So I think there's a fair few teams here who are aiming for that number 1 spot to challenge out all the rest, and we have a lot of teams that can do it and can do it confidently. I think that this year of PUBG Mobile has some of the best teams. In fact, they have the best teams of PUBG Mobile we have seen so far, and it's lovely to see that improvement year on year on year.
Muerte, they lost too early, if you remember, to Futbolist. Now, Nomi from Kanina Power has the information on 2 of them. Look at this. Kanina Power, they are sharks in the water right now. Old boy's moving out. Gonzo's swinging in. Look at this. Nomi so close. They have no idea he's here. Spots one, goes for the spray. And Unicorn doesn't take too much damage there. Potential for a refrag. Nomi hits the deck and goes down as well from the deck. They're not going to be out just yet. Muerte looking to hold on, but with one of their players down on the outside, it's not as strong. Exquisite Décode UK waiting in the wings as well to look for the knocks. They do not quite find it. That's going to be Muerte going down, going out as well, eliminated. Kanina Power, they lost Nomi in the process though, probably unnecessarily.
I would say absolutely unnecessary in that situation. When you get to this level, though, one mistake means one death, and there's no forgiving nature in these lobbies where it might be a case you get a knock and it's not flushed. But you know, Muerte, even with two, you make a mistake like that. If you're Kanina Power, you lose one player on Sandhawk in zone 2. That's awful. That's very, very bad news for you because you want to have as many players as possible. Now, Unicorns of Love, if you might be wondering if you've seen the map so far, why they're down in Camp Charlie and Bantai in the blue for so long. This is what they do. This is what they chill. They chill on Sandhawk. They do not move until absolutely necessary. And a lot of times it's worked. Now we said in the Western Europe PMPL, a lot of times the analysis, the guys on the desk, even Jason, who has been known to make some crazy theories, but this one I believe in. You know, they're just doing it, and it's a confirmation bias. It's been successful before, but we don't think it's going to continue being successful. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but it's ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like, as you say, it's results-based analysis to say it's a good idea, and nobody was punishing them for it, I think was the crucial element there. Nobody was looking at what they were doing and punishing them for making the decision that they have to stay out in the blue and trying to control their rotation paths or things like to that effect. Whereas maybe here, it's going to be a little bit more closely guarded. Those entrants aren't going to be quite as hard. The times that it's really worked for them is the times they've been able to just sail on in right to the center of the circle and grab a compound. But is that going to be possible this time around? I feel like it's very much less likely to move forwards here.
Yep.
And that was Game Lord losing another player, by the way, across the way from Na'Vi.
Yeah, we got a beautiful sweeping shot there of Tixi just taking some unreal pot shots over towards Game Lord's position. Now they can easily move in from that western side. I think for Unicorns of Love, let's go back to that very quickly because I think it does have a bearing on the rest of the lobby. Look at the map here. Look how much space is occupied. Now this is very important, especially in a region like this where, well, in a tournament like this where we have the best of the best from respective regions in Europe. You know, every single compound that is viable, that is available, has been taken to good effect. Unicorns of Love, as planned, has a lot of times relied on one of these key compounds being available, being not challenged. And I think in this lobby, where we're seeing more and more players towards the end of the game, you know, that kind of strategy is not going to work. But I'm happy to see the party bus succeed again. Like I said, I'll keep saying it. But right now, Na'Vi on a decent approach over towards Game Lord's position for the time being. And I think coming down from Tapmark, it's actually a great spot to be in. They will have to contend with World of Wonders in a second. But it's Kanina Power taking down Ulysses from Vodafone Giants, now just down to 1.
Actually, I think they managed to get Vodafone Giants 2 across there. That's 2 in that car.
Just the 2.
Nano and Sebi.
Oh, yeah.
They do lose Ulysses. Oh, tuck it away, Nano. Not too much.
I was about to be right.
Yeah, you were about to be right there, unfortunately. Yeah, Futbolist might confirm you, though. Nano does get a little bit of a heal off. Unicorns of Love, they're striking out there all the way down in the far south side. Two teams in this compound really means that the teams in the northeast are going to have a hard time of it. The good news is that they can't effectively, from this junction, fight outwards and control every sightline as a single team, right? So you might have an opening there.
That's true, it's true. Coming back to Eastern Stars, up towards Mong 9, that northeast side. Let's take a quick stock check from up here. Obviously, Kanina Power, you can see them moving down as a 3. Still more than enough to make this one happen, with Acer, Old Boy still on side, but now you can see Eastern Stars that they're up in kind of outside the zone at the moment. One of the only other teams doing this other than Unicorns of Love, but they're far closer to the circle than Unicorns of Love are. And Na'Vi still taking it slow. I think that the strangest thing for me right now is these 3 players moving up to Paradise Resort, looking to challenge out S2G, who have early dropped here, moved up towards the buildings. Is something you can do very early. But Kitsune, very far in the back. Very, very far in the back. Still out in the blue for the time being, looking for that remaining player from Game Lord. Hasn't quite found him as of yet, and I imagine will start to regroup for the rest of his team.
There's no way you find the Akashi assassin, Blank. That's just not possible. Doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. Game Lord's going to be getting right into those final circles. 100%, 100%.
Absolutely. He's got that reflective technology. You can't see him. He's basically invisible at this point. He gets the single man buff when he's a lone player. Supermassive Blaze there down towards the southwest side. This is not a bad spot to be in. I think for Supermassive Blaze, though, you know, they're looking to move up towards that next set of compounds. Unicorns of Love looking to come in finally towards the bottom side of the map. Not challenged. It doesn't happen. And it moves away from a lot of teams. There is that compound right towards the center. Now, will the boys book it? Will the boys book it for those compounds? That's the real question. I'd hope they would. You know, it's time. It's time to go for it.
Unicorns love to slow down, though. Not ideal.
We do care about Sanhok after all. I see. Could have had me fooled.
Understandable. I feel like Na'Vi are in a pretty decent spot to play from the western edge. Akashi needs to try and continue to lay low on the northern side. S2G going to have to move south from Paradise Resort and right up to Fenerbahçe. Ooh, Cold Boy gets spotted in the Mad Bulls charge. Find another as well. Kanina Power getting torn to pieces right now on the eastern side.
I mean, that's just unfortunate timing there for Kanina Power, trying to make their way out from that rocky outcrop. And you've got Mad Bulls off to your north side, and then Eastern Stars just slowly maneuvering their way in. I think Kanina Power have had a rough time, and that mistake early on, losing them one player, has definitely not helped them. Now it's just Gonzo remaining as ATHIS starts to drop the smokes. The rest of the team as they loot up, but God, he's just waiting. That nade in hand as well could be devastating.
Oh, the question is, are they going to see where this comes from, right? Are they going to know where Gonzo is? Because the rest of Eastern Stars, unless they had their wits about them, might not have expected there to be too many players around this location. Another nade long into the smoke. Going to try and find Octavian, but he was in the car too fast. Repositions, and now the nade should be a little bit more known in terms of positioning. Gonzo, the circle at this stage, not going to kill him super fast, but does still need to move. It's zone 4, and it is unrelenting.
Yeah, and I mean, even Kapahala going down there and Mad Bull's making the extremely smart decision just to leave this fight, you know. 2 goes down. That's horrific news for you as Eastern Stars as you come into the circle. They looked so good here as well, John. That's the most unfortunate part of it. But realistically, again, looking down towards the circle itself, it's Supermassive Blaze who are looking very, very strong down towards the southwest side. No one taking up residence in that crossroads at the moment. I don't know if that's because it can retain a bit too many members and they'd rather not head towards the center on the roadside where it's a little bit harder to move out from. But undoubtedly, we are going to see a clash between Unicorns and Love, as well as Exquisite Décode UK very shortly on the southeast edge. S2G right on our screens, looking to fight against Fenerbahçe.
On the hillside for the northeastern side, Kanina Power finally eliminated. Nades being sent forwards, the hillside not claimed fully just yet. Rebellion getting off angle, but Silas a little bit faster to go out wide there, controlling it. Nice position around the side. Neither of these two teams really wants to move, and they don't have to with this next circle coming through, but the Mad Bulls, they have to move on in from the eastern side, and Red Arc going to try and hold them out, but Yin Yang down in the smoke, very, very low, trying to pop a heal. That is bold. Somehow makes it work and gets away with it. Effect gets taken a lot of damage as well. The Bulls are moving through and not going down. This is incredible.
Yo, let me heal real quick. Give me a sec, boys. Purple moves out, though. Looking to stamp down on the guys from ARCRED at the moment. But ARCRED make it look nice and easy. Agori, as well as Effect. Still 3 players still left alive there. Exquisite Décode UK going against Unicorns of Love. 12-18 also in the mix down towards that region. Unicorns of Love still have a fair few players, but it's fresh. It's down on his knees.
2 players. Yeah, 2 players from Unicorns of Love still out in the zone. Exquisite Décode UK looking to guard them, but they're pretty down on their luck as well. With 12-18 waiting in the wings for the third party here at Sanhok. You know it's going to happen. These teams are just going to fall like flies. Exquisite Décode UK goes down first, and the rest of Unicorns of Love, very, very risky position right now, with one of them's down as well. Lin has fallen. So we're only down to GK first. I wouldn't be too surprised to see, yeah, there we go, 26 first aids. This is a heal off for GK first.
I think with 26 first aids, you're actually looking at a pretty high ranking at this point in time, especially with the where the circle's located. This works out extremely well for Unicorns of Love, purely because it's so open. A lot of these teams, if they're making their way into the circle, are going to get crushed up within the trash compactor here. So very, very difficult position to be in. ARCRED needs to move, but matter of fact has to go through them to get into the circle.
Nades over the top. S2G are just getting taken down here. Na'Vi full force. 4 players around the side as Fenerbahçe chime into it as well. Nades over the top. They're penned into a corner. Solkay does go down and Fenerbahçe lose another player. Nade over the top, looking to be cooked for Matic as Dixie has taken a knee there, so they do need to be a little bit careful. 12-18 potentially looking to spoil this party if they look over this way. But the worst of it right now for S2G, they're not going to have a good way south from Paradise Resort.
Still a gorgeous approach here from Na'Vi. I think they've worked this west side extremely well, looking fantastic at the moment. Still, they'd like to hold this box formation a little bit, keeping all sides covered. They're going to move a few players into the circle, try and get some priority on the zone, whilst they leave a couple players back just to be picked up. Fenerbahçe, though, versus S2G, who look very much down that look at this point in time, John.
Finding another knock. S2G, yeah, they're low on meds. They really don't have much left. No first aids there, but they still managed to take Fenerbahçe down with 1 player left standing. They've only got Kelsey left. Na'Vi still 3 players alive. Tixie did get flushed in the meantime, and the nades over the top. Na'Vi leapfrog ahead in terms of the rotation. Kelsey low. Doesn't really have too many meds, and a burn on as well. Matic trying to control the ground, spray over the top. Kelsey hits the deck, but in the blue, needs to move around the rock side, and 12-18 looking to control it. Eastern Stars still have BAZZI alive, and the Unicorns still have GK first. Kelsey finally burns, and Na'Vi able to clear the hillside.
I'm surprised that I'm actually wondering whether he died to the burns or just from the numerous bits of shards of glass inside of his body that Molotov hit him right on the chest. Na'Vi are hunting right now, and the Howls, they're prominent towards the north side of this map. The rest of the team cower in fear. Nice shot through the window. 12-18 didn't know what hit him.
Matic just rattles them down. Excellent work there from the Na'Vi triple threat. 3 players alive. They haven't found the outpost, still to come. ARCRED biding their time. GK First has moved a little bit closer to the zone, still has first aids, as you can see there, getting those heals off, making sure that he's still alive. BAZZI for Eastern Star still healing out, but there's another knock over to 12-18. Na'Vi continue to dominate. 10 kills, blank. They've had 2 very strong games so far, and it doesn't look like this one's going to be any different. Only 1 player alive for 12-18 now. Healing out in the zone, Purple managed to sneak on through for ARCRED. But I feel like, yeah, he's been spotted. 12-18, going to heal up and go for the shot. Not even going to be needed because Matic handles business. Now GK First still going. BAZZI still going. The question is, who has more meds? Who has more time to play with?
The question, BAZZI, though, still out of the blue at the moment, living for Eastern Stars. GK First goes down. Chulika very close with only 5 first aids remaining. You really question how many BAZZI had left, and there you go, he's got 0. Chulika will take second place for 12-18, but beautiful stuff coming through from those 3 final teams there. Heal out worked well, but it's really Na'Vi going home with the lion's share here.
13 kills already, blank, and what looks to be not a 14th, but a chicken dinner. That is going to put them head and shoulders above everybody else in this lobby. Chicken dinner for Na'Vi, coming off the back of a 2nd place finish as well. This is a really good start.
It's a gigantic start. 25 points accrued there for that game. Not the 28, in fact. An incredible game coming through from Na'Vi. And getting that head start like that is really, really good in this type of tournament. We talked throughout that game, you know, the idea of it being a 4-day stint. Like, acceleration needs to be the max, you know. You can wear out these tires. You can leave them screeching. You can leave that rubber on the ground, because this is a case where you don't have far to go. This is not a marathon. This is a sprint at the end of the day, and that was really, really accentuated just by the way Na'Vi played that final circle, which was a case of, yep, we've taken out the majority, the threats here, let's sweep. And sweep is exactly what they do. And I remember watching this team a while back, and that is one thing that they did so gorgeously, which was sweeping around the map. You know, brush in hand, sometimes it's got to be done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they pick up all of those pieces, they pop them in the dustpan and just pop them in the backpack as part of the chicken dinner. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, yeah, phenomenally played. It wasn't a circle that was strictly theirs. They played into the circle, and as you say, probably one of the best sweeper teams in Europe, if not in the world. I think they are absolutely phenomenal, and I'm sure that we will continue to sing their praises moving forwards. But this is a very good start. I'm really looking forward to what they've got for us.
Yeah, I think that just looking at Tixi in particular, this guy has improved hugely over the course of his career. I mean, I think it's difficult to describe his improvement, to be honest with you, though, because he was always incredibly good at the game. But I think it's just his decision-making, which has really, you know, improved in leaps and bounds, deciding when to take a fight, when to help his team, when to play with them, when to play away. I think a lot of times he almost felt like he could, you know, carry the world, carry their own futures on the back of his shoulders, and that a lot of times would end up crushing him and almost him falling on his knees before he could do anything for it. Now, you know, he carries the futures of Na'Vi and the rest of his team on his back alongside the rest of his team as well. So they're sharing the load now, and he looks so much better for it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and considering that, you know, this is a team that has already qualified into that PMGC through the points tallies as well, with a pretty closely fought fight with Kanina Power. Sure, they're looking good, and if they take the top spot, to be fair, that might open up another rank a little bit further down those tables in this tournament. So you never know, 6th place might be good enough. We'll have to wait and see if Na'Vi are going to continue on this form, because right now they are looking unstoppable. It's early days, but we're going to head to a break and head back to the desk.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile European Championship Season 1. As how Na'Vi have been able to put their foot down, get themselves their first chicken dinner of the event, but also, yet again, be top 2 rounds running. Really proven to be one of the most dominated teams we have so far here in the European Championship. Just like we have our dominating analysts, we got Maxman, we got Span Cargo. To break down this last match, let's take a look at the rankings, though, so you guys get an idea of how many points all the teams got, and just dive straight into this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've been dominating right now, except maybe dominating the cursing lands right now was Game Lord. But other than that, yeah, it's been a good game from Na'Vi once again. I mean, they come into this as a clear favorite. We're expecting maybe them with Kanina Power to have a little bit of a head-to-head from time to time. But it seems like, Spam, when we're looking at Na'Vi, these 2 games in a row, they read these circles just so well. They know how the terrain works. They know how to enter those positions and avoid as many teams as possible. And off the back of that, get the strongest position to close off the game. Sure, it didn't work out in Game 1, but it worked out this time around. But they read these circles so well. I'm just so impressed with Na'Vi in general here.
Definitely. Both games, they've also kind of done the same strategy, staying on the western side, kind of being split up towards the northern southern side. So then no matter where the zone shifts, they kind of have that rotation path already ready for them. And that obviously is really working out for them so far. Obviously, immediately going on ahead and condensing, becoming a squad again immediately. And yeah, you're right. This time it really worked out for them. Unfortunately, Unicorns of Love also tried to do the same thing, staying on the southern side, but took a bit too long. And that's where we're going to find them in 5th. I'd also like to point out, shout out, 12-18, gotta say, them in 2nd place this time. Last match they got in 4th, so they're being really consistent right now as well, and that's a team that we ended up saying that we needed to keep an eye on.
Yeah, maybe a dark horse team coming into it for 12-18, but man, the heal-off strat, I mean, the heal-off strat, it works out. It's Sandhawk, you can have people healing in the blue. It was BAZZI, Foist and Stars, GK first for Unicorns of Love. I think it was down to 5-second difference before GK first barely died before BAZZI, but Eastern Stars, it worked out so many times for them. I think, Jason, I think in PMPL Western Europe, they qualified off the back of a heal-off of BAZZI also to make sure they secure their top 5. So, I mean, Eastern Stars got a history with a heal-off strat, and it worked out once again.
I mean, they got a history on Sandhawk, let's be honest.
Yeah, true.
So many chicken dinners as well on that one, so it's always their map. Now look at the last 8 teams here. We have Game Lords again. You know, you didn't even say quick enough. The Max Meg curse extending past 1 round alone into 2 rounds now, as they unfortunately go out first yet again. But we can see, you know, World of Wonders up there with some couple of kills. Exquisite Decode. I think maybe that's another team we should maybe touch on a little bit, because we have mentioned like Eliseo, Max, as being the MVP 2 seasons in a row in PMPL, and we know how strong they can be as a team. But again, when they seem to get to this next stage of the events, right, like the higher caliber teams, they unfortunately haven't been able to live up to that hype they've been able to build for themselves.
Yeah, it's really rough, especially when you look back on the first game on the Wrangle, where they just got crashed in by, I believe it was World of Wonders. They had a pretty strong spot, but then there was that big head-on clash, and they just fell apart really quickly. So I think that there's also a little bit of maybe not stress for these teams, but you're going into the unknown into this lobby, and it's just a little bit harder compared to where you have PMPL Western Europe. You have the entire month to potentially adapt, where here you're just thrown into it. You got 4 days of play. If you do poorly, well, that's pretty much done. So I think it might take a little bit of time for the teams for which they maybe struggled last PMPL Championship, or maybe even last PMPL season, to get used to this type of lobby. But I think given time, we might see the rise of teams like Gamelord and maybe even Exquisite Décode UK. It just needs a little bit more time on their end.
All right, we'll go into our top damage, or total damage in the last round. Again, as Claris would like to call it, Sandhawk numbers.
Yeah.
Nothing standing out too drastically, but I guess maybe Spent Cargo, as we did talk about before when we saw Na'Vi and their head-to-head stats up against Unicorns of Love at the start of the day, their damage to kill ratio is pretty spot on, I guess. 1,600 damage to 13 kills is not bad.
No, not at all. I mean, obviously they just laser everybody. They see everybody did some damage. They obviously are able to get the kills, and just both times. I mean, I'm interested to see if they're going to continue to be able to do that. It's just they're setting themselves up so well. I have to point out that Futbolist is up there in that 8th place position for damage. Like at the very beginning, they were southern side of Quarry, and we're like complimenting them. We're like, wow, Futbolists, they're doing really well. Like, look at them go. They found their stride, and unfortunately then they found themselves out in 11th. So that's a little bit of an unfortunate sighting there, but at least they're on the damage board. They attempted.
One team actually happy we're seeing on the damage board here with 5 kills is S2G. They're a team that typically here, they dropped on Paradise Resort, and they were actually pretty proactive, I would say, in terms of getting out of Paradise Resort early, try and get information beforehand. Then, of course, the circle started to go towards Paradise Resort. But I like seeing S2G actually trying to look ahead at what might happen in the future. So for a team that this is their first time playing at this level of play, I think they got some pretty good macro approach to the game. So I'm hoping to see a lot more from them.
Yeah, hoping to see a lot more from quite a few different teams, actually, or to start to see some good glimpses from them. Let's jump into our top 3 players, though, in the last round. And again, we're going to see Matic up there, but we're going to also start to see some other names finally rising through the ranks.
Yeah, Evo Station's going to be up here. Really good to see a player from 12-18. Evo Station has not been here for the longest time with 12-18, but in recent time, I think he's definitely impressed quite a lot of people. I think Zakonov is typically the player that I like to look at for the team of 12-18 from time to time. But yeah, 12-18, definitely the dark horse coming into this one to potentially take home that first place. And they just played it so well because they dropped typically towards Ruins with a pretty big spread, but they instantly regrouped, started to move into the center circle, trying to play more the southern side of the center circle. So it was happy to see that this is a team that actually spent a little bit of time towards scouting. I think that's something that teams maybe lack a little bit of scouting time and opportunities in these games, on Sanhok especially, but I think that 12-18 definitely had it spot on when it came to finding a strong entry point. So I think that we might see a chicken dinner from 12-18 eventually today. I think they're getting really close.
Oh, no. He had to say it.
I'm actually really sad. Yeah. I mean, I was hoping that they would at least be in that top 5 position. So, I mean, they're staying strong right now, but yeah, it might change. We'll see.
Next round. Last place. We're going to see it. Let's jump straight into Na'Vi, though. I want to talk about them a little bit more really quickly, and I want to see their player stats throughout the entire event so far. You know, Max, we've talked a lot about Tixi, especially when it came to PMGC last year, as being like the real standout for the team. But I'm curious, I feel like at the moment, it's pretty much Maddox should be the one leading the charge for the team at the moment, which is still a really good sign.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the average kills, of course, this is only over 2 games, so you can expect some of these stats to go pretty much downhill at some point if they have just one bad game. Those numbers are going to be dwindling down. But yeah, it's always been Tixi. Potentially like a year ago, we were saying was I think Blank called him like the rabid dog of the team. Just send him forward and he clears a compound for you. But it's not really that Tixi has gotten worse. He's still at the same level and still an insanely talented individual and fragger. But it's just Matic and Meku especially have improved, and I mean so much, throughout the past year now, and now playing at a level where they are on par with their fragging potential with Tixi, and of course you've got Kitsune trying to lead the team forward. Yeah, it's just, this is Na'Vi continuously improving, questioning themselves. It's similar to some teams in the Eastern region, like for example BTR, that kept continuously trying to improve, doing scrims, despite being on top of their game technically. So yeah, Na'Vi, I have nothing to say other than I've been really impressed with this team time and time again, and hopefully they can retain some consistency and keep training before entering PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, they're already in PMGC, but they still have a lot of pressure on themselves because they're a sister team over in CSGO, just won a CSGO major, the first time ever for the organization. So the org might have a lot of high expectations for their PUBG Mobile team as well, which, to be fair, they're living up to quite well. But Span, we're going to actually go to a head-to-head between the team we were just talking about of Na'Vi and a team that you have high hopes for, which Maxman basically just cursed. 12-18 from this last match.
Very unfortunate, but there's the head-to-head there. I mean, you can see that Na'Vi, they've just been absolutely dominating so far with the damage. We already called them lasers. They seem to absolutely find everybody. They're doing well with their macros so far. And 12-18, I mean, a little bit lower, but honestly still really good positioning. And we can just see how many fights that they're getting in based off of the healing. But the amount of kills is also just so drastically different. Na'Vi is getting both the placement points and those kills. 12-18 have to go on ahead and turn that damage into a bit more kills for themselves.
So Max, I think what I love about seeing this and again doing these like European regional championships is that when you say, all right, Jason, tell me the CIS big name teams to talk about, Na'Vi, Kanina Power, that's basically going to be it, right? Because that is the two long-standing teams, the two long-standing organizations that we've had throughout the last year, 2 years. But I love seeing that we have like newer teams coming through and being able to challenge the likes of who the top team in the regions are. 12-18 really showing up massively. We had Class Edge Athletics do it before in Turkey, now Nextria Gaming. I love that we're seeing consistently throughout these years now that the top teams are always changing and there's new teams coming into the mix.
I mean, especially with 12-18, right? I talked about it on the pre-show, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And I think that, again, they got the bouquet, it dropped in their hands, so they're trying to potentially become the bride at some point. But I think the 12-18 has definitely been able to pinpoint the issues that the team had for the past year now and have been working on those relentlessly until now. So I think that now more than ever, they have a big opportunity to climb up on the ladder and potentially make it to their first PMGC.
Yeah, and I wanted to actually throw this up here just to kind of get an idea, like a little bit of a closer look into the team if you're unfamiliar with them or if you haven't watched them throughout the PMPL CIS region. I want to give you guys, acquainted with like who the players are, who's performing well. I mean, we saw Evo Station as well, of course, in the last game make top 2 in our top players. But we're starting to see a little bit of consistency, but we are starting to see like who are the big names, I guess, so far. I mean, yeah, it's only 2 rounds, Jason, who we can expect to be able to consistently show up.
Yeah, the players that I mainly look at when I'm looking at 12-18 for the past year and a half, where I've had the chance to cover this team, has been Zakonevo and Tulika. Especially Zakonevo, I've been really impressed with his fragging potential. Of course, you only had 2 games, maybe not having always the best opportunity to go out there and frag out, and I think that's because of the lack of strong position in the end game. They try to play edge a little bit more from time to time, but I think that if you get 12-18 in a game-winning position and seeing how strong the roster is right now, I think that they could close off games pretty consistently. So we'll see if that can actually happen once they get in a position like that.
Yep, I think it's important to remember, you don't have to win the whole event, you just have to make top 7, or potentially top 9, depending on Unicorns Love and Na'Vi being able to get there. Like, that should be the focus out of every team here, and the focus for us right now is to get rid of you two. At least that's my focus, because we got to bring our commentators in, because the next round is actually just a few minutes away, so I'll talk with you in just a few moments when we get into the green room together. Make sure to heat up my popcorn for me, Max, and get me my coffee. But in the meantime, you guys at home, I don't know if you heard me, just said, hell yeah, I'm going to do that for you, Jason. There won't be any poison in your coffee. I'd love to see it. There actually is a concurrent viewership event going on right now at the moment within this event. If you guys invite your friends, make sure to watch a PMPL Championship live stream together, and you can unlock some rewards. You can see them down there, 60,000, unlock some skins, as 80,000 and 100,000. Make sure you guys get all of your friends, your family, anyone watching, so we can hit those numbers. And we got to bring our commentators now in here for the third round of the day. It's going to be over on Miramar for the first time of this entire event, so I have some high expectations for the likes of Na'Vi yet again. John, Allen, and Blake, what about you guys? Who do you think is going to stand out here in this third round?
Na'Vi.
Wow, you were so quick to say that. It's rude. I think that Game Lord potentially going to do well here on this particular map, Miramar. It seems to be a general trend that Game Lord is very, very good on this map. With a bit more room to play with as well, I think that potentially here could be good for them. I think before they've been quite crowded, especially over towards Sandhawk and also our angle. I do think Sandhawk is somewhat their fault though, and yes, I'm all for experimentation. I think the first Sandhawk of the first day, yeah, try and take some extra ground, see exactly where players are, basically where their bearings around you are. But again, it's one of the few games that you have to put up some massive points. And right now with Na'Vi blasting in the first 2 games, like, again, it's catch-up central here with just the one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a tough time for anyone who isn't Na'Vi, I think, to jump up those leaderboards towards that top spot, and a whole chunk of change for it as well. I mean, you've got to remember that the amount of money that Na'Vi potentially stand to earn if they can keep this up, even for the rest of the day. I mean, if they can keep placing top 3 for a single day in the fashion they're doing with high kills, might be enough to just see them as the top team.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I mean, top team at the end of day 1 and then just uncatchable by day 2. So it's a crazy notion, but not one that is out of the realms of possibility here for us, John. Playing path across the map from Junkyard up to Ruins. A little bit more difficult to play with, especially if you want to head down towards Minas da Valle. Most of the times you want to head down there, you've got to pass from La Derriera off to the western side of Monte Nuevo and head down that western road. So slightly more rough in that situation. Looking at our screen right now, top 5 fraggers, Matic, 10 kills in first place, really putting up those points at the moment. I think remembering this guy before, you know, always wanting to do well, but never really having the room to do so. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Tixi down in 5th with only 5 kills. Yes, a massive fragger for the team. And I have called him the rabbit dog before, because once that guy gets his teeth into you, you're not getting away. You're not getting away because he clamps down tight. But he's giving more room to players like Matic to go for those off angles, which he is so fantastic on, which is lovely to see. And Lovazin easily up there with longest distance kill at 320 meters. I mean, calling it right at the beginning of the day. Happy with that one indeed. It's a bit of an odd one to call, right? It's a very niche statistic, but there it is.
I mean, you got to predict something.
Yeah,
why not? And if you're going to do it, why not get it right? You know, if you know, you know.
Exactly.
If you don't know, get to know. Certainly going to be knowing about it if you find Lovazin at range. Matic obviously still at the top with damage dealt as well. Kitsune doing pretty well there as well. So really, obviously showing that he's putting up the numbers for the squad, not just sort of taking a back seat there. It was very good news, of course, for Na'Vi, but 2 games in, at 2 incredible performances, of course it's going to be a little bit skewed. Lutz up there as well with over 1,000 damage, pretty happy.
Yeah, very happy with that one. I think Lutz has really been doing well. I think a lot of that comes from a few of the fantastic nades he was throwing through on her angle towards the beginning of the day. Good stuff to him. El Azahar taken up by World of Wonders, so Exquisite Décode UK have been shunted out of that position, had to move up towards Campo Militar here. A slightly more awkward spot to play from, especially coming down to the circle. They're kind of saved by this particular shift over towards the eastern side of the map for the time being, in which case they have a little bit more room to play. And Eastern Stars with 12-18 right on their backside at the moment, so they'll be moving off down towards further down south side, whereas Eastern Stars just firmly planted towards Impala at the time being.
Puerto Paraíso should be a little bit safer for them. Teams out in the northwest, you've got Unicorns of Love, who stayed out far on that Sandhawk. They got some decent points, and I mean, that's their general game plan on Sandhawk, and coming off a win, they should be pretty solid as well in terms of the overalls. So they should be pretty happy there. The question is, are they going to be able to keep putting up those numbers consistently? And of course, RV still fairly uncatchable. As the points start to tick across the top of your screen. This is overalls, and obviously after only 2 games, you're going to see some teams on no points. Game Lord, only team on no points so far, yet to get off that mark. But 50 points at the top for Na'Vi. 35 and then 32. That is a big gap. That's a big gap.
Yeah, it is large. I think Unicorns will have done well to maintain that gap, especially with GK first healing out during that last game on Sandhawk there. Again, we didn't really get to see too many dominant teams other than Na'Vi because, like the desk was saying, they had their laser pointed out and they were shining on everyone. People were just disintegrating in that situation, so no one able to really step up towards them. And Futbolist in 22 points towards 4th place. Goodness me, it really is a bit skewed at the moment. So hopefully this leaderboard will kind of even out towards the end of the day. We'll get a clear idea of who is gunning for one of those PMGC slots that are available. Remember, if Na'Vi do get towards that top spot, they've already qualified towards PMGC, so we'll be affording another team further down a potential spot towards PMGC. So there is hope. There is hope for teams, even if you can't catch Na'Vi. Though it is quite disheartening knowing a team has already qualified, comes in, smashes the competition, takes the prize money, and then goes on to PMGC regardless. But that's just Na'Vi for you. If they can do it, you know, it's deserved.
And also, it's a good idea. I mean, to earn more money for your org, I mean, great.
Great idea.
Obviously get more money from that yourself. A great idea. I mean, you know, if I had the choice between having less and having more money, generally I'm going to choose the more money option.
I agree. More money option every single time. Akashi gets out of there. Game Lord, they survive the initial encounter of the game. This is a good sign.
I love this skin.
This is the golf ball car. It's nice. It's nice. The football car. Sorry, why am I saying golf ball?
No, mate.
Yeah. Wow,
swinging clubs. You're swinging clubs. Everyone else is trying to kick a ball, and you're just going in with a club.
I come out here with my driver, just hitting into the back of the net. Like, what game are you playing? I'm playing foot golf. Okay. Except I have a club.
Golf ball, you know.
Yeah, golf ball. Yeah, and I have a club, and it's not a football club. It's
you reckon
just
that's
a regular club.
You reckon that's how hockey was invented? Someone was like, I thought we were playing golf today.
They were like, wow, that looks pretty fun, actually. How about we make something that slides a little easier and do it on ice? The person who decides to do it on ice was the real crazy man of the group.
I meant field hockey,
no one
by
listens
hockey,
to.
but, you know.
Oh, okay. I think I'm just mixing all sorts of games today, aren't I?
Not even cold on
That's what I
Miramar.
need to do. Alright, fine. Fine. I'm sorry. I'll just come straight back to Miramar, will I? World of Wonders on our screen right now in El Azhar. Like I said earlier, did shunt out the guys from Exquisite Décode UK to play up towards Campo, but they're moving down towards Cruz de Valle at the moment. A good position to be in, especially El Azhar for World of Wonders. Gives you a lot of these high ground spots available to you that Enjoy is going to enjoy for the rest of the game up towards the top side. But now we see Futbolist on screen. Moving towards the center of the map. They love the center. They tend to hold it down very well. I love their usage of smoke so far, John. It has been very, very instrumental in terms of holding down particular positions that can be fought from all sides, because they're just cutting off valuable sightlines for teams whilst they take out the opposition on a singular side of the map. So very, very well done to Futbolist so far. Last game wasn't the best. Lost most of their members before they could get that central position secured.
Still doing fairly well, all things considered. Keeping that points average looking pretty solid. You can see them in 4th place at the top of your screens, 22 points. Over 2 games, that's good. That is a good result. You'd expect them to be in the top 3, but it's a little bit more wayward than that at the moment as we wait for our averages to start to settle down. See, their footballers made their way through. ARCRED as well, got a little bit of an outpost for themselves, got a position to be holding on to fairly central in the circle. Unicorns of Love are very late to rotate, and I feel like this is one of the things that we criticize them a lot for in general during their game, during their games during Western Europe. And this time around, they are getting punished more for it. I mean, you saw in Sandhawk, they weren't able to get in last time around, right? They healed it out, which is a good decision given their situation, but they were just cut off and they were stopped on that rotation rather than being allowed to find a central position.
I do think on the other end of things, John, that, you know, for Unicorns of Love, they did stop their kind of the train, as we'll say, the coal train coming into the map. They did stop it short and reevaluated towards that end circle, which I thought was good. And if they just want to even out the points across the board on Sandhawk, I think that is a reliable and viable strategy. If they can continue to get towards that end circle efficiently through outside the blue and then just heal it off, I'm okay with that. Exquisite Décode UK under pressure from World of Wonders. Son HP showing us off his jersey. It looks nice, brother. Your gun skill looks nice too.
True. It's true that. Does look pretty fresh.
It's true.
Does look pretty good. Having a good time. Exquisite Décode UK. Got to try and move through the firing lines. Up close now. Recent around the side. Has Reznov to deal with. Holding out around the door. More damage found for Reznov. But there's threats from every angle. Zessi able to move on through. Gets the spray and it's punch drunk for him. He's going to be going down. Exquisite Décode UK down to 2 players.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward fight there for Exquisite Décode UK, and I think it's refinding themselves on this map. And I think for playing towards OFHAZE for so long, this is the position you want to be in around this area. World of Wonders taking it off you without so much of a fight on the first Miramar of European Championships. You know, it's a difficulty for you. You've got players all over the place not quite figuring out the location they want to be in. So Exquisite Décode UK down to 2 in this scenario. World of Wonders very happy with the position up on high. Na'Vi again up towards the northwest side of the map, moving into the circle now. They do have 2 players out in the blue with 2 already forward scouts in Kitsune and Meku. And Tixie's looking to regroup. GK First does have eyes on this vehicle. He's driving first person. He's a madman. He's a madman on Miramar.
Look at him go. I mean, a sports car off-road. How on earth are you controlling that? You'd think it's impossible, but no. Tixie, the mad dog himself, off the chain. Unleashed. She's sailing straight into the Unicorns of Love as well. Spray down there, and Tixie just says bye-bye. Dips over the next available hillside and gets away with it.
Yeah, he's fast. He's fast. The thing is, he's got some great anchoring points. Now, this is interesting. Moving back out into the blue.
That's boosted.
And then I'm going to move around the side. Yeah, he has a lot of boosters here, but, you know, swinging on the top side with Matic is not a bad idea. I think GK First would like to post up, and he's keeping eyes on. Unicorns of Love do not want to let go of this fight. This is incredibly aggressive, and I love it.
It's like a dance between these 2 teams, and actually Kitsune's managed to post himself ahead of the Unicorns of Love, straight in between them and the circle. And with this, I mean, they drew attention towards the back of it. Tixie now regrouping. They're ahead of Unicorns of Love on this rotation. I feel like Na'Vi, I hope that they planned this, because this would be beautiful if they did.
Yeah, because right now, all they're doing is corralling Unicorns of Love into an awkward spot at the moment where you have that cross angle, which is going to cause problems going forward. I think for Na'Vi, though, you know, this is easy enough done for them now in this position. I love that movement back into the blue to move over the top side and force the Unicorns of Love into an awkward scenario, because you chase for so long, you wonder why they're allowing you to chase, right? And I think that's good of Unicorns of Love to realize there might be a threat off in the distance and move back because of it. Game log currently up against S2G, but down to 2 players and just Victor and Akashi. They really just cannot catch a break here, John.
It'll be difficult. Needs to hold strong. Victor around the side, needs to find everything, but gets nothing. Flushed out as well. Lickety split. Game Lord down to the Akashi Assassin once more.
Again, Akashi Assassin remains stalwart in the game. Perhaps you can get 1 point. That would be great. You just need a 1 point. Get yourself back on the board. Right now, you know, this is kind of a Top Gear job where your card is on the floor in the time trials. You're not even on the column at this point in time. But I think Game Lord, from the performance they made in Western Europe, this is odd. This is very, very odd to me. Minas Morales looks to be one of our ending points with a crater right in the center here, which it really does create an awkward bit of scenery for the end game, especially with people dipping in and out of that one. Akashi knows it's up.
Oh my goodness me. Oh, wow. Okay, Kelsey sails straight on up and takes the challenge, knocks it out of the park. That was... I feel like that belongs in a Kung Fu movie, I'll be honest. That was incredible.
That was Kung Ka right there. That was something unbelievable. You know, in Kung Fu, you know, you have Hung Ga, which is family fist, but this guy is just dropping in the Hung Ka. He's got the family car coming straight in here, and it's just as solid as a fist anyway. That is crazy stuff on the board. Beautifully played, and honestly, that has reminiscent moments to Fresh flying onto a building. You know, everyone believes they can fly in this lobby.
Kelsey spreads the wings. Gets it done. A knock found as well as Fenerbahçe holding out Futbolist, who have had a pretty decent run so far. Unfortunately for them, they're down to just Lovazin standing, and nowhere near really either. Fenerbahçe looking good to hold this southeastern side of the road.
I'm just speechless after what I just witnessed.
I'm
so sorry. Instantly, my jaw dropped and my tongue went dead in my mouth.
You feel so safe. If you're there, you're a cashier, you're like, okay, I know they can't push me from this side. And then all of a sudden, you just see this
wheels in the window.
4 wheels flying at you with a madman and back as well. And then Kelsey pops out and pops you. And honestly, if I was a cashier, I don't blame a cashier for not winning that.
You
fight.
Just go respect.
You're like, you know what?
Respectfully, okay.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Like, did you see what happened? Did you see what happened, Victor? Like, what can I do? What can I do? That's me in that situation. World of Wonders, though, back towards the southeast side of the map, so moved down from Al-Azhar now into a more favorable position. Yes, they're towards the field side, and it is very open ground in front of them. They do have Fenerbahçe off in the distance, who they will have to contend with, as I will have to contend with their name, but in future. But, you know, we'll get the hang of it, as will World of Wonders, I'm sure, as we move through this match. Unicorns of Love struggling a little bit at the moment. Losing Rolkis, not ideal. Kanina Power up in church, holding it down. Rolkis will be flushed, so Unicorns of Love now down to 3. And Na'Vi need to rethink this approach with Kitsune now down. 3 players alive for them. Kanina Power is doing a really good job holding down in this church.
Being the rock to break the waves of Unicorns of Love and Na'Vi as well, but the 3-way fight now, all entering the fray. Fresh moving through the graveyard into one of the mausoleums. As Eliseo goes up in smoke for Exquisite Décode UK, but a hard southern shift means that the teams down the south are going to have a good time of it. Meanwhile, the northwestern edge still rages on. S2G probably not wanting to be a part of this fight just yet.
Not just yet. I think for S2G, you know, you bide your time, and with this shift, you know, you don't even bide your time. You take your time and you run. You run right down towards this circle because it's very important. There's a fair few places that you can play in this position, but there's not a lot of compounds. Vodafone Giant's actually very happy towards this south side. You know, you can play the road very easily here. World of Wonders is something they will have to worry about, who can push from the east. But Kanina Power, they've done their job. They've held it down in this position, but now they know it's time to leave. Unicorns are low at the moment, down to 3 players. A lot of teams now in this lobby with just the 3. A lot of the teams with 4 are practically teams that just haven't taken any fights so far, John. And that is Exquisite Décode UK now out in 15th.
Yeah, the vehicle's not going well for them. Unfortunately, Eastern Stars to play spoiler there. 4 kills already found for S2G. Futbolist, looks like that's going to be them eliminated as well. Are going to be going down out in 14th place. It's unfortunate. Some of the top of the tables, well, one of the top of the tables now, a little bit the worse for wear. So how much further can the Unicorns of Love go? How much further can Na'Vi go? And how much further can 12-18 go?
It's a bit of a difficult one. I think for right now, 12-18's fairly safe, purely with the way they're positioned on the creator side, John. They can kind of deny sightlines there. Muerte seem to be always in fights there. They're quick thinkers, these guys. I'll give them that. Taking shots down towards S2G, but there's a nade from Timber over the top, which lays them low.
I guess the
Unicorn
spray.
Also down.
We're going to push over the top. Timber chops them at the trunk. Look at her try and chop them over. PMR still have 2 more players left to go. DREY and ANONIM, the sinews, the xylem and the phloem, drawing lifeblood to the squad, but not quite there yet. One player now still standing in Anonym's position known. I don't think Timber knows just what he was able to do there, but he's going to find out about it now. That is a squad wipe. Muerte eliminated.
Out of the game. Really nice stuff there from S2G to bring it back from quite a difficult position. Eastern Stars, they're dead. 100%, unfortunately. This is such a difficult place of ground to get across. 12-18, STRYCKER looking to finish off ATHIS, who is kind of their only hope at this point in time, but Nade can come over the top. ATHIS tries to throw one of his own, but it's beautiful. And ATHIS survives the onslaught for the time being. STRYCKER tries to walk back, gets behind the vehicle, best place to be, and wait for Zach and Vore to get through into this fight.
A little bit of suppressing fire coming through, and another nade finds another knock for ATHIS. Looks to pop more in as well, has the backup of World of Wonders, keeping that line suppressed, and a nade on towards the front line as well. Looking for more, looking for the spray. ATHIS just keeps on taking them down. They step up, he knocks them back, and Eastern Stars trying to hold on here. ATHIS last standing. BAZZI has an off angle, and he has the information over to ATHIS that there is a player pushing. He knows that he's in a 1 versus 1. He knows what situation he's in. Looks for the damage, not quite finding it. 17 bullets, it's going fast. Has to swap the guns, and finally falls. Eva Station, but BAZZI is able to come back from the blue. World of Wonders play spoiler, but 2 teams drop.
Well, John, I don't think we realized how important that actual final kill was, because that's 4 total points the Eastern Stars were able to pick up from that single fight, because ATHIS is a god amongst men. That was an incredible fight from him. One nade after another to back down. Don't back down versus that kind of team, man. ATHIS, it just goes to show the caliber of players we have in this lobby. Looking back on this one though, Vodafone Giants, they have to move out, and they've already taken one knock over towards Na'Vi, looking to flush it out. 4 players still alive for the Giants, looking to keep this one up.
Only 1 player for Na'Vi, and it's time for the kill leader to step up. See what you can do for the rest of the game. 10 teams still remaining, and not really too much done for Na'Vi. Only 2 kills found. They were harried, and they've had a difficult set of rotations. They've got a couple of points on the board. 8 kills for S2G, by the way. It feels like they've been fairly quiet. I haven't really sort of seen them do too much so far in this game, but they've got 8 kills in this game.
They've kind of played like an injured animal, to be honest with you. They keep getting put into a corner and then ferociously fighting out of that corner. So it's been working out for them. Silas, though, will fall over on the backside there, so wondering if S2G can bring it back. SMBT looking to move over to the top side towards them on this north, but we're looking at World of Wonders, who are putting the hurt on Fenerbahçe at the moment.
Yeah, you don't get those players back up, so they're going to be down to 1 on Rebellion. B3 heads out to the east, and World of Wonders could start to move through. They're playing as a 3-player squad right now. I feel like they don't want to leave this player alone. They don't want to leave him just... Oh, a siren coming up.
I thought that was the car, but
yeah,
that's
no.
you.
No, that's me. That's it seems like they've heard that Fenerbahçe's team is super low and needs help.
Oh, I know, right? So they've just left him to it. They're like, you know what? We'll spare you this one. Never mind, Enjoy's here, still crossing the ridgeline. We're back to the Giants in hand. Mad Bulls off in the distance. Enjoy drops down, but will not find the guy from Fenerbahçe, as it seems every single player wants to send these buggies flying, which is fair enough. It makes for a great broadcast, and I'm loving to see it so far.
Hey, they're lightweight, they're aerodynamic, apparently. Seems to be working out. A strikeout for the Senso, though, not working out for Mad Bulls, getting 2 players knocked there. The Vodafone Giants, what a spread they've got right now. The difficulty comes as soon as one of their players gets knocked, right? It's going to be so hard to get those reses. They could just be picked to pieces, but if they can control the ground around them well enough, they might not have a team that's capable of doing that.
I think with the 4-man they currently have, with only really Mad Bulls off towards the north side being the major problem for them, and with knocking a fair few of them, Vodafone Giants in this position can quite easily get towards this ridgeline and start to play off it. Mad Monkey as well as Yin Yang need to hold Vodafone Giants back, but more than likely SMB from the backside, they're going to be the ones that cause the majority share of problems for them.
Looking at Matic's position right now, sort of stuck behind the Vodafone Giants. I don't know if they know that he's there, but it's going to be very difficult for him to move unnoticed. Move forwards, but the Vodafone Giants, they make their strike out for the center of the circle. They move up onto the hillside, and they're clearing players as they go. They're pushing back, and retreats are being taken there. The Mad Bulls, with 2 of their players at the front, they get them up. They get alive, but Oh, just as soon they go down. Ulysses has traded off for another nade, but Monkey, a lot of HP dropped.
I mean, I'm looking at Matic, who currently looks like a spider stuck to the wall at the moment. Like, if you don't know he's there, you don't spot him until someone says, "Look up!" And there it is, you know, because we're the case we're looking up, you know, Vodafone Giants, they're going down because there's
there he is.
shots coming out from this boy.
Goodness me, he's a little bit of a brown recluse there. Finally goes down, but gets 2 knocks in the meantime. Deadly, certainly. Dealt with by the zone, actually not having a player get knocked. That's Na'Vi going down in the lowest position they've had so far, and the Rezzes should be able to come through. That's 5 points on the game. A chance, teams to try and step up, but who's there? Ready to take up that mantle. Unicorns and Lover eliminated. You know, you've got 12-18 going down as well, and Futbolist went down with 0 points, so I feel like their top spot might be fairly secure for now, but the question is, who's going to be challenging?
Yeah, I mean, World of Wonders are getting a fair few points from this game, and I believe they're towards the top of the standings, so from first or 8th place. We'll have a quick look again as we cycle through.
There they are.
You see them there in 4th place with 27 points so far on the live standings, barring the end result from this game. 10 kills. Bloody hell, that's some good stuff coming through from World of Wonders. Son HP still alive, looking to make it happen. But it's Papara Supermassive Blaze here, taking down Monkey. Quick shots, quick fire coming through from Keth.
3 players alive. The most in the lobby so far. Nano not quite able to land the shot. The nade is good for Enjoy and pops up for the shot and the flush as well. World of Wonders now down to 1, just Son HP. 2 players for the Vodafone Giants.
I mean, Vodafone Giants would hate to let this game get out of their hands, and it's practically all down to Matic, who has forced them down to this position where, you know, victory is no longer sealed. Savian has to heal back up, but Supermassive Blaze probably in the best position to win this game. Yes, Vodafone Giants currently have the high ground, but they'll have to move off to the eastern side. I think the major issue for Papara at the moment is the fact that they'll have to move down towards the south. They do have a clear anchor in that loot crate, which they've still got vehicles on board. They could probably use that as a nice little bit of cover for themselves going forward, but again, they are on the low ground.
Going to pop on over. No one really has control right now over this next zone. Movement's necessary.
I really do think that Papara Supermassive Blade has to start moving now. Smokes are coming out, which is important. Vodafone Giants far too worried here with Yin Yang, who has taken about 18 nades at this point. Probably the most resistant man to nades at this point, if nades were a disease. You know, he's fought off that battle a fair few times at this point in time. So good stuff to him. But Nano is just so focused on Son HP. They don't see the movements coming out from Supermassive Blades at the moment as they start to wiggle their way up the hillside, zigzagging into position. Quick time fire here for Vodafone Giants. It needs to happen.
On HP around the side, finds 1, looks for 2nd as well, but Sebi cuts him down. Should be able to get the res for the Vodafone Giants, but the circle's going to move. They're on the short side, and that's go time for the rest of the squads in the lobby as well. The Mad Bulls holding with their last player as well. Papara Supermassive Blaze try to move on up. They struck that bell. The gong signaled go. And they're struggling right now to breach this truck. Finally able to find their pick as well. And looking for the res. Vodafone Giants not wanting to third party. And in comes Fenerbahçe with the nades.
Yeah, Sebi just walks around the side here. I mean, if they can pick up these 2 solo players for Vodafone Giants and effectively take a place up in 2nd, it'd be fantastic. Just Nano alive now versus Rebellion, and it will be Coursera from SMB to finish him out. Sebi, not long to live, and Vodafone Giants most likely with a 2nd here, but I've seen stranger things this tournament.
Ano behind the rock, trying to hold off against 3, but there's an off angle to be found. Gets 1, but no more. Papara Supermassive Blaze able to find the chicken dinner here on Miramar in game number 3. Vodafone Giants standing up towards the top as well, but they were taken down too little too late. And finally, a fall for brace for Na'Vi.
I mean, Na'Vi, it's difficult with this team to keep them out of it. Even with Matic towards the end there, almost. In fact, completely putting the nail in the coffin for Vodafone Giants. They look so strong with their 4 players still alive. They just were not concerned with players behind them. in that situation after taking down Na'Vi. And I think that realistically, if you take down Na'Vi and you get a knock and you get a flush, and that's it, you do have to have a player hang back and watch for that teammate, because realistically, if they'd done that, maybe they have only one knock transferred into a kill in that situation. You have 3 players, and that's more than enough to play with in that end game to hold those actual angles. Difficult scenario for them, but Vodafone Giants playing with the big boys in this league at the moment is fantastic to see. It really is fantastic to see. And yeah, that is the play that will stay with us. It's sticky like gum in your hair, that's for sure.
I don't think we're getting away from that one. It's incredible. I love it. I love it. I'm going to frame it and put it on my wall. I don't know how I'll manage that, but I'm sure I'll figure out a way. It's going to be...
Sure, they'll have GIF paintings in the future, John. You can have that.
Harry Potter.
It is. Oh no, I don't like the Harry Potter the first to do that. That's my idea. I had that idea. Living paintings are not the same thing.
That's true. Well, living, debatable.
True.
You want to get into Harry Potter lore, or do you want to talk about...
No. I just want to see Sebi putting down the lore here versus Son HP. I mean, to be honest with you, Fenerbahçe, really good job from Rebellion to make it that far. But again, we saw some incredible things this match. And I think that ATHIS and BAZZI, still probably the biggest enjoyment I've had out of this tournament so far, watching that happen, because BAZZI stepped up in an incredibly high pressure moment to pull back and get those 4 kills. Incredible stuff, John.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. I've just noticed that we are, in fact, in Paris, Blank. I don't know if you've looked behind you recently, but we've got the ARC just there to help us out. So I'm happy about that. We'll head back over the desk. Maybe they'll be in a different city. Who knows? But only time will tell. We'll see you after the break.
We are back with the PUBG Mobile European Championship Season 1. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host here, and before we move on to talk about that last match, I gotta remind you guys, there's a special crate going on right now within the game. You need to make sure and go play PUBG Mobile as much as possible, and you yourself, you at home, can maybe get yourself one of these fantastic crates as well. Just like we've had some fantastic matches here so far. We're 3 rounds in so far within the first day of action, and all of them have been phenomenal. We got Span Cargo and Maxman coming back in, speaking of phenomenal, and we'll take a look at the rankings of the last match, get an idea of how many points. Yeah, I felt weird saying that actually about being nice to Max, but you know what, we'll go with it. I have to go with it. Let's look forward though into the rankings of the last match and start to talk about how these points did break down. Maxman, start off. Supermassive Blaze, I'm gonna let you say the first name in there.
There you go. I felt like I had to at one point, but yeah, they played it really well, and they have one of the best drops when it comes to Miramar. My favorite drop location is Picado because you have easy entry point into any kind of circle. Wherever it goes in phase 1, you can get there early. And talking about moving early, that's exactly what Babara Supermassive Blaze were actually trying to do in this game and got himself in position where they could noticeably gatekeep teams away from La Bandita up north. That proactiveness allowed them to get 11 kills, be the kill leader of this game, and we didn't see too much of them in the 2 first games, but Miramar might just be their standout map, and we're having a lot of Miramar throughout this tournament. So if it's the map where they get a lot of their points, they could be still really high in the rankings.
Yeah, as you look down the list here, Vodafone Giants 18, Span, you know, is there any other team here that stands out to you that you want to touch on?
Well, really quickly, I also wanted to point out, like, I'm not surprised that Supermassive Blaze was able to pick up all those kill points because the zone kept hard shifting down to the southern side, and so many people were getting congested up on the northern side that Supermassive Blaze that already had control of those ridges really were just able to clean that up. World of Wonders, on the other hand, that's also another team I guess we want to go ahead and focus on. They were over on the eastern side for quite a while, and for a bit there, I know, like, while we were watching this, there's some people like, oh, they're going to go on ahead and win this. They're going to do well coming in from the southern side. I mean, we ended up watching them not be able to do that, but they came really strong from down there, and that's how they got that second amount of kill points.
All right, well, let's take a look at our other 8 teams, our other 8 participating teams, as once again, if you look down towards the very bottom of the list, for 3 rounds running. Maxman, your curse is normally strong, but not normally this strong.
No, I'm not going to talk about thy team anymore and not say their name, because I think I will get them in even more trouble, and especially Akashi's not going to be happy with me in the DM, so I'm going to avoid mentioning them at any point in time.
Well,
yeah,
he has his own problems, and we'll take a look at a clip on that a little bit later on.
Oh, you know, if you talk about me, I think I'm their biggest problem right now, but we'll see how it goes, yeah.
All right, well, we can take a look. I mean, Futbolist, a little bit of underperformance here as they go 15th place. And, well, Max, you did say you wanted to pick them if we were doing predictions to curse Span. Yeah. It seems like that curse transcended not even being said on air. Exquisite Décode down here with 14th place. Again, we're starting to see a lot of these Western European teams be down towards the second page. 12-18 off the back of a phenomenal performance in the last round, only a 9th. So kind of topsy-turvy, but I think that's kind of expected, right? Considering we're only 3 rounds in.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit all over the place at the start, but I especially want to talk, you talked about 12-18. They were taken down by Eastern Stars, and man, ATHIS and BAZZI played that one so well, especially ATHIS. I think he was in a 1v3 scenario and picked up a double with a great positioning of that smoke to make sure only one angle could push upon him, so he could actually try and flush those kills out one by one. So ATHIS and BAZZI played that so well, despite being in a very precarious situation.
Taking a look at our total damage in the last round of play. See Supermassive Blaze, 2,100 damage. Relatively high, actually, with the 11 kills. But, wow. I mean, just to use that expression to talk about them, like, we had Imperium talking about how they can probably take the victory. There was a hard shift away right before he said that, however, or right after he said that. But 10 kills, 1,700 damage is nothing to scoff at.
Definitely not. Oh man, it's unfortunate to see Mad Bulls picking up only 2 kills after getting 1,100 damage there as well. They had that compound that was in the center, moreover towards that western side towards those end circles for a while, but then it looks like they were able to do some damage, probably towards Supermassive Blaze is my guess from the angle that they had, but it looks like they weren't able to really turn any of that damage really into kill points, which is unfortunate.
One team that I thought would potentially even be the victor of this game was S2G. I mean, of course, when I pick a winner, it's not going to happen, whatever. But in that game, they were playing La Bandita really well, and the circle continuously, as you said, right, Span, went down south, so La Bandita was taken out of the equation, and they were just staying on that high ground position south of La Bandita, waiting for all the teams to pass in front of them, and I thought that would create a really good backstab opportunity for them, which they were able to find a few good opportunities later on in that game, but I think that S2G, if given another circumstance where the circle maybe goes a little bit high up north towards them towards the end, I think S2G had a very, very big chance to win that game, especially when they killed Game Lord, so I don't know what to... Well, I don't really like them because of that.
They deserve extra points for style, let's be honest, with the way they finished off that final kill. Let's take a look at our top players here. Still no one to break through our 1,000 damage marks. We haven't had to use that sound clip from Kalaris just yet.
Well, he was at 1 point. It'll happen. I don't know who's going to be the first to get 1,000 points, 1,000 damage, should I say. 1,000 points, that's a bit too much, pushing the envelope there. But yeah, Kalse was the one to do the great finish, as you said there, Jason, on the side of Game Lord very early on. But yeah, S2G, I think, is one of the teams that we didn't really talk about too much. But, I mean, if you made it to this stage, it goes to prove that you're one of the top teams in the region, right? And especially if you're coming out from the Turkish region or the CIS region, which is the case for S2G, like, you're coming into this as a potential very strong team, but just that teams don't really know too much about you just yet. So that surprise factor could come into the equation.
You know, I feel like, you know, Span, taking a look at this entire year, I mean, we always say, you know, teams who are coming as underdogs or teams coming in unexpectedly, yeah, there's like an unknown factor around them, but I feel like that can't be the case anymore in the sense of there's so many teams every event now that we've never really heard of or haven't really seen around into the, you know, higher echelons of PUBG Mobile competitive. But you have to, like, at this rate, just be like, okay, you don't know anything about this team, we got to research, because you can't underestimate any team anymore.
Exactly. I mean, there is so much talent out there. Luckily, we have these previous events to be able to see how they usually trend. We already kind of touched on that every match is different, though, based off of the lobby. But you're right. At this point, everybody really does have the ability to come in and absolutely shine.
All right, well, we're taking a look at the team stats here for Supermassive Blaze. I think this is over the course of the entire event. Now, actually, to be fair, 930 damage with 3.6 kills is pretty good on average per match.
Yeah, average damage every single time, getting about 1,000 is really impressive for them, especially knowing that it was not really standout performances for them on Sanark or on the Wrangle. So a lot of those, of course, you can expect coming out from this Miramar game, but still, very impressive stats and an average kills of 3.67. We talked about this with Kalaris last PMPL. If you're above 2.5/3, you have a very strong average kill count. A lot of those also coming out from this game. But if they can retain some of those averages, especially kills, man, they're aiming for the top here. They're aiming for the PMGC, and it will be good to see if they can actually remain in that position as the days go on.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. Go ahead, Span.
Sorry, I was going to say, and if I'm not mistaken, not really surprised to see Kesh up there on that board for the top players, because wasn't he the MVP for Turkey region, if I'm not mistaken, right? So not surprised to see them up on top of that board doing well there as well.
Well, speaking of doing well, we got to rewatch. The second we saw it, we were instantly typing to production, put this back in, we clip it right now, we got to see it. We got to see that buggy clip. Let's throw it up on the screens. Let's take a watch in, because I think we're gonna watch this a couple of times here just to really enjoy that full force, that full action movie that we had going on in the last round.
That's just how strong the curse is it makes cars fly, and I can't fight back against it anymore. That's how committed they were to potentially take down Game Lord first. It was Kalse, I believe, at one point, so we'll see when that comes up on screen, which is I believe is happening right now. But yeah, there was only one player remaining. You know, there's no one else in the compound, and just make it right up there. He almost got into the window.
The only way that could have been better is if the buggy blocked their grenade being thrown out the window and their grenade kills himself. That would be the only way that clip could possibly... We gotta watch it again. I want to watch this a couple times, honestly, because it was that cool to see. It reminds me of Fresh back in, Season 1 of PMPL Western Europe, when he did the same thing, jumping on top of a building with it. Just insane.
It was so close, actually, to going right inside the window. If that would have happened, that would have been great. But you have those fun moments like that happening from time to time. And I think that when you're on the other side, especially when you're Kashi, you potentially see a car flying to you. Like, well, how do you fight back against a flying car like this? You have nothing to do. And he just has to respond to it. And Kalse just...
I only got grenades. You got cars to fight with? Like, this isn't fair.
Just throws a car.
I'm not even playing the same game at this rate. But, I mean, that was a fantastic finish. And it just really hammers home how strong Max's curse can be. Fantastic to see. While we do have a little bit of time left, I did want to at least take a look in with the overall stand to get an idea for you guys at home and for us, obviously, as well, to see who is safe if we were to stop right now and get into PMGC for the season coming up here in, honestly, just a couple of weeks' time. We can see Na'Vi, 55 points, a decent gap actually in first place.
Yeah, I mean, the fact you have Unicorns of Love and Na'Vi in the top 7 means that basically you would have the top 9 teams make it to the PMGC. So Futbolist would be into that one, and the team that's currently in 9th, which I'm not sure which one that is. We'll probably see if we go on the second page. But yeah, it just offers more opportunities for the teams that are maybe in the middle of the pack. And Babara Supermassive Blaze, especially being able to get himself that good finish, make himself in the top 5. That's what typically happens with these types of tournaments, right, Span, where you don't have an insane amount of games. One game alone could allow you to jump up 3, 4, 5 positions even towards the end of the tournament.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's all so close. Every single game matters. I was getting a little bit distracted there because World of Wonders there, they have 20 kill points off to 13 placement points. So that's a little bit of an insane stat there for them being in the place that they are in. They're very aggressive getting all those kill points so far. And
Don't say it.
Yeah.
Please, no. Yeah. I had enough.
Max, you can talk about it if you want then. We're all looking at it.
Talk about what? Can we, hey, production team, can we just get rid of 16th place, not show it anymore? I think that's the best thing to do right now. Oh, it's gone. There you go. Thank you. That makes it way easier for me. Thank you very much.
You know what? I'm just going to stop being mean right now. I'm going to let you two get out of here because I don't think Max can take any more of a beating. He might start to cry live on air.
I'm dead inside.
We'll talk with you in just a few. I got you an ice cream, Max, okay? Maybe some chocolate chip cookie dough. I know it's your favorite. For you guys at home, though, remind you once again of our lovely sponsor of Xiaomi, because you can support, and they support, your creative expression without limits with the Xiaomi 11T's Cinemagic Power. Now, I talked about power before. I talked about our power couple. We don't have Banks here to join Imperium, so it's really not our true power couple, unfortunately, this time, but we have a combo just as good. Let's bring in Copter and Imperium for the first time of the event and check in with them. Gentlemen, how are you doing so far? How have you felt like the first 3 rounds have gone?
Say at least. Na'Vi, of course, have proved their power, proved their worth in the first couple of games. Unicorns of Love, very impressed with them. The Supermassive Blaze, honestly, based on their drop spot, really not surprised that they've done well in Miramar, to say at least, Copter.
I think that the overall, the strength of the lobby is really good. We have seen some great individual plays. Well, I love that buggy jump, which we just saw a couple times on the previous segment. But otherwise, I think they have been also very skillful plays, great smokes, great covers, great, individual performances like Matic on the last game, getting the Vodafone Giants players down. So I think in general, we have a great evening of PUBG Mobile in our hands, and I'm just very eager to see what we have actually next happening on the game.
For sure, and of course, this is only the first day. We still got 3 more days to go, so anything can happen. We are naturally going to see a couple of shifts on how teams are evolving their gameplay, adjusting to how the other teams are playing around them. And I would argue that that's going to mean that teams who are in that kind of 10th or 11th will have a bit of a cleaner opportunity to break into that top half of the standings, to break into the mold for those PMGC spots.
Yeah, true. I mean, the one thing we have to discuss is game load, and of course Max's pick, but I mean, what do you think? Like, is this normal for them? They had 0 points after 3 games. We saw them playing very well just a couple of weeks ago. So is this normal? What they
No, it's not. Like, me, Max, and Bam, when we were talking a couple of days ago, honestly, me and Max were both like, we think Game Lord are going to get a little bit bullied in this lobby. But 0 points in 3 games is extremely unlike Game Lord, and there's no doubt about it. They are having the worst start they could ever ask for in these games. But the thing is, look, the only way is up from here in my eyes. They've got 3 more games to go today. 1 decent result, right? You got to think that right now, Copter, 7th or 8th place is on 26, 27 points, right? So 1 good game and they're automatically up there. So it looks bad for Game Lord, but it can definitely improve.
Yeah, that is true. But I mean, you have this famous Imperium buff. So why don't you give some love for the Game Lord players and Max as well? Maybe you'll make your wish come true. And
well, because my Imperium buff, it honestly, it's good, but I don't know if it's better than the Maxman Curse, right? There's only so much power that I have to harness with the buff, whereas Maxman Curse, that's real, bro. That's like insanely real.
Imagine if they would be like cast the cards and then there's the special spell and everything and you play that. Oh, you have the Imperium buff, but I have the Maxman Curse. That's gonna override it completely.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Of course, we did see the playing path that was a little bit down on that southeast to the kind of northwest side. So a lot of these teams are located around this southern part of the mainland. ARCRED going to go to their normal drop spot. I don't know what is up with Akashi, if there's a little bit of a glitch there, but he wasn't moving. A bit of a free kill for Game Lord as the rest of the team are looking to send it across to Yasnaya.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, the Maxman Curse is that bad that the guys are already disconnecting from the server as well. Just losing one player like that. Definitely he was disconnected. Let's see this. Oh my god, they gotta go for it. They will try to do something about the drops. We'll find out what is going on. I mean, huge hunting, World of Wonders and Game Lord. And Game Lord, they're definitely being bullied here. They are being hunted. They are just driving behind the chase is on. As World of Wonders, they are not definitely stopping by. And Game Lord, oh, they will try to get away. And it seems that World of Wonders will actually exit from that hunt. But I mean, definitely not the greatest start for Game Lord.
Well, it's not so much that they're exiting from the hunt, but they are going to their normal drop spot, which is Yasnaya, and both teams are heading in that direction. World of Wonders, they were just doing what they do best, and they were kicking a man when they're down, like kicking a dead horse kind of thing, right? It's that Game Lord in no way, shape or form want to take a fight. They don't look like they want to take a fight. They're not in a position where they can take a fight. So World of Wonders just sending Game Lord far away as possible from Yasnaya, which then allows World of Wonders to really loot up the whole of the city. It's in pretty much the center of this phase one. Good proactive play from World of Wonders. It looked crazy, but it was simple proactive play from the World of Wonders boys.
Yeah, true. I mean, of course they did what they need to do, but regarding Game Lord, I mean, they don't get any slack anywhere, at least for now. So I'm just wondering, like you mentioned, that the World of Wonders are just like kicking a dead horse. So that's I'm just wondering, like Maxman Curse is the same as being kicked as a dead horse.
Well, horse and good. No, they don't rhyme at all. They don't rhyme at all. ARCRED going to be looting up military base, as I said. Their rotation into the mainland is going to be a little bit tricky. If they've done their research, they'll know that. Well, they should have done their research, and plus, the Muerte is a fellow CAS team. They'll know that the Muerte are in that ferry pier area on that split drop. They should also know that Kanina Power go to Muerte. So if I was ARCRED copter, I'd recommend they wait until kind of the very end of phase one to move across.
Yeah, there's a lot of team on the area, but the circle is still pretty fair. We haven't talked about that much, so it's I mean, of course, the Yasnaya area, well, World of Wonders and Game Lord, which we saw, which we witnessed the hunt at the start of the game. So they are pretty much on the middle of the circle. Game Lord, they will just move a little bit away from there. So World of Wonders, they kind of like defended the middle spot of the circle. A lot of teams will have to, of course, come. So, but there's a lot of space still. Of course, it's quite early, 5.5 minutes on the game. So a lot of things can still happen. Na'Vi on the North George Ball, as we can see, and they have a pretty free rotation towards the circle. They can go from the northern side. There's only one team that is 12-18, who is actually in the Severny. So if they will just start the rotation at the same time, if the timings will do their thing, then maybe they will find each other. But most probably not. So Na'Vi, they should have a completely free rotation.
And honestly, Copter, that's what I like about 12-18. Fun fact about this team, they used to drop in the George Paul area. That's where they normally used to go, especially when they're playing purely in CIS. But looking at this European Championships, and they know that footballers like to go to South George. 12-18, so okay, well, nobody else in this lobby goes to Severny as a main drop spot. We'll switch up our position to Severny. It's not really that far off the rotational path on a kind of an eastern circle, or even a southern circle. So it's a clean switch up. They're out of trouble. They're able to play cleanly from that spot. And plus, in this kind of case, they're already a little bit quicker in the circle. So I really appreciate that adaptation from 12-18 on their drop spot.
Yeah, it's good scouting. Of course, the only thing that they have to, well, they don't need to worry about it now, but what could happen is that some other team will make the same assumption. If their loot spot is going to be taken by some other team, and then sometimes on the first games, of course, not anymore in the fourth game, but still earlier in the matches, we could see some overlapping happening, but that's not the case here. So 12-18, they are controlling Severny, and I'm pretty sure that nobody will try to go there for now because they have kind of like marked it as their place. But yeah, slowly teams will start the movement. We can see Vodafone Giants, they're on the move, and Kanina Power and ARCRED, they are also on the way, and they're going to be actually having an engagement here. We can see Old Boy will open fire towards the vehicle. That's going to be rotating right next to it. It's going to be Gbrute, but yeah, they will definitely jump out of the vehicles and try to do something about it. Kanina Power takes the garage building and the double buildings on the right next to the hill, and ARCRED, they are kind of like stopping on the lookout place, but they are slowly still moving away from it. So it seems that they actually want to engage and maybe try to get a better place on the circle first before engaging.
I don't necessarily agree, but I respect the early rotation from ARCRED. It could have gone a lot worse, but luckily for them, timing-wise, Kanina Power were only starting to rotate themselves, and Fenerbahçe are playing their own game. So for the time being, ARCRED have not only gotten away, but they've even gotten ahead of Kanina Power positionally in this phase 1, so I definitely do appreciate that. S2G utilising northern side of the river on their rotation as they play around near towards the Tadpool area. They've got Futbolist, Navi and 12-18 in some way, shape or form around them.
Yeah, teams are just, I mean, I think we have like most of the teams like at least inside of the zone, or have, of course, Unicorns of Love. They are still holding their places right next to Primorsko. They're quite far away, 2 kilometers in the blue. Futbolist, as we can see, they are also rotating right there on the southern side of 12-18, which has just, by the way, left from Severny, and Navi is rotating behind them. So 3 teams heading from the western side, as we can see actually on the map as well. S2G, they are waiting on the bridges. They can maybe set up something there, but I don't think any of the teams will be actually heading towards the bridge right now. Of course, that can change quite fast, but yeah, I think that's the case. And now we can see FBK, World of Wonders, Vodafone Giants, they are all like trying to find that middle place. And of course, when you come south from Yasnaya, there's a lot of buildings on the fields, there's buildings next to the road, there's not like a huge places, but there's definitely buildings which you can hold, and now people are trying to, you know, take those, of course, and hold them.
Pretty much 80% of the teams are already inside this phase 2, right? Everybody bar 12-18, Navi, Unicorns Love, and Mad Bulls absolutely spot on circle shift in this phase 2 copters. It centralizes once again around that Yasnaya area, the fields. The Alamo position is going to be incredibly important, which I believe Fenerbahçe have held on to. World of Wonders still in Yasnaya isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I recommend they maybe push out a tiny bit more to the eastern side, because it's going to be difficult for them to disengage should they stay too central inside that city.
Yeah, true. I mean, of course, there's a very little amount of spots free, as we can see a lot of teams are circling around the hills. Vodafone Giants kind of like the middle, then we have S2J on the fields, Futbolist on the backside of them, so something definitely might happen. I think Futbolist, they had a peek from the top of that hill and probably spotted down the Vodafone Giants, so let's see how they want to play this down. They'll just go for the deep on the western side for now, but they're actually quite open here, so they definitely want to try to find something else and leave from the area. They will take the J compound, it seems that's the target for them for now, because Vodafone Giants, they are holding the other buildings. We can see a couple of the shots coming from, I think, Vodafone Giants were actually trying to shoot towards the Futbolist, and yeah, they will just go for the J compound, and that's fine. That's not so far away from the middle.
Yeah, brilliant play by Giants, I gotta say, with that 2-2 split. Seems like they've gained a lot of confidence off the back of a really positive Miramar result, and puffing up their chests and sending Futbolists around, kind of suppressing them just a little bit, is very good to see for the Spanish side. One thing that I've noted with Vodafone Giants is we don't necessarily know what kind of team we're going to get on the day. They're so volatile with their performances in tournaments, where one day they can be absolutely amazing, and then the next day they can be, you know, like a tier 2, tier 3 kind of team in terms of performance. I'm glad that they found their feet a little bit earlier on in this tournament, of course, but I worry that the volatility might go against them later on in the championships.
I think that's a pretty common thing that we see, that the teams, they are not able to hold a stable performance, just like we had Unicorns of Love. in the PMPL. They just, you know, on the last day they definitely popped on the scoreboards. But I mean, there was a chance that they would actually not be qualified at all. So on the last day they made all the necessary points. So of course one day can make a difference. But if you leave that day as the last one, then of course that generates a small bit of extra pressure. But Na'Vi, at least, they have been trying to make sure that they won't have to get that pressure. They will try to get the maximum out starting from the day one.
I love Navi's position. It's just to the north of that tadpole position on the edge of the river. It gives a lot of sightlines to Yasnaya without really committing too much to that area. Yeah, okay, Meku's down by the Rozhok Hill, but absolute bang-on rotation from the CS side. No doubt about it. Coming into Phase 3, they're going to have a clean ability to rotate into circle pretty much wherever it goes.
Yeah. Well, we just wait for the circle, couple seconds, and then we'll see the next phase. And of course, that's got to do a lot of decisions for the teams. Oh my God, it's going to be a Western one, actually. So it's going to get away from the middle. And Vodafone Giants, surprise, they will sit on the two best compounds on the circle. They're controlling two of those buildings, the northern side buildings. S2G most probably will try to take them down. Na'Vi, they will just move the players, and maybe they will move towards the garden. From the garden bridge, that is definitely a valid option for them. And but thinking about the eastern side, I mean, the teams who will come last, like Exquisite Decode, Eastern Stars, it's going to be hard to find a place when all the other teams have settled there already.
Yeah, it's going to be easier said than done across the board. A supermassive Blaze going to be sent into a supermassive black hole at the hands of Fenerbahçe on their rotation. Kesh, indeed, Span was absolutely correct when she highlighted that Kesh was the MVP of the PMPL Turkish finals. Not going to be the PMPL just yet. He's going to get confirmed up. I like the fact that Supermassive Blaze are just cutting their losses and moving away, going, okay, look, we lost a player in the rotation. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think they noticed that the player was going to come and finish it with the vehicle, so they knew that they don't have the time to go for it. They probably didn't want to use the utilities and maybe risk a second player. I think for a while they had one player moving towards that direction, but immediately when they noticed that it's not going to be doable, at least there's like a huge risk involved, they just decided to move away. And that's a right thing to do. Cutting the losses, like you said, that's a very smart thing sometimes. Well, most of the times when we see how much people are actually losing when they are kind of like reviving and there's, you know, third party happening, everything. But that's a completely different story. But anyway, smart choice. Meanwhile, I mean, Fenerbahçe, they are still kind of like building around Blaze, to be honest. I mean, they have two guys on top of the hill, two guys here on the craters. So they kind of like have them pinched down. It's fine now. They are pretty much in the middle. But if there comes a time when these teams will have to leave from this area, then of course, if Fenerbahçe holds this place, it's very difficult for Blaze to actually leave from that compound.
Oh yeah.
And then it's going to be the time to die.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Exquisite Décode, Daddy gets knocked down, gets confirmed up by 1218. Good play from 1218. They recognized that on that circle shift that it was going to be so much harder for them to enter into the circle, even if it's just the very northern edge. So they've waited it out just a little bit of extra time while the blue zone in Phase 3 is now starting to close in. Vic sends it into the water. Bit of a possible Hail Mary play from 1218. I don't know how well that's going to work out for them. Game Lord wrapping around and behind him in the underside of Yazai up towards the north. You have World of Wonders, you have Exquisite Décode, you have Kanina Power in a 2-2 split, while Na'Vi still hold on to a massive individual four-man split in the northwest side. It's like, I don't know what it is. Is it that teams are afraid to fight against Na'Vi, or Na'Vi are just so big brain in how they play that they find these free spaces to hold on to?
Look at the free space now, where the circle actually hard shifts on the western side, and Na'Vi kind of like has the whole northern side, and all the teams from the south, they will have to pile there on the southern side. So yeah, I mean, you just mentioned before the circle that you love the Na'Vi's plays, and I think you're gonna be loving it even more now.
Yeah, but it does mean that it's going to be, to an extent, under a little bit more focus from the other teams around them. They're going to have their own issues to deal with, right? When you have Fenerbahçe, ARCRED, the Muerte, Vodafone Giants all fighting for a position as the Mad Bulls. Effect is knocked down. Futbolist go in for the crash. Monkey cooking up an A for the time being. Effect was the MVP of the PMPL CIS finals, believe it or not. As he gets dropped down, followed by Monkey. Futbolists are going to look to try and crash in. They have one of their players knocked. but revived up very, very instantaneously, as that's going to be the Mad Bulls being put down to, I believe, just one player.
I don't know how many teams we can actually fill on the garden, but at least 3 teams we can put there. Meanwhile, of course, a lot of pressure on the eastern side as well, but we can see Mad Bulls, they are fighting like champions here, currently holding the place. Let's see how this is going to turn down for them. They're going to lose one as least Chelsea gets one, so S2G there will get some damages done. We can see also Purple from ARCRED falling down. A lot of trades happening meanwhile as we are following the Futbolist and Mad Bull situation, which is more or less static currently. Smokes on the middle, and then we have a different fight happening on the northern side as well. But I mean, it's just complete madness when we look at the kill feed at the moment.
Mad Bulls can't really go much further because the second they go more up north, Fenerbahçe is waiting to kind of keep them strong and keep them going, so to speak, or take them out, so to speak. So yeah, Futbolist should have a bit of an easier job pushing in towards that building, as the final 2 players of Mad Bulls are just in the top side of the building, hoping for the absolute best. Roof play by Rome is incredibly valuable, but I do appreciate this. Fenerbahçe trying to do what they can of pushing teams back towards the northern edge of the river, where the Muerte, ARCRED and Navi are waiting.
I mean, Navi is just chilling there on the north, and so there's a lot of pressure on the bridge as well. There's 3 different teams actually on the north, so 5 teams in total, as we can see on this region. ARCRED on the middle of the bridge, then we can see that the Muerte is waiting on the southern side, and Navi, they're actually gonna knock 2 knocks towards the Exquisite Décode there on the northern side. They were just making some long distance shots from the, I think with the K9 or something like that, so definitely a sharp shooters there, and it seems very difficult for Exquisite Décode to actually get on the zone, because Navi is holding that area so well. They don't have to worry about what's happening on the southern side. They will let these guys destroy themselves and maybe getting some, some stolen kills away from the south.
And that's exactly what the likes of Unicorns of Love are doing as well, because in these first 3 games, Unicorns of Love have only gotten 10 kills, but it's that kind of thing of they're letting everybody else do the hard work, and then they'll clean up towards the end as Futbolists close in and end up taking out the whole of Mad Bulls. A very good clean push from the Turkish side.
I just hope that Futbolists don't think that, now we can just chill, because there's so many teams still in the area, so they cannot stop fighting. They can hold that southern part of the garden for now, but I mean, there's got to be more teams coming at some point. Of course, it depends from the circle, which is going to be shifted, by the way, right now, and that is the top priority building currently. So all the teams from the south, they will have to make a decision. The river's going to be full, the banks will be full, and but the northern side, I don't think it's going to be full, because Navi, they are too scary to go there.
And S2G, we saw them take down Vodafone Giant swift and quickly as they come, and it's going to be tough for them to enter in from that eastern side. Eastern Stars have been eliminated. Kanina Power able, with the help of 12-18, to finish it off. The Muerte go down, 11 teams are left up. 33 players, 19.5 minutes into this game. Copter, Unicorns Love are also, once again, in a very good position.
Yeah, it's a very good place. I mean, they're playing very, I wouldn't say traditional, but very Unicorns of Love-like gameplay. They are playing from the edges, moving slowly, scouting, shooting, and then they're participating on the fight when they know that they have the winning hand, and that's what they're doing now. I think they're doing just fine, so we can expect a great result from this game, especially if the circle will stay on the southern side. I mean, if it's going to go back to the north, then I don't know what's going to happen, but the southern side, I mean, Unicorns of Love, they definitely have a great place.
Just a rip 7 onto 12-18 in the other side of the river. Connects, but not enough to get a knockdown. Game Lord are wiped out of the lobby. Another poor performance from the French side, unfortunately. They were able to pick up 1 point. They've increased their total points 100% in one game. Hey, it may be a weird statistic, but you take it.
Yeah, I mean, Old Boy's in the water in a car, so he's just chilling there. So on a river, on the middle of the river. Also, one player from the ARCRED is there. They'll try to nade him down. We can see Gbrute try to do something from the side, and that's going to be end of Kanina Power, so they will be taken down in the end. So they tried to play some time, tried to play placement, but that's not going to work now.
Yeah, difficult for S2G. I said it was going to be tough. I thought they might be put under a little bit more pressure by Futbolists, but I believe it's ARCRED that's by the side of the bridge that are doing the tough job for S2G as they try to hold things down. Meku of Navi helps get rid of 12-18. They continue to control the northern side of the river upon this next circle shift. Shots raging through. They're on 10 kills, Copter. Navi are just so damn good. They're just so damn good.
Definitely. I mean, they played the northern side perfectly. Just, you know, keeping the enemies away. They managed to take away 12-18. There's no threats on that side. And they're just shooting what they can see. Those guys on the south, they're so busy with each other that they don't have to.
Yeah.
They don't have the time to worry about Na'Vi. And Na'Vi has all... I mean, they can actually stand there and just snipe. They don't even have to take cover.
Man, last player from Supermassive Blaze, Savian, goes down to the blue. Futbolist cleared them out. They're on 4 kills as well, but now they're going to have to beat their match at the hands of Fenerbahçe. But Fenerbahçe maybe looking a little bit too heavily around them, and they could get swiped out by Futbolist up the hill. Up the tiny little ridge. Futbolist will have to enter into the buildings that Fenerbahçe hold on to. Unicorns of Love are going to have a bit of a tough task entering this side of the circle from the western edge. We'll have to wait and see how they breach it on up in the underside of the hill outside of Rozhok. Na'Vi now have to move across the bridge into the circle.
Yeah, they will just get past. I mean, there's team under it, but they will at least get past. Let's see if they will spot them down. They know that there's going to be players. They should know, and they will try to go and clear it out. They want to get some more kills, so they will definitely go for it. They still have 2 players on the northern side, so they kind of like have both of the angles. Now we can see also Tixi moving on the southern side, and we can see Matic going for it as a solo. He's going to be the guy who's going to take that job, and we'll spot the player from the water. Going to take that spray as well, because we see STRYCKER fighting him and gets 1 knock at least.
Now Gbrute needs to go out of the water, pull off a bit of a heal and try and help his team stay alive. It's another knock by STRYCKER. He strikes once again, a double knock onto the hands of the Na'Vi players. Out of the underside of the bridge, he comes into the water, tries to reposition. His teammate is knocked down, unfortunately, so he's the last player left alive. Maybe through the smokes he might be able to cause a Hail Mary 1v4 play. I'm hoping it would be a hell of a way to take down the CS side, as ARCRED are eliminated, unfortunately.
Yeah, Matic's gonna find that one. I mean, he tried to do everything, and Na'Vi actually, they managed to revive the whole team, so they're still a 4-man stack. We can see Nano just trying to escape on the water, trying to drown himself, that he's not gonna be giving away any points. S2G taken down at the same time as well. And, I mean, Na'Vi, we're focusing on them. And meanwhile, we still have FBR, Fenerbahçe, and Futbolist still holding the same compounds on the southern side, and then all the other teams who are still remaining are here on the north.
Yeah, and Unicorns of Love definitely entered the edge of the circle in the right way, which was by the side of the river. It was the less congested side. It was also the safest place to enter into the circle, as Nano tries to be avoided swimming in the fishes, swimming in the sea with the fishes of Erangel. A lovely nade gets a knock on the lane. Just Rokas left up for Unicorns of Love. They won out against Na'Vi in Game 1. Well, in Game 4, it's going to be a different story indeed, as the CS side rage on FPP mode and play. It's going to be a knock from Rokas. He's prone down. He comes in, a third party from Fenerbahçe. Might be the end. And Unicorns of Love take down Na'Vi.
Yeah, great job. I mean, great play. I mean, they were using the whole situation when Na'Vi was focusing on the last guy from the Vodafone Giants on the water, and then the Unicorns of Love, they decided to make the move. They went on the northern side, and then they just came from the west and kind of like surprised them in a way. Of course, they took some casualties as well, but still great play. Great read from the situation.
Fenerbahçe, Futbolist, and along with Unicorns of Love, the last 3 teams alive in this game. 4v1, although Falky is down on the knees, crawl down. You see one of the Fenerbahçe's in towards the sniper tower. Another knock comes through as Lutz stands up, steps down. The Turkish side has been absolute heroes inside the region for many years. They won out in towards the PMWL West, and they're looking to win out in this game, the 4th game in day 1 of the European Championships. They've been performing overall very well so far today, but without the win, without that golden chicken dinner in the bag, hasn't really felt like a Futbolist day indeed, but now the advantage is in their favor.
And meanwhile, Rock is kind of trying to reposition himself on the other side so that they don't know the direction where it's going to be coming from. But we can see Solkay getting Falky down. Can we see something else happening here as well? Futbolist, they will try to take the offensive side, as we can see that the Fenerbahçe, they only have 1 player remaining, and they will go with a full force inside, and Rock is going to be nading.
Oh, that's a nice nade, not quite connecting in the edge of the smoke. The last player from Fenerbahçe goes down, and we're left with the 1v4. Rokas might have spotted out his position though. He doesn't, he gets a knock, but in the end, he gets taken out, and that is a Futbolist chicken dinner copter.
Yeah, great job. I mean, those buildings, they came so handy in the end. I mean, the two last teams, the two last full teams who were actually holding those compounds on the garden. So even though Navi had a great place on the northern side, still the bridge, there was just so many teams on that side. And kind of like, if Unicorns of Love wouldn't have made that move, I would have loved to see that ending when Navi actually has to go versus two full stack teams on the compounds. But in the end, Navi, they lost the battle, and Unicorns of Love with the solo player tried to challenge the last team from the compounds. But we know what's going to happen when it's 1 versus 4 situation on the end. It's not mission impossible, but it's definitely a complicated situation.
And you got to think that maybe Fenerbahçe didn't think enough about Futbolist behind them, right? And it's not like they didn't know that Futbolist was there. Futbolist had taken down Mad Bulls, right? You don't not hear those shots. So maybe looking too far in front of them, looking too far to the west, too far to the east is the reason why Fenerbahçe gave too much of an opening for Futbolist in that final fight towards the end. It definitely wasn't a bad game for Fenerbahçe, but I believe if they had been a bit more closing off on the Futbolist, it could have been a different story.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Futbolist, they decided to take the aggressive side. You know, they jumped on the situation. I think Fenerbahçe, they were waiting a little bit that something else might be happening, that, you know, it's not going to be so fast-paced ending. So I would say that they got surprised a little bit, actually.
Okay. But is there any real room for surprises in the world of competitive PUBG Mobile? Shouldn't you be expecting the unexpected? I know those circle shifts are kind of crazy, but you got to be able to react on a dime, and it wasn't really the case for a couple of these teams for absolute sure. Navi, look, they may have been taken out by Unicorns Love, but god damn it, this team, once again, they're just so clean on how they control the circles, how they spread out. Are they getting away with it too easily? Yes, without a shadow of a doubt, nobody, and I mean like absolutely nobody, is really trying to shut Navi down in these games, because they have big spreads, and those big spreads are able to be exposed if you actually look at the VODs tonight, teams, take a bit of advice on board, and then you can react to that. But right now, Navi are just being given so much room to play their own game.
Yeah, that is true, definitely. They use their strengths on that situation. But also, I would say that the circle, they might have had a little bit of luck with the circles, because I mean, they were holding the northern side of the river. There was only 1280 right next to them, and then the circles hard shifted twice on the west, and then also included the northern side. So basically, there was any smart idea for any. I mean, there was no reason for any of the other teams to go on that area, so they were just holding it. So I think they were a little bit lucky. In the end, of course, it backfired when they need to cross that bridge, but still, they utilized the situation, but they had a small amount of luck included.
Exactly. 4 games down, 2 more to go. Gonna go for a quick break, and then Jason, Span, and Cargo will go through it all.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile European Regional Championship. I once again want to remind you guys of Xiaomi, our sponsor here for the event, where they support your creative expression without limits with the Xiaomi 11 team with its I'm going to get this right, Cinemagic Power. That's how powerful it is, and that's how amazing it is that I had to make sure I said it completely correct. Welcome back to the show. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Span and Cargo, as Imperium just said. Guys, this was a good win for Futbolist. But I'd still say an interesting win, considering Na'Vi put up a ridiculous amount of kills.
Yeah, I just want to say before we talk about the teams, I think Cargo is a very fitting name because I'm kind of getting carried, so I'm a Cargo for you guys, so I kind of get it. But yeah, a very good game indeed. Jason from Futbolist able to get himself a strong position. They were mainly fighting versus Fenerbahçe for the longest time because it's Garden and Garden. You have technically enough space for two teams in a circle like that. But Na'Vi especially, Span, right, from the northern side, they were just completely uncontested, and because of that, they were able to get so many kills and easily cross the bridge. Like, Na'Vi were just so deadly from the very start.
They really were. I mean, it's what they've been doing this entire time. They've been starting up there on that northern side, that northwestern side, and they split and they just wait until the zone shifts, and they just have complete and utter control, and they know where everybody is. So I'm not surprised whatsoever. They got all the kills that they needed to. They needed to sweep the north because they knew that getting towards that bridge was going to be really difficult for them. And I mean, they did end up being taken out by Unicorns of Love, which that was an insane
That was rough.
fight. And I got to also point out, Futbolists getting in that first place position, I mean, they knew that they had to fight for that compound to get into that end game fight. So that was a great knowledge for them. Yeah.
I feel like this could have been a Na'Vi win if we did not see Meku try and go for that flush on one of the players of Unicorns of Love, because that small second difference allowed Rockets to get the kill and of course first get the knock, and off the back of that get himself another 1v1 and take the entire team down. So just a little difference of playstyle there for Meku, especially to maybe not go for the flush and seek out the position of Rockets, which is not easy to do by any stretch of the imagination, but it's really trying to push to the full extent of what that play could have been for Na'Vi. It could have been a Na'Vi win because you still had Futbolist and Fenerbahçe fighting in that compound. They were not going to move away from it, so that was a very easy opportunity for Na'Vi to close that gap, get a little bit closer with some smokes, and potentially take the win. So it could have been their way, but at the end, Futbolist were the one to come out on top.
What's your guys' thoughts, though, when we look at, let's just say, Vodafone Giants, 12-18, and Eastern Stars? You have one team who is playing heavily for placements at the moment, and you have two other teams who are just able to frag out. I feel like when we talk about Vodafone Giants overall, this is kind of what we expect out of them, unfortunately. Like, we haven't really seen them have those big kill games anymore, and I feel like over a year.
Yeah, Vodafone Giants really is a team that we give some really big expectations, but they really struggle to actually put that into practice in most tournaments. We saw that at the start of PMPL, if it's Season 1 or Season 2. And this is a team that's stuck together for a long time, so you are expecting those really big team-wide plays where they can actually frag out big time. But it seemed like then the standard in this lobby, their aggressive nature is not going to be something that allows them to stand out, so they're trying to play a little bit more macro, a little bit about their rotations. But really, Jason, when you look at Vodafone Giants, you're looking at a team that has some potential fragging power here, and not playing in that sense, I think, could potentially hurt them for the rest of the event.
Hey!
1 point! Oh my god! I talked about it earlier, right, Span? Technically speaking, Game Lord with this game has got infinitely more points than what they scored in the first 3 games. I know I'm bad in math, but I'm pretty sure that's true. So there you go.
I mean, 0-1, yeah, I mean, the math checks out. You're not wrong. I mean, it's a start. It's a start. They got that placement point. I mean, it's only up from here, am I right? So still have 2 more games to turn that 1 into something even higher for that.
Yeah, Kanina Power here only had 1 point. Exquisite Décode on 0. A little bit sad to see Exquisite Décode again kind of underperforming from what we saw when it came to PMPL. Also for Kanina Power, I was expecting them to come out in a little bit more of a dominating fashion in this first day, but again, just the first day. There's still plenty more days to go, 3 in fact. Let's jump now into our total damage in the last game, seeing an idea of how much damage, I guess we should say, Na'Vi did to the rest of the lobby, since they were our kill leaders in this one. But Futbolist as well, you know. Futbolist, the thing about them is they always have that potential to put up very big games. Think back to PMGC last year, think back to that Vikendi, think back to that Castle finish they had. It was phenomenal. But I feel like it happens so far and few in between that we see them have these dominating games.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you talk about Futbolist, it is definitely not a consistent team. They have some really big highs and some very low lows, and that is where they tend to struggle a little bit to find some consistency. But if you can make up for the bad games with games like this, 11 kills plus the chicken dinner, I mean, this is what you're expecting from a team like Futbolist when they get those big finishes from time to time, able to convert a lot of kills. So I would have to agree, their team that's a little bit topsy-turvy, a little bit all over the place from time to time, especially not having Vikendi anymore. They're very sad not having a castle finisher in a competitive format. Maybe PMGC. I don't know. We'll see when Kenny comes back. But yeah, Futbolist is just questioned from time to time, and the instant you question Futbolist is when they strike hard, and that's when they get most of their points. So yeah, Futbolist always trying to upset expectations in the tournaments. It's fun to see.
I feel like what it usually is they usually do really, really well at the beginning, then they kind of drift off, and then they just kind of like snap out of it again, and they're just like, wait a second, we need more points, and then at the end they like come back again. And so right now it's at the beginning, so Futbolist, like, they're coming in strong. They did have the last couple of games were a little bit iffy for them, but overall their performance has been really good today.
Yeah, they just need to remember, or at least focus, that every match they play is a league play day, not a super weekend day. Maybe that's the key to their success. But as you progress through, let's actually take a look at Futbolist to see who has been able to stand out within the roster. And the thing is, we mentioned like what Solkay is always like one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in-game leaders, but their fragging power has been a little bit lackluster, I think, is kind of what we've been focusing on as of late. But we're going to see, not actually going to have too many players, just Solkay in there.
Yeah, Solkay is going to be over there. I mean, normally you say, what is it, Solkay Sunday? But I mean, technically, with Thursday right now, so Solkay Thursday works too, so we'll go with that kind of storyline for Solkay. It is still being able to perform really, really well. But on top of this game, the one that I'm just so impressed with is always Matic. It's always Matic. Game after game after game, being on the top 3 players. He is, I would love to know what his average kills currently is. I think it's around 3, 4, potentially even getting close to 5 if he continuously gets this amount of kills game after game after game. So I'm impressed with Matic especially. He has the potential of not only being the MVP for today, but if he remains this strong throughout these 4 days, I think might be the MVP of the entire tournament.
Why you do this, Max?
I can't curse individual players. It doesn't work like that. I curse teams. That's what I do. Players, no. I haven't done that yet, I think.
There's always room for a new thing, right? Like, it could happen now. Now we got to pay attention to it. Now we got to see if it happens.
I thought you were going to say there's room for improvement. I don't want to improve on that. That's one thing I don't want to improve upon, but we'll see.
Improve on your curse being stronger. I don't think that's possible. Okay, so let's now jump into Futbolist's player stats and see who has been able to be the stand-up player so far in the event. Yeah, 4 rounds in, totally get it. There's not a big sample size, but I think it's important to note are the heavy fraggers that we expect to come up to the forefront, you know, your Lovazins, your Raum as well, to be able to live up to the hype that they've been able to show us before.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. Well, okay,
actually,
this is really fun. Yeah, because all the players have got something in which they basically excel. The knockouts 8-8-8 for Lutz, Solkay, and Rom, so that's great to see Lovazin being up there a little bit more. But the storyline that I find really fun, right, is when you look back on PMGC, you had 2 players that always stood out, and that was Lovazin and Solkay. And during that PMGC, you had Lutz, especially at the start of that the Kenny game you just mentioned, right, Jason? After that game, it seemed like that was the moment where Lutz unlocked his true potential. And it's just good to see them perform this well. Of course, Rom not able to frag out big time this time when he had a small amount of games, so I'm sure we'll see Rom perform a little bit more in terms of fragging potential like he did at the end of PMGC. But yeah, I mean, then doing also well at the same level goes to show once again that the Turkish speciality out of the impression, and especially for Futbolist it shine through, is their team synergy, their team play, and for Futbolist especially, it's their go-to play style that's been working great so far.
Okay, well, let's move on then. Let's not talk about Futbolist anymore. Let's talk about our standout players for Na'Vi and for Unicorns of Love. We saw them go head-to-head here by the bridge at the very end of that last round. But I want to see who is the standout player from each team, and I want to compare them in our lovely little radar graphic that we have to get an idea of how much better or worse or how equal both these 2 players are playing. I don't know who it's going to be just yet, but we're going to find out in just a second. And it's actually going to be Matic and Rolkis. Okay, so pretty obvious if you think about it.
Yeah. So the blue one is Matic, which I'm not too surprised. He's been top damage, top kills, top knocks, top assists, everything. But yeah, Rolkis, he's been chilling. He's been a little. I mean, they've been in the blue a lot of the time at the impression span. They've been very slow on their rotates.
They really have, even in this last game. I mean, I'm surprised that they were able to make it into the circle. They've been really sticking down to the southern side, the southeastern side, excuse me, west side, like so long that even this time I was just like, I wonder when they're going to actually make it into this next circle. I mean, obviously for Sandhawk, it didn't work out for them. So obviously that's why his little web there is a tiny bit smaller. I mean, still doing well for Unicorns of Love, still were able to get some kills there. But obviously Matic, we've seen him, like, how has he been in the top players for the game like the past at least 3 or 4 times now?
3 out of 4,
almost
I think he's been there, yeah.
3 out of 4?
Yeah.
I think it was Miramar. Yeah, I mean that's the weird thing is, I mean we talk about Tixi as being one of the players that you expect to do well, Kitsune as well, but it's good to see that they have a couple different players that can step up, and I say that time and time again. But I also have to say this time and time again, get out of here YouTube, because we got to bring our commentators back in so we get things going for our 5th round of the day, our 5th of 6. So we're getting very close to the final round of the first day. And to remind you guys at home that the reunion event is still happening right now. You guys can participate in this global festival, which is only available for a limited time. You can log in and get some daily rewards, you get some permanent free items, and there's more collaborations as well that you can purchase for only a short amount of time. So make sure you guys get in on this as quick as possible. You know, all of us will be right when the show does finish, but also Copter, Imperium, they're going to be getting on top of it, though I did want to mess up Imperium's name after how he screwed over Max, but you know what, we'll let it slide for now. I think Max has let it go. Copter, Imperium, welcome back to the show, gentlemen. Match 5, round 5. Things are getting spicier from here. I'm out. Bye, guys.
I love the way he says that as if he's always nice to Maxman. He's the one that's always bullying Maxman, and I bully him or make a mistake once, and he's like, oh, I have to defend Maxman. It's terrible, Copter. It's terrible.
Yeah, next time we gotta go to the studio, we gotta just call Max and Man instead of Span and Cargo.
Max and Man. Okay. Damn, I would have done that at the end of this game as well. Oh well. Either way, 5th round of the day, Copter. We've had 4 different winners across the 4 games. So far, has there been a couple of teams outside of, like, statistically outside of kind of points-wise that's to an extent stood out for you?
Well, it's hard to call like which one of the teams are stooding out because we have so obvious choices like Na'Vi, for example. Also, Unicorns of Love, they are kind of like slowly climbing there as well, so they are getting closer, definitely. I kind of like want to focus what is actually happening at the end line of the scoreboard because we have a lot of teams who actually have a lot of potential, but they just haven't shown it yet. So, of course, Game Load is one of those teams, but there's other teams as well who kind of like haven't found their potential yet.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where call it the jitters, call it stress, call it inexperience. I think it could be a mix of all 3, but the teams that are struggling quite a bit to have the potential, like Game Lord, like the Muerte, are teams who've to an extent come up from the bottom of the ranks, right? The Muerte came in all the way back in the PMCO CIS, right? They've risen up to PMPL, they got through to the PMPL finals, and now they are here fighting for one of 7 available spots for the PMGC. That is tough. It can very, very easily get to the heads of the player, so it's important that, not necessarily today, but at least over the final 3 days, that the teams like the Muerte that have the potential, but maybe letting it get to their heads, that they really take a step back and recognize that, okay, we still have to be confident, we still have to play with a lot of purpose in these games and grab the results needed to qualify for the PMGC.
But still 2 matches to go, so maybe getting like 1 good result out of these that could maybe give some power for tomorrow, that they will see the light at the end of the tunnel. Like, yeah, we can still do it, and then they can like rethink it for tomorrow. I think that applies to all the Muerte, Kanina Power, Exquisite Décode, and Game Load, because we know that all these teams, they have what it takes. They just have to find the right tone for today and for this lobby as well. But Sandhawk, that's gonna be the game now. So of course we have the circle that's gonna be hopping on the Bravo Island, and we can see something happening there with the World of Wonders already, as we can see ARCRED actually are going for it, and we can see already one player falling down. So Enjoy has been taken down as a whole flush will happen as well. So actually World of Wonders gonna lose 3 of the players already. So they have lost 3 on the initial fight here right next to the boot camp.
This is something that I saw happen in scrims in preparation for the European Championships, where both World of Wonders and ARCRED would drop in boot camp and they'd fight against each other. It didn't really happen in the first Sandhawk game, but it certainly happened this time around. And credit to ARCRED, they're an absolutely fantastic side and they have a lot of talent on board. Korka, STRYCKER, and Purple have been in the team since Season 1. It's only really kind of Gbrute that joined at the end of PMPL Season 1, where he played for a team called KDV in PMPL Season 1. One of the biggest strengths that ARCRED have on their side, though, is their coach, who is a former Battle Royale competitive player for the team, tornado energy. I remember casting him back in 2019. So he comes with a lot of experience, Copter, and hopefully throughout these 4 days they can use that with their talent to book a spot in the global championships.
Yeah, I guess World of Wonders, they kind of like got their own medicine. They tried to bully Game Lord on the last game, so now it's going to be time that they're going to be bullied. But meanwhile, here in Painan, as we can see, the Muerte and Fenerbahçe, they are battling from Painan, control of the Painan, and we can see that they actually have chosen the side, so we can see on the northern side it's going to be Fenerbahçe, and then the Muerte on the southern side. So it's going to... I wouldn't say like stalemate, but it seems that it's a very static situation. Luckily, they are in the circle, but they're not on the middle, so this is going to cost some time. But now we can see the shots are coming in. Rebel's going to fall down, so ANONIM from the Muerte will find that player who tried to take that longer angle from top of that hill.
I think having two players taking a longer angle is a little bit, not useless, but I just don't think it's the most effective method, especially when they're in separate positions. If it had been a 2-2 split with two in the back line, that knock onto Rebellion most likely would have been revived that much cleaner, whereas now Nox has to take time to reposition around without getting spot out to get the revive while doing what they push onto the rest of the Fenerbahçe team. So to me, that was definitely a mistake from Fenerbahçe, and they're better off just completely disengaging.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going to go down. I mean, the second player from the long range says maybe can go for the revival quite easily without being spotted down, so that might help with it. But, yep, anyways, at the same time here at the bootcamp, we saw ARCRED actually bullying World of Wonders, and now we can see Blaze building around it. We can see all the 4 players there on the southern side of the bootcamp. We can see Tron here hiding behind the rooftops, just watching what is happening. There was a knock happening earlier, so ARCRED, they know that there's going to be people here and that they have to be very careful. But I would say that there's more than usually movement around the bootcamp area currently, because there's also other teams like here from the southern side here. So it's not just like one team here like circling around the other. We still have one player from the World of Wonders. We can see actually Game Lord coming from the northern side as well. So a lot of things are happening, and the spray from Korka is going to be connecting, and there we go. STRYCKER take it down.
Yeah, nice play onto Kesh. Gonna be taken down onto his knees. Don't know if that revive is even worth going for. Plus, Exquisite Décode are entering into the fray of this area of the map. Daddy is going to get caught out, knocked down, going in on his own. Coursera cleans that one up. And, you know, I just don't... I know it's only phase one. But, Copter, what is this mentality of going in on your own like that? It just doesn't make sense to me, because Exquisite Décode are rotating pretty deep in towards the center of this phase one. You gotta know in Sanhok there's most likely going to be teams around you. How well you can see them all depends on how much scouting you've done. If you haven't done the scouting, don't go in on your own.
You have to turn every rock when it comes to this one, and now he needs to actually face more players. Gets one more. Can he get the last one as well? That's going to be close, but no, not going to happen this time. But I think what happened here was that when Blaze went for the ARCRED at the bootcamp, then of course Exquisite Décode, they're going to be fighting. They're going to be close to the bootcamp, but they actually had some players on top of that hill, and that is what Exquisite Décode didn't think. They sent one player to have a look, but then it kind of like backfired when the the player was actually closer than they thought.
That's a lovely nade being fired up, goes a little bit short. Coursera is able to crawl away. I don't know if Exquisite Décode are going to push forward on towards that supermassive blaze. They were able to deal with the revive onto Tron quite effectively, so being back up in some way, shape or form to not so to speak a full squad, but the majority of the squad will make it a little bit easier in this area of the map to stay alive. However, a third party from Fenerbahçe will see another knockdown onto the hands of Savvy and a supermassive blaze. It's a bit of a clean trade across the board from both of these sides, and this is the center of the circle. Copter, like, once again, it doesn't really make sense for them to half fight this battle. Just disengage completely and see how much you can take away from any kind of engagement.
Yeah, it is very interesting situation. Like we mentioned earlier, there's a lot of teams around this area, more than usually, and Fenerbahçe is definitely one of those teams. So they were, I don't know, third party, fourth party, fifth party. I think there were so many teams already that I don't know which I'm going to call it. But anyways, they will try to do, of course, take their points. But meanwhile, they will also take the compound at the intersection, which is a great place to hold for now because we don't know where the circle's going to be shifting. So I think that they're at the same time as they're kind of keeping the players in the north, shooting a little bit from the south, you know, making sure that they will not come back here anymore once they have moved away from these compounds. They will just take the buildings, and now they have a decent, actually a very good place on the current circle.
Eastern Stars, they changed their drop spot. They would normally drop around a kind of mountain near the trifecta compound in a bit of a split, but I think with the threat of Navi jumping on that Camp Alpha area in their own split drop, Eastern Stars recognized the HATHIS is unoccupied. It's not too far away from our normal drop spot. Let's just go there and play a bit of a safer route. It paid off for them in the first Sanhok game of the day where they took a rotation. This time around, they're opting to stay, rotate by foot, and try and at least maybe get a little bit of a firmer control over Navi near the bridge.
But meanwhile, I mean, on the quarry area, so Fenerbahçe, they just came here. And now we can see Muerte. They have been holding these places on the quarry area. So, I don't know. I mean, they had a decent place, even closer towards the circle. So this movement, why they came towards the quarry, that's a little bit unknown to me. But I mean, Muerte, they're going to be completely awake with the situation. And Fenerbahçe, they just... Well, we'll see if they will be surprised or not. We'll see. But the circle's going to be closing, and then we'll see if it's going to be southern or northern one. And if it's a hard south circle, then of course Fenerbahçe definitely have a good place here. But now it's going to be a northern one.
Yeah, and S2G, I noticed that in the first Sanhok game, they'd sent a couple of players out of Paradise Resort. Then they did end up going back in on the later phases. Once again, they're doing a similar playstyle of having 2 to 3 players outside of the resort down the south side to get some information. How much they opt to stay in there is up to them. It's going to be a little bit easier because there's less teams clustered around. Will Exquisite Décode go for a full send into a deeper part of the circle? Kanina Power just to the east of them.
Yeah. Well, S2G definitely on the middle. We can still see the same situation on the quarry areas of Fenerbahçe. Still holding these compounds because Muerte are actually leaving from the quarry area. They will use the eastern side, it seems, actually the southern side, and maybe they will go around the quarry from the south. That seems to be the case, so they will just leave immediately. And of course, they will have to go. They cannot stay here, so they will just start the movement. Meanwhile, we didn't speak about the other island. So actually, Navi, they had the Alpha Island. They have now crossed on the northern side of the Bravo Island. And who's going to be on the Charlie Island? It's going to be Unicorns of Fluffs. Great surprise. Yeah. They are still on the same exact corner, and they are slowly coming together with the blue. I mean, they are just always like, they just love the blue. I don't know why.
What can I say? They're addicted to the blue. As Mad Bulls, they're hopefully going to be addicted to getting a chicken dinner in this 5th round of the day. Effect, their player was the MVP. Back in the finals of the PMPL CIS. Kanina Power, Futbolist, CIS going up against Turkey near towards the ban area of the map. Some nice shots for Nomi, an incredibly powerful player. Somewhat underrated. He's less star-studded compared to Gonzo and Old Boy, of course, but in the backline, he just stays silent and effective for his side, picking up kill after kill after kill in tournaments.
And Kanina Power, they must be hungry. I mean, such a great team. We have been speaking a lot of great things about those guys, and there's a lot of expectations towards them as well. And they haven't really found, they're one of those teams which haven't found the performance what we're expecting. So I think that they're very eager to jump all these situations, especially in a map like Sanhok where you can actually surprise teams. So they definitely want to do something about the Futbolist and get those 4 kills. That would be helping a lot. They have spotted one of the players from the building. We can see Nomi getting that spray towards the doorway, but nobody will be peeking from there. So they will just hold these plays. They only have 2 players players closer, then they have 2 players a little bit further, so they're splitting. And it's basically 2 versus 4, but the 2 guys from top of that hill, they can hold the angles, and you know, with those sprays, if they will get a 1 knock, and then they get the second guy running towards it, then they have a chance of destroy that team.
And the one thing we need to think about, though, is the fact that Kanina Power are probably a little bit more risk of getting third-partied. So that's one element in play we do have to think about, and both of these teams will need to think about for sure. Vodafone Giants could come in a little bit more centralized around that ban hill and get a couple of shots onto Kanina Power, knock here, knock there, knock everywhere as we're getting ready for the next circle shift. Unicorns of Love still in the blue. 12-18 opted to go towards that trifecta area onto the mainland, in towards the boot camp hill, and the circle is going to probably complement them quite a bit as it goes massively down south. Paradise Resort still in play.
It's a pretty fair circle, to be honest. There wasn't so many teams on the northern side. So hard shift, let's say, on the northern side of the Paradise Resort, that would have been quite deadly for multiple teams. So I think this is pretty fair. I mean, it's kind of like the middle of the current locations of the team. So yes, the guys from the south, from the blue, even the Unicorns of Love, they can make it to the circle. But also the team from the north, they will not be in a huge trouble. As Kanina Power, they will spot down the second team. That's going to be Exquisite Décode on the northern side of them, and they will make an amazing spray towards the vehicle, but will not find the player. We can see a Futbolist at the same time also spotting down the Kanina Power player, and we can see Gonzo just hiding from that spray, takes the 50 HP damage, but will still save his life.
Kanina Power making a lot of noise, trying to create a lot of space on the hills inside the circle outside the ban. Vodafone Giants going to be coming from behind around, and the Muerte still holding on to the northeast of Quarry. They want to, they can make their way up the hill. They might get shut up by Futbolist, but I think there's enough of an entry point for the time being. Fenerbahçe onto the hills to the north, near, close by to the likes of Supermassive Blaze. We still have 55 players, 15 teams left. Less than 15 minutes into this game.
I think the whole atmosphere currently, everybody's waiting. So the early aggressions, they are done. And then kind of like the surprise attacks, some situations are building. But I think that a lot of the teams, they're just waiting what's going to happen. Because in Sanhok, usually when you engage the last, you're the team who kind of like has the advantage when you don't like reveal your location. And you just wait for the other team to actually come to your crosshairs, especially if you're in the zone and the other people will be coming from the blue or something like that. So I think a lot of teams are waiting that to happen. The northern side is completely clear, so nobody's anymore on the northern side of the Paradise Resort. Eastern Stars, they just came on the same level as the Paradise Resort. They will find a nice place. Mad Bulls, they might come from the east towards them. Unicorns of Love, they have found a place on the just right next to the quarry on the very side of the circle, so they're still playing the edge, but they're at least out of the blue.
We had 2 teams pull off heel strats quite effectively in the first Sanhok round of the day. Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars, I believe. Both of those teams gained nearly 10 extra placement positions from those heel strats. I'm not like a big fan of them, but I do appreciate when there's a level of, hey, there's been a big circle shift. Getting into the circle is going to be incredibly difficult. Let's give all our meds to one player. The rest of the team send it in and hope for the absolute best. It is what both Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars did in the first Sanhok round. So I do appreciate that kind of plan B from their side. Will any other team pull it out this time around, though?
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, the heel strat it might not be so entertaining for the viewers, but if it's allowed on the rules, like it is, so then, I mean, you have to maximize whatever the rule's going to say. So that's what you do. And, you know, it's still like a lot of money. We have $150,000 prize pool on the tournament. The winner gets $40,000. So, yeah, I'm going to heel on the blue if I get that much money out of it.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. The circle shifting down south. Fenerbahçe's compound is going to be under a little bit of risk at the likes of Unicorns of Love, maybe Futbolists, although Futbolists in their compound are better off prioritizing dealing with the likes of Kanina Power, possibly Eastern Stars, Vodafone Giants down on the edge of the circle play. Of course, as Vodafone Giants wrap around and Muerte yet to enter the circle, but let's see what both of those teams can do against each other.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest. Okay, there we go. Eastern Stars and Futbolist, they will find each other. So that's going to be a Futbolist actually finding a player that beat BAZZI, take it down. Futbolist going to be traded. And there we go. ATHIS takes it down as well. So 3 knocks currently on the ground. As Lutz will go for the flush down ATHIS and maybe Raum as well. Solkay and Lovazin, they cannot do much from that place. They will take the vehicle and they will go for it. But yeah, they will just move, try to revive their teammate. So that shouldn't be a major problem. And we can see Eastern Stars actually taken down as a whole. And Futbolist, they can revive the last player who's currently knocked down as well. And Mad Bulls, they will use the situation and they will send it straight towards Fenerbahçe.
Oh my god, yeah, but Yin Yang gets dropped, knocked, bipped and bopped, and it's going to be Futbolists continuing to do what they do right and going, hey, we have a circle, we have compound on the edge of the circle. Let's just wait for all the teams to come around us or come towards us. We'll fire up, we'll pick up kill after kill after kill. Happy days. It's honestly free for Futbolists. It is absolutely free. It's like buy one, get one free when you're in a shit supermarket. But they're going to be fired up by both Mad Bulls and Vodafone Giants. So it's not out of the woods just yet for Futbolists. 2 of their players are down on their knees.
Yeah, also they're Muerte right next to Vodafone Giants, so a lot of shots coming towards their way, so it's not the easy situation. The Vodafone fans, they will be destroyed immediately. I mean, they came just like 10-15 seconds ago, and they are gone. And that is exactly the Sandhawk moment, like we spoke, that when you make the move and the other teams are waiting, and when they will come to the crosshairs, that's what happens. And Game Lord, S2G, they are having a battle as well. We can see Navalov taken down, we can see Spicy watching it. We'll put that nade, let's see where that's going to be landing. It will go inside. There's 2 players on the next room. And that nade is gonna go on the distance. Not gonna deal enough damage. Just free will come. And that's gonna be first foil down. Can he get the second one as well? He knows that he's there. He's very low on HP, and they should get the job done. Let's get it done, and there we go.
Game Lord, 2 more rounds to open up their European Championships run, and in Sandhawk, it could be the savior for them. Another player of S2G knocked down, out. Timber, the only one that's up 4. The Turkish side, very, very good team fight for Game Lord. I love that. I want to see that kind of fire, that fight left in the French side.
Yeah, I mean, the French, they have now proven that they can fight. They have 3 kills, they had 1 point, so at least they have 4 points now. So they have made some points, and that's gonna be well, I wouldn't say a great start for today, but at least it's better than the first 3 matches anyways. In total, we can see S2G falling down as well, so we still have 10 teams and 35 players alive, and we can see Blaze with 3 guys. They are holding that hill, and we can see Game Lord, they will have to get up on that hill, and that's gonna be a very hard task. We can see DREY falling down, we can see Spicy falling down as well. Fresh is gonna find Megu at the same time as well, but Tron is going to try to hold down the last 2 players from the game. The spray is going to be going right next to the rock, but he's not peeking, he's not blinking, and he will not take the damage.
And this is where a little bit of a preparation for a heal strat might have been a bit more beneficial for the likes of Game Lord. To be fair, when you're relying on the next circle shifting in your direction and you don't have that kind of plan B, this is where it becomes so much more painful. As you're dealing with the blue, you're dealing with the team gatekeeping you. That's exactly what Supermassive Blades are doing to Game Lord. Well, Futbolists fired up the hill towards Kanina Power. On top of the rock, Nomi gets knocked. Solkay, it's not quite Sunday, but he is doing the job, doing the wonder for his side. They lost Raum, Lutz is knocked down. You can see the plays coming through, and Kanina Power, Alga coming out on top against Futbolists. Oh my god, Copter, this game is crazy.
Yeah, just 1 player remaining though, but they will maybe get the heals done. We can see Game Lord take it down as well, so they will not get away from that hill. So they will not get on top of that hill. We can see Navi now holding Blaze as well. They want to get some kills. They have 5 kills already, so they will continue the same firepower which we have seen on the previous matches. So Navi just holding as Blaze. They are healing. They are building the strategy. How will we get away from this place? That's the question that they're thinking about.
Unicorns of Love are down to 2, but Rokus is in the blue healing up, right? So that plan B is being played out. Navi are being picked apart 1 by 1 at the hands of Supermassive Blaze as they rock down the hill. It's just Kitsune left on his own. I don't know if he's willing or up to pulling off a bit of a heal strat. Yes, 17 first aids for Kitsune. Hey, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, and you gotta play to the strengths of the map. That's exactly what Kitsune is doing, but that of course opens the door for a couple of other teams in around the edge of the circle to control his effect. Fires up an A. Fenerbahçe making a lot of noise, but not here. The shots. 1, 2, 3. That's a bit of a clean wipe. Indeed, it is. Effect. The MVP of PMPL Turkey strikes once again.
Yeah, excellent wipe coming there. I mean, they just didn't spot him down at all, and he was just, you know, utilizing the whole situation as best as he can. So he was proning, and he made the surprise attack, and this time it did work.
Oh man, absolutely spot on, crazy play by Effect. I made a mistake. I said it was PMPL Turkey, but it's PMPL CIS. Either way, absolutely fantastic from him. As we do see Fresh proning down 4 teams that are left up. Mad Bulls, Kanina Power, Navi, and Exquisite Décode. Exquisite Décode lost 2 players early on at the hands of Supermassive Blades, I believe, and since then they've been able to just go from position to position without being spotted out, and this could be their chicken dinner as Reznov steps up. Gonna go up against Nomi, but doesn't realize that Gonzo from behind has the angle, gets a knock, gets a kill. Kanina Power take control.
That's running wide in the open. This is where it's going to be coming. The second play falls down as well. Gonzo gets the Effect down, and that's going to be Exquisite Décode, by the way, falling down as a whole, as Elise will be taken down as well. So down to 2 teams and 3 players.
Finally, Kanina Power. It looks like they're going to grab a chicken dinner. The galloping horses of the CIS region. The team that just are always up there with a shout. We've known this team for quite a while. We've known what they can do. They nearly got pushed out of PMGC last year by Navi. This time around, they're going to look to change things up and knock from the final player, Navi. Not enough, and it's a Kanina Power chicken dinner.
I mean, imagine if he would have been able to get a flush as well. I mean, he spotted down the player. He was healing all the way. Only had 12 bandages when we came to the cameras. So he tried to do everything he can. And I think that kind of like sums up Navi very well. That they are doing everything they can. They're not bending at all. They're just, you know, they're trying to maximize the points all the time, even when they're doing the healing strategy. So definitely well done from Navi. But of course, I mean, they didn't still win.
It's that adaptability that I absolutely love from the likes of Navi, right? When they recognize they're not really going to go much further inside these circles, they pull out a heal strat. It is what makes them such a different breed of a team, and that's why I even put Unicorns of Love up there as well, where Roka's trying to pull off a healing strat, but didn't quite work out overall, and Fresh was the last player left alive for their team. But it was a game where we were put down to kind of like 3, 4, 5 teams that all had only 2 to 3 players up. It wasn't that kind of 4-man cohesive win. I know that tends to be the case in Sanhok, but at least compared to the other games today, it was kind of very bitty, very kind of pick off one player here, pick off one player there, and then you get taken out kind of game.
It was a very messy Sanhok. I mean, even messier than usually. I mean, a lot of situations building up. We had the boot camp situation at the start. Then, of course, we had the people coming on the southern side, hill of the boot camp. You know, I think we had 4 teams fighting there. And, you know, there were situations like building everywhere. And, you know, teams losing player, one here, one there. And then, you know, in the end, the group kind of like started to a little bit get back together. But still, it was a very messy one.
And it kind of started off pretty swiftly in terms of action when we had World of Wonders drop down with ARCRED and Bootcamp, and World of Wonders lost 3 players straight away. That is what made it a little bit easier for the likes of Game Lord to play into these circles, because Game Lord drops down to the west of Paradise Resort on that coastline, and the way they path down, in the previous game we saw World of Wonders pick off Game Lord, but because World of Wonders were put down to 1 player copter, it left that kind of position open for Game Lord to push down onto in the early phases.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, Game Lord, they needed that as well. They definitely needed the points. And one thing we have to make sure, Max, don't mention Game Lord on the studio. You're not allowed to say their name, because, I mean, otherwise they will just get another 0-point game. So Max, make sure that you will not mention Game Lord.
Who's Max? I only know Cargo.
Well, we know what you know what I mean, anyways.
Yeah, I do.
But yeah, I mean, I really want to give those guys a chance, definitely. I mean, they didn't have the greatest day, and I want to see them like getting back to the fight. So we just have to make everything we can that they can actually at least get another 3-4 points from the next game, and then they can feel happy about it. And tomorrow they can kind of like start fresh.
And I really kind of, I want to look back on that fight between Futbolist and Kanina Power, because it really looked like Futbolist had that fight under control, despite them being in a disadvantageous position. They were pushing up as a team in the right way, and I don't know exactly what went wrong. Maybe they just missed one of the Kanina Power players, but it went from kind of hero to zero in a matter like a split second from Futbolist, but they'll know more than me in terms of what went wrong. Either way, it was still a decent game as we do head to a break before our final game of the day.
collection or whatever you want to crossover between the two games is fantastic, just like our special crates, which is currently going on right now, the PMPL special crates. You guys can get those as long as you get into the game and play, so make sure you do that. Well, not right now, because we're talking. We want you to focus on us, but maybe when the show's done, you guys can pick that up and start to win some things yourself. I'm Jason Kaplan, still joined by Span Cargo and Maxman, as we're going to hop straight into the rankings and see who picked up as many points as possible in this last round. But we have seen some interesting things. Like, we've seen some teams have underperformance over the course of today, then step up, which is in particular Kanina Power I wanted to touch on here. We've had Navi just sailing through pretty consistent for the majority of the rounds. But I'm really curious who's going to be able to set themselves apart at the end of today.
I think for today, I think me, myself, and Span can agree. It's probably going to be Navi. See how many points they were able to get. I mean, especially after this one, you can see that they're not a team that's always going to be able to find good position in circle and take some really good fights. They know when they can't win the game. They know when they're going to have to go for a heal-off position in a Sanhok game, which is exactly what Kitsune had done. And off the back of that, they secure second place. So they can adapt so well at every single situation that comes their way. And that especially, I would say, Span, is what makes Navi such a big threat to the rest of the lobby in this tournament.
Exactly. I mean, they're just super consistent. It doesn't really seem like anybody else really honestly gets in their way. Like, I was kind of commenting on the last Erangel, actually. It's like they're just allowed to go ahead and do their usual strategy and no one else is really bothering them with it. So until, like, if a team kind of like notices it and specifically goes out of their way, not necessarily out of their way, or like tries to go against Navi, then they could potentially be messed up. But as of right now, they're very strong with their current strategy and they're not being messed with whatsoever. And it's nice to see. I mean, on this front page, I feel like we've been seeing a couple of teams that have been up here every single round, I gotta say. So, like, Unicorns of Love, Supermassive Blaze. Futbolist has been back and forth. Mad Bulls now the last couple rounds. So,
I would even say I would even say for Futbolist, I think this game in particular, they had such a big opportunity. I think it's Imperium that mentioned at one point during the cast that they had a very, very, and I mean very strong compound over to the eastern side of that entire circle that was starting to shift over to the west. And they had teams like, I believe it was Kanina Power, you had also Mad Bulls, Vodafone Giants, they were all being fed their way because of the circle shifting over to the western side. And I thought, this is big. This is a game where Futbolist might be able to get himself a double-digit kill count, but you had Mad Bulls that just zoomed in, just almost blank-called it, migrated into the circle at one point, and then you had another team that was Kanina Power that just went around the compound, took the high ground position, and then took the fight towards, noticeably, Futbolist, with also Mad Bulls trying to put all that gunfire on top of Futbolist. So I think that teams actually played really well around Futbolist, but I do think Futbolist could have maybe had a little bit of a better performance here.
I mean, to be fair, I think there's a lot of teams that we're expecting a better performance of. Obviously, not going to criticize how the zones did play out, but, you know, Eastern Star is just a team that we've talked about when it's come to Western Europe as being a massive contender. Now, they didn't get to play in the EMEA Regional Championships earlier on in this year, but we were hoping they'd be able to step up here and show that the Warlord still has what it takes to get some big kills. But either way, there's still a lot of rounds left to go, right? We're only through the first of 4 days, but we still have 1 round left to go today. So I'm not going to judge them too harshly, but tomorrow, if they're performing bad, Maxman, I'm going to be all over their butts telling them they need to step up here to show what Western Europe has to show. But we can see our total damage in the last round, in round 5. Supermassive Blaze, 1601, leading the charge in damage. These are like Sandhawk-esque numbers, as Claris would say.
Yeah, it does dip a little bit towards the end there. Hey, man, we missed those reflections of Claris, though. We'll have to get a button for the Sandhawk numbers also at one point. We'll have to get a bunch of those done. But yeah, so they were in a pretty strong position most of this game, and I think we are slowly seeing a lot more of Papara. I want to just call them Papara now. I just prefer that part of the name. But yeah, Supermassive Blaze are definitely looking like a team that is not always going to be able to find those chicken dinners. They'll get there close quite often, but if they can just get 8 kills every single time, and you know that you have so many spots to make it to PMGC, you just got to be part of the top 7. I think that we might see this team maybe not be first, but I think that there's a clear spot for them to make in the PMGC, seeing what we've seen from them so far. Okay, well, we'll see if well, I'm looking at Gamer at the end. I'm liking to see that they're stepping up here. Hey, I'm not even making a joke out of it. You know what? I'm glad to see that they're starting to wake up. To see them potentially go the full first day with like sub 5 points would just be not inexcusable, but so ridiculously hard to come back and get a top 7 finish. But we're going to move on now. We're going to take a look at our top 3 players. I'm hoping to see Matic here yet again, because you know he's been top 3 3 out of the 4 rounds so far. Maybe he'll make it into a 4th out of 5. But we're starting to really see who's here to win it. You know, we had Effect, I believe he was the MVP of PMPL CIS, if I'm not mistaken. And it seems like Matic is trying to catch up here, though Effect's going to take the charge, at least in this one. I'm really happy to see Effect actually get himself the top player of this game, especially because we saw that fight with Futbolist, right, Spam, where he got 2 knocks in the matter of, what was it, 2 seconds? That was pinpoint accuracy from this guy. And then he took that great clutch versus another team at one point that was coming in from the southern side. I believe it was Vodafone Giants who cleared out solo. Effect was just impressive from start to finish, and I did not know too much about Effect before entering in this tournament, but man, I'm impressed already in this first day alone.
Well, I'm glad we finally got to be able to like see something from him as well, because he is somebody that we were told to keep an eye on, you know, because as Imperium said, Effect was in fact the MVP of the CIS finals region. So being able to actually see him in this match just pull off those amazing things, like obviously he was the MVP, and so now I feel like we're kind of creating that. There's like a couple of MVPs now that are just doing absolutely insane so far. So now that Effect has made it on that board, will he continue to be there?
Yeah, I mean, maintain that performance, right? If you want to see Mad Bulls continue to step up here and, you know, breach and hold on to a top 7 finish, players like Effect are going to need to be the stars to help carry that weight through. But we are now going to compare, actually, speaking of the devil, their team up against Kanina Power and their stats overall. I mean, we were seeing, I feel like, Max, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the CIS region is really doing exceptionally well here in this first day.
Yeah, I mean, especially Na'Vi, you're seeing them just being leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the lobby, but Kanina Power especially has been able to improve pretty significantly as the day went on. Yeah, CIS region is, I think I'm not the only one that thinks this. When you say which is the strongest potential region in Europe in PUBG Mobile Esport, I think a lot of people would answer to CIS region, and I would have to potentially agree, especially when it comes to their potential fragging power out there. And you look at Kanina Power right now, their fragging power is currently of 3.2. If you're around that 3 kill average every single game, sure, on the short term it doesn't look like a lot, but throughout all of these games, 6 games a day, man, that stacks up really quickly, and that might just be enough to push in top 7 to make it to PMGC. So Mad Balls didn't see too much from them at the start of the day, but even they get 3 kill average, so it's very, very impressive from these two teams in terms of only fragging power right now. If they can finish off games, like we saw from Kanina Power, that's where it will definitely set the pace a little bit more for them.
Well, my question is, Fancargo, who wins, a bull or a horse?
Oh, geez.
Oh.
I mean, probably a bull, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if we're talking about the real animals, probably a bull, unfortunately. Or unless the horse can just run away, you know?
That is the question I was looking for. I was looking for you to challenge me and be like, well, what are we comparing them? Are they racing? Or are they fighting to the death? Are we what looks more majestic? There's so many ways you can go with it. But one way, for sure, for both of these two teams is that they're playing pretty damn well here. And again, really showing that CS is an extremely strong region when it comes to PUBG Mobile. We already knew this, but we're also seeing some newer teams. Like, we knew our Navis, we knew our Kanina Powers, but like 12-18 and Mad Bulls, we're seeing other teams start to step into the light here. Just like we saw with Turkey, there was other teams besides football this last year, and we're starting to see those teams have that chance. And that's why, again, love having these events occur.
Yeah. You're talking about the CIS teams doing so well. I want to talk about another team that hasn't been mentioned too much is Muerte. Even though they've been very silent when it comes to those finishing moments, we don't see them make it to the late game too often. I think this team shows really good moments of genius from time to time. They rotate really well, they regroup fast enough in the start of the game, they get in strong positions if they have the opportunity of doing so. It's just when they get face to face with a team, that's when they tend to struggle a little bit. But in terms of macro, I think that Muerte is very impressive, but of course this is their first time playing at this kind of level, so maybe they need just a little bit more time to adapt before they can actually get the big points coming in.
Yeah, and that's where in day 2, day 3, day 4 is when we start to see some teams really step up here when they have that time to prepare and get things ready to go. Obviously, you know, analyzing the night before. But we have to get ready to go here to get into our next round, our final round of our first day of action. So Cargo and Maximac, I got to talk to you two in just a little bit of time. And before I can bring our commentators in, I got to remind you guys about Xiaomi, our sponsor here, who supports your creative expression without limits with the Xiaomi 11T with its cinemagic power. So make sure you guys check that out if you don't have it. You know, besides all the cinemagic power, are going to help you with being able to take down every opponent possible in PUBG Mobile. Now, Copter, Imperium, you know they probably have one of these delicious phones as well. But speaking of delicious, what is your favorite way to eat eggs? Copter, Imperium, go ahead.
Oh my god, I hate you, Jason. I hate you so much. I like my eggs scrambled. I'll have it in the morning during breakfast sometimes. Maybe some days some oats. What about you? What's your favorite way to eat eggs?
Right on the pan, definitely, with some bacon.
Right on the pan. Okay, with some bacon. Okay, okay. Do you put some salt on it as well?
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you fry the eggs on the pan, you don't have to fry them like too much. So it's like a little bit still like a, you know, liquid kind from the middle. I mean, the yellow part. And then you get the like very well like fried bacon, which is like so crispy. And together with that, a little bit salt, and that's perfect.
Nice. You can tell we're in the last round, right? Because we're starting to get a little bit hungry after what has been a hell of a fantastic day of action. We started with a Unicorns Aloft chicken dinner and a really surprisingly strong result to an extent in the first round of the day. For this final round, I'm going to put it to you, Copter. Which team is going to win?
I'm going to say Game Lord. I'm going to try to
really?
reverse jinx Max's pick.
Jesus, man. God. You know what? All the power to you, buddy. All the power to you. Like, look, we have to continue to give a lot of respect. As much as we can have a little bit of fun around, you know, Game Lord struggling, having 0 points in 3 games, you have to give so much respect to all of these teams because this is the best across Europe, right? This is the best of CS, the best of Turkey, the best of Western Europe, and I firmly believe that given the chance, all of these teams deserve to be featured and deserve a spot in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. But until they get to that point, until they prove in these games across these 4 days that they have what it takes, they're only hurting themselves. So, you know what? I give you that with Game Lord. The playing path definitely benefits them because it's going right through Yasnaya, but World of Wonders do drop with them.
What is your pick? What is your pick?
I'm actually gonna go for Muerte.
Okay, so now we gotta be measuring your buff versus my buff.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, I mean, okay, let's not go back to game log. We have been talking about them so much already, and I think we already mentioned during the last game, like what are the hopes and what they need to get done and so on, and how they need to go for the next day. So let's focus on this one. Vodafone Giants, though, they will find a quite nice place. They are landing pretty much, well, close to the middle of the circle at least, if nothing else. So they will just find a place. We can see a lot of teams on the eastern side, because the plane, of course, was there as well. They can take the vehicles, do the rotations. 12-18's landing spot in Severny, which touched that already earlier. So it's going to work out nicely for this circle as well.
Interesting about Unicorns of Love. So they've gone to Novo. They recognize that going to the western side of the mainland involves going past kind of S2G, the Muerte, even to an extent Vodafone Giants. They don't know yet if the likes of Rozhok is taken, but a team did drop there in one of the other Erangel games, so them going to Novo makes sense. What does make things more challenging for them, Copter, right? It's the fact that ARCRED and Mad Bull, they're down on the island with them.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the Yasnaya situation. We can see World of Wonders, and then we have a second team there as well. That's going to be Game Lord. And we have seen these teams to fight on the past as well. So, I mean, multiple times on the past, we have seen that, yes, two teams, they can loot Yasnaya, they can actually get away from there. But when it's these two teams, I don't know if that's the case, because they have been engaging each other in early situations multiple times already. So I'm just wondering that is this going to be one of those like peaceful getaways from Yasnaya, or is it one of those that you're going to lose like half of the team at least when somebody else is going to be spotting something? But the Game Love, they definitely have the route to escape from the east towards the south, so it's definitely doable. But when World of Wanderers is in the picture, you never know.
Right now, Game Lord are the team that need the points, right, compared to World of Wonders. Yeah, World of Wonders aren't in that kind of golden top 7 of qualifying for the PMGC, but they're certainly not too far away. Only, what, 2 points behind, 1 point behind that kind of golden spot for the time being, whereas Game Lord, they only have 6 points across 5 rounds so far.
Well, the circle, that's pretty fair. I mean, it's including most of the mainland, as we saw previously. Navi, they took the vehicles, they went to the northern George Bowl. That is, well, to be expected, to be honest. Vodafone Giants, they're playing on the middle, and S2G, they took the Gatka, so they are not so far away from the circle as well. We mentioned that there's a lot of teams on the eastern side, and also, of course, you, Imperium, mentioned that there's a lot of teams on the Sosnovka Island as well. So, there's got to be pressure, definitely, coming from the east, but I'm more concerned about the southern situation, the Sosnovka situation, because those teams, they can try to keep each other's. We have some teams who want to get definitely some points. We can see Unicorns of Love being the aggressive team, but they might be the last team that's going to be leaving from there.
Probably,
but if they will come as last and they will use the east side bridge, there might be the teams from the east side, you know, packing on the eastern side, very close to that bridge. So there's a lot of like things that might go wrong. So it's all about the timings and the, of course, the rotational pad as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Unicorns Love have proven to be a team that don't rotate quickly in like 95% of the circle. So I imagine they will wait until phase 2 to rotate. I don't think the likes of Fenerbahçe or Kanina Power, who are both around the Milta Farm area, will bother to try to gatekeep or to, you know, kind of bridge camp, because it's not really worth it. Based on that phase 1 that does have quite a good bit of that western side of the map in play, they would be losing out too much in phase 1 control in the hopes of Unicorns of Love rotating across the eastern bridge in phase 1. So I don't think that's going to be the case, but again, it's definitely something that Unicorns of Love should think about. All right.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the Muerte, they have lost one player actually. S2G, they managed to get 1 kill already. So that's 1 player falling down. And you know, that's as always in Erangel, when you have a fair circle like this, the situation takes a while to build. So now the teams are looting, they will start the movement. We are closing on 6 minutes on the clock. The blue is like slightly moving already. We can see some minor movement. You know, teams getting the vehicles. They are, you know, moving a little bit, but they haven't started like huge journeys towards the middle of the circle. There's a lot of free places, by the way, as well. School areas completely free, same as the bochka area next to it. So there's a lot of compounds, and they're not so far away. I mean, apartments are free as well. Nobody in Rozhok. So a lot of free places that you can actually play, hills that you have a lot of visibility, but we just have to wait and see. But meanwhile, on the Sosnovka Island, actually, ARCRED and Mad Bulls, they are rotating from the same west side bridge, so maybe we'll see some action there.
Both the teams starting to make their way out of the island. ARCRED are definitely further ahead right now. There's a bit of a clean path for them to move across that bridge into the mainland. Vodafone Giants about to leave the Pochinki city and head up towards the church area right outside of the Muerte. Have gone for a bit of a deep shift in towards that compound to the west of Pochinki, so that could hurt Vodafone Giants if a couple of shots are fired in their direction. Nobody right now in the cube compound outside of George Paul, and nobody for the time being going on top of Everest.
Here we can see the ARCRED and the Mad Bull situation. Actually, ARCRED, they have already moved some players on the other side, and the 3 remaining guys, they are on the bridge. So they will get away without any kind of an engagement with the Mad Bulls. They were watching it, they were definitely scouting it, and I think they will just rotate later. So they decided that they will not do anything about it. They will let the ARCRED go, and they will just find a place. And there's nobody, by the way, on the northern side of them. So they actually have a pretty decent angle towards the middle of the circle. So, for example, the Pochinki Hill, that is doable for them. They can take the buildings on the southern side of the hills as well when you follow the sand road towards the west. So there's a lot of options for them. Unicorns of Love still on the Novorepnaya area, and they are now trying to find some vehicles, and then they might start the movement at some point. But it's only the first blue, so they don't take that much of a damage, and we have seen them, liking to sit there. But, slowly but steadily, teams are getting towards the middle of the circle, and actually getting very close to the middle of the circle as well. So if the next circle will not be on the middle, then we might have some action in our hands.
World of Wonder is going for a 2-2 split. The exact same as the Vodafone Giants did in the previous Erangel game, and they've pushed Game Lord away. Game Lord had not opted to go for a fight, which I think is generally quite intelligent as they move in, while ARCRED on top towards the Pochinki Hill. They look to take shots on Fenerbahçe. One of their players is not, but it's instantly traded. Falky has to move away. Rebellion V3 looking to pick up his teammate as they'll run away with their tail between their legs and go, okay, we've lost this one, let's give it over to ARCRED.
Yeah, they had a good arrival, to be honest. They get away from the Sosnovka Island, and they will find a kill immediately when they come on the Pochinki Hill as well. And Fenerbahçe, they will just have to, well, they don't have to leave, but they will decide to leave. And ARCRED, oh my god, there's some kind of issues with the vehicle. But meanwhile, I think that what ARCRED can do, they can actually take both of the hills if they're gonna be fast with it. So the time was the essence here, and they were fast enough to take the first hill, and now we can see that they are trying to go for the west side hill as well.
The phase 2 popped up and it went a little bit up north, centralized to an extent, but it does leave Hecha Hills, kind of Watertown area, in a more centralized position of the circle. Vodafone Giants church area above Pochinki is absolutely spot on with this circle shift, with school apartments open to at least be occupied for the time being inside this phase 2, while Rosa continues to be untouched.
Yeah, a lot of movement there. On the northern side of the river as well, we got Navi there moving away from the north, and George Ball 12-18, they are holding the place on the north side of the garden compound, and Futbolist, they will come actually the same direction. So 12-18, they might find Futbolist on the northern side of them soon. Vodafone Giants, which we see here on the pictures, they have taken the church, they have taken the garage building from Pochinki, from the northern side of it. There's nobody in the city as far as I can see. So it's a decent place to be for now, because that's an easy exit from the city as well. If you go on the middle buildings, then kind of like you don't have the visibility, and then getting away from that city if the circle decides, for example, hard shift on the northern side, it's going to be more complicated. So this is a good place, because now they can collect all the information what is happening on the sides, which they would miss if they would be sitting on the middle buildings of the city.
Game Lord opening up a bit of a knock into one of the Kanina Power players. I don't know what Axer was doing there, being perfectly honest. He kind of pays a price. Nomi is pushing forward along with the rest of his teammates to possibly go for the revive. That might end up going against him. We'll have to wait and see. Seems like they're committing to the Hecha Hills position copter. I also noted that Unicorns of Love have made their way across the military island into the mainland, but they are getting quite close to Eastern Stars.
Yeah, there's a lot of, definitely a lot of movement happening on the southern side as well. We'll see if they will decide. I mean, both teams are usually ones that they will stop for the kills. They don't, they don't that oftenly get around the kills, to be honest. And BAZZI, actually, we can see on the pictures now, hiding on the smokes in the shack. We can see GK first and Ilin with that angle as well towards that same place. So they will try to do something about it because ATHIS sending it on the hill. BAZZI still has a functional motorcycle though, so he can use that and get away if he has just enough smokes to actually have time to heal. And he's going to be now jumping on the motorcycle and just leaving from those smokes, and he just might be saved by that move because we can see from the map that the markers of the Unicorns of Love, they will move straight towards that area.
Yeah, Rokas, I think, was pushing a little bit forward. You can see a bit of a knock and a kill happening. I think that was onto BAZZI, so it seems like he has lost his life. Eastern Stars down to a 3-person team as we enter into the next circle. And once again, Navi being given loads of space outside of North George, but unfortunately for them, it's been a big shift down South Copter.
Yeah, and the Futbolist move actually is interesting because they came from the east side of the north and they have rotated all the way on the west side. So they're kind of like hooking around it. Unicorns of Love, they have some accidents with the vehicle. Well, don't worry about that one. They still have the foreman stack and they should be able to do the revival because Eastern Stars, I think they want to get away as far as possible from Unicorns of Love. But the circle, as you said, it came on the southern side of Vodafone Giants, which we saw on that northern Pochinki position. They have a great place because Kitsume fighting Lutz from Futbolist. So now it's going to be engaging, and now the Futbolist and the Navi situation is happening here on the north.
Beautiful by Navi. Solkay gets shut down, so it's just Roman Levazin left standing. And on a side note, you might be looking at that going, okay, well, look, Navi, now you're losing position in the circle. No, Meku, he actually has an anchor point on that western edge of the circle to the north of Ruins. It's absolutely spot on by Navi. It's like they pick up a couple of kills and they push forward, right? And it's just that proactive controlling playstyle that just makes them such a strong team.
I think the Navi strategy, now when I think about it, how they play, there's a lot of similarities with the Unicorns of Love gameplay, to be honest, as well. But it's kind of like Unicorns of Love in steroids, to be honest.
Fair enough. Yeah, I won't argue with that one. I also won't argue with the fact that Axer gets a knock into one of the 12-18 players. Evo Station and they being chucked out by Vic trying to put pressure, but Tulika gets knocked by Nomi in the back line. Nomi doing what he does best, Copter. Taking shots, proning down, fragging out, and helping his team.
Yeah, the battle from Waterworld. The only thing that we're going to be missing is the Kevin Costner.
Wait, I don't get that reference. What reference is that?
Okay, we'll talk about that later.
Okay. Is there a Kevin Costner film called Waterworld?
There is. There is.
Okay. See. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Is it a good film?
Depends.
Okay, I'll take that as a no then. If you need to say it depends, I'll take that as a no. What I will take, though, is the fight between Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love. It hurts me to say it, but Eastern Stars are looking like a shadow of their former selves as they're whittled down to 2. ATHIS in that sideline does get a bit of a knock. Nearly finds another on the fresh, but as he prones down, oh no, he does find another on the fresh. Kapahala's knocked in return, but luckily the body advantage proves to be worthwhile for Unicorns of Love.
Well, it was a great spray. I mean, he got 2 guys down. He had like 10 HP remaining, and he actually managed to get 2 guys down with that spray. But that wasn't enough, unfortunately. But still, an amazing try. Circle shifting hardly on the southern side again, so teams will have to leave the Waterworld. Navi will have to move again to the new place on the northern edge of the new circle. We can see Futbolist, they kind of have the same strategy, but they lost 2 already.
Oh wow, this is a unusual circle shift. It's ending around a similar position that we saw from game 1, if I'm not mistaken, on that South Pachiki Hill. It's a little bit more to the west of it, but yeah, I don't think a lot of these teams were expecting, as most of them were kind of centralized around that northern side of the previous phase. Super massive blaze. Papara Korka looking for some shots on as Tron gets knocked. Savian is there to at least trade up against the ARCRED side of Kapahala as their coach working wonders as Gbrute is able to kind of keep himself alive. Nice play by Gbrute with the nade and the Savian. Two of the Supermassive players are knocked down, but Gbrute is somewhat on his own inside this building.
And now it's going to be time to try to get some kills, some points away from the situation. But yeah, I mean, he tried to do it. The nade was definitely amazing. He got one player from the side of the building down, but now they are reviving. John and Savian, they are still crawling, but they will go for the revivals. Gbrute has done the healing, but he doesn't have the guts to go downstairs. He doesn't want to go and have a peek. He's just going to be waiting when they will come on the second floor, and that might not be, especially if Blaze decides to come with, let's say, two guys, you know, on the stairs. So that might be too much. But I mean, if they will come one by one, then definitely he has a chance.
I'm thinking that maybe he is afraid that he'll get third-partied if he jumps outside. Maybe he's hoping that another team will come in for a squad push onto him. Either way, it is what it is. It's Gbrute, although he gets one knock, in the end it's Savian to finish him off, and down goes ARCRED. Supermassive Blaze will hold things out as Exquisite Décode get the squad wipe onto Unicorns of Love. They've been very quiet in today's games, but finally they wake up in the final round and get a squad wipe on the PMGC team of Unicorns of Love.
And now it's going to be Na'Vi actually jumping on Blaze. They will realize that there's something going on. They haven't done the third revival, so they still have two guys up and running as far as I see. And Na'Vi, they will come with human stack. They're going to be crashing on the building. It's going to go inside. Savian's going to fall down. Tixie's going to find one with that nade. There's going to be more nades coming from Matic. And that's going to go on the second floor. He's going to be trying to find the stairway as well. That nade could be it. It's going to go right next to Tron. But no, doesn't get the kill. So Blaze, they still have a chance.
What goes around comes around, though. The pushers become the push. This Corsair is the last player up. That was a third party, I believe, that got a knock on the Tron. And as Navi just whittle around, they wipe the board, they squeeze him up, they take him out, they get the squad wipe, and that is kill number 6 for Navi.
Yeah, Na'Vi is getting those points once again. And this is what I love in Na'Vi, because they kind of like play it slow, but then there comes the phase 4, phase 5, and then they just like accelerate everything so fast.
They wake up, they put on a little bit of makeup, and then they start fighting, rage, and complain and winning. Bruising out as World of Wonders and S2G take a fight against each other. World of Wonders not looking the best. I believe Zessi is the last one up for his side. Indeed he is, as Recent and Sun HP are bleeding out in towards the blue. Rips it in, plays on up, chucks up a nade, and with his teammates providing that level of support, it's just a matter of time before Zessi goes out of swinging, chucks up a nade here and nade there, but it's not going to work. Down he goes. World of Wonders are out of here.
Yeah, and the circle's going to be shifting as well, so, well, we don't have a city ending, we still have part of the hill there included, but it's going to be most probably some kind of a quite open field ending, it seems. There's only one building, and nobody has taken it for now, so Na'Vi is going to be actually reaching for it right now, because it's S2G taking the straight towards the 12-18, but we'll miss that one.
By the way, did you know that Na'Vi, after getting the squad wipe in that building, they actually moved out of it? They actually moved out of it onto the hill. Now, as it happens, Meku has gone there because the circle has shifted down south, but that just shows how proactive Na'Vi want to be. They don't want to let teams in anyway get close to the edge of the circle. And that's another kill in the favor of Matic. With 12-18 being eliminated, S2D might be their next victims in place as they're looking to rotate around outside the Pachiki area. If it's not Na'Vi that's shooting at them, it's possibly the Muerte on towards the outskirts, and shot after shot, Na'Vi send S2G back as Vodafone Giants go down.
And Na'Vi is just shooting everything, and I think that's why one of the reasons why they moved away from the building, because it's not so great building, to be honest. I mean, yes, it provides cover, but there's the hill, you can be easily surprised, and we have seen multiple times, just like Na'Vi did, their third party, they crashed it later, they didn't want to be on that position, that they actually have that building and somebody will be like fourth partying them.
That's true, but because he didn't get rid of S2G, a team who are not to be messed with in this lobby, they've made their way up to the hill and they were able to get a knock onto Matic. That revive is being laid down by Kitsune though. They still have the players inside the edge of the circle to support the swinger through as Tixi shoots up at the bodies of the S2G players who need to think about the Muerte on towards the eastern edge. You have Mad Bull still alive, Game Lord still alive, and Futbolist. They're the only team on their own down on the southwest side of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi is just destroying everything. I mean, they still have the whole stack alive. They have a lot of kills, 8 kills so far. But now, the Muerte, they have found S2G. 2 knocks will happen at least, if nothing else. Na'Vi with 9 kills now. And Game Lord, they're still on the play as well. But Na'Vi's going to be putting the scopes towards them. And that might be a crucial situation for them.
I said that S2G needed to be aware of the Muerte. They weren't, and they paid the price. The only player that's left up for the side of S2G is Silas, an incredibly experienced player, formerly of the Class Digital Athletics side that played in the last year's PMGC. So if anybody can pull something massive out of the bag performance-wise, it's him as a solo player, while Mad Bulls deal with the Game Board side one by one. It's just Spicy that's left on a pro down. Hopefully for him, it's going to be a fight between Mad Bulls and the Muerte to create a bit of space as S2G are eliminated.
And Game Lord, I mean, 7 points already. So at least they're getting those points.
Oh,
this
yes.
is exactly what they are needing. But at the same time, we can see Mad Bull as they are healing behind the smokes. Na'Vi, of course, leading with the 9 kills currently. But I mean, you never know. So we still have 5 teams.
5 rounds so far, and 4 of them Na'Vi have finished in the top 3 as far as I know from my record. That is just insane statistics from the CIS side. I knew they were going to come into this swing, and I knew they were technically going to have a bit of an easier task, but I didn't realize they were going to make it so easy, that they were going to make it look just so damn clean as Game Lord are taken out.
Yeah, they will fall down in the end, but at least they got 13 points out of the game, so that's the best game for them. So this is exactly what they needed. Football is going to be trying to nade towards Na'Vi. Na'Vi with the performance stack, they're the biggest threat currently on the lobby.
Good game for Futbol so far. They've only had 1 kill, but they stayed quiet as a mouse and allowed a lot of the other teams to do the work. The Muerte on towards that eastern side, they're close to the circle, but on top of the hill, it's incredibly difficult for them to move around. Futbolists and Mad Bulls, they're going to be interacting with each other while the Roof player Matic is just swinging through. Yin Yang gonna try the bing bang, and he's gonna stay alive for the time being. Another player of his is gonna be there to provide that level of support, but Monkey, Yin Yang, should I say, is going to get taken out by the vehicle blown up, followed by a Gory. So 2 players in the fields on the edge of the circle, but they're knocked down, so there's nothing they can do about it as Monkey trying to stay alive.
The Na'Vi situation is so OP as we have a crash happening, but that's going to immediately shut down, completely lights down as Na'Vi, they will finish off the second player from the Muerte as well as they will try to crash on the building. That's going to be a flush happening as well. Tix is going to fall down, and there we go. INGUSH going to be taken down as well.
Beautiful!
Now it's going to be happening the other way around.
No, it's still going for the Muerte. DREY made it into the building, chucked the nade outside of it and got a double knock, but because he doesn't have a first aid, he's relying on the bandages to keep himself alive. He's able to actually find on, pull it out of the bag. He has to do something up as it's going to be 3 players left for Na'Vi. By no means is this one and done job for Na'Vi, but they certainly have the body advantage, and they prove it to be too much as down they go. We're left with our final 2 teams as Futbolists pay the price. Mad Bulls and Na'Vi are left.
Yeah, 2 versus 4. I mean, Na'Vi, they have the rooftop. Well, they had the rooftop. And we can see the Mad Bulls, they're hiding behind the vehicle. They can use the second floor windows, and they will definitely spot those guys down. The vehicles, they will take a huge beating from the guns of Na'Vi. And Mad Bulls, I mean, they will have to do some miracles to actually win this one.
Is this going to be a Na'Vi chicken dinner? They'll be the only team to get 2 chicken dinners in one day. It seems to be the case, and they're not taking it for granted. Look at that spread they have as well. TC pushing in for the kills. They've got 12. They want the 14. They want all the guts. They want all the glory. I know this is only day 1, but is this the check being written for Na'Vi already? 40 grand in their back pockets. They just make it look so easy, Copter.
Yeah, well, yes, it looks easy. It's not easy, but these guys, they're just amazingly skilled, I gotta say. I mean, we have seen today, I think at least in 4 of the games, they have been dominating, like, very highly. Then we have 2 games where they have got, like, okay results. But I mean, 4 matches where they're completely, easily above the others.
Yeah, because there was this second Sandhawk game where they pulled off a heel strat, and that got them a couple of extra placement points. So yeah, there was that one quiet game, and then I believe one of the Miramar games, the first Miramar game, they went out early, but indeed, all other games have just been controlling, they've been aggressive, they've been on point across the board. It's kind of crazy in the sense of, can they be stopped? Are they being given too much space in these circles? Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, bar Futbolist, nobody else threatened them on the northwest side. But at the end of the day, they just play this game so damn good.
Yeah, I think the other teams, they will have to, they will have to analyze the gameplay, of course, after today, because I mean, they will have to do something. If they will let Na'Vi roll like this tomorrow, then it's gonna be very hard to close that gap. So they will have to do something about it straight tomorrow, and I'm really hoping that they will do the job. They will do the homework and kind of like find the medicine for the current situation. We have a lot of great teams here, but Na'Vi, they're just able to shut everybody down currently, and that's of course good for Na'Vi, but the other teams, they will just have to find something. And regarding the last game, we also spoke about the buffs at the start. So I gotta say, I'm gonna be honest, Imperium buff, it was still stronger. The Muerte, they did better than the Game Lord, but also I gotta say, I mean, at least some kind of anti-nerf came from me, because Game Lord was also able to get those points home.
Yeah, I think there was definitely an overshadowing across the board from kind of Na'Vi on a few teams that did a good bit of work on the eastern side. You're right about Game Lord. It was a very solid result. It was a good bounce back. They were coming into this game with a total of, I think, 6 points across 5 games, and they got 13 in that single one. I don't think they're going to end any higher than at the bottom of the standings, but they can at least come into tomorrow's games with a little bit more confidence. Day 1 of the European Championships has been completed, but we still got the analysis to break it down right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile European Championship Season 1. We have finally finished off our first day of play, but I gotta remind you guys at home, if you're not watching today, hopefully you're watching tomorrow, because together, if we hit certain amounts of viewers here on the stream, we'll be giving away things to all you lucky viewers at home. So 60K, you see what you can get, 80K, 100K. You know what? Maybe if we can get to like 200K, we convince them to give out an even extra special prize, maybe a Xiaomi phone. Who knows? Probably not gonna happen, but I'll try to push for it if we can get there, I promise. Jason Kaplan, joined by Sven Cargo and Maxman. And guys, we've had this finish off the first day, and again, Na'Vi are just dominating the field.
Span, I don't know if you agree. I don't think any team's gonna try and catch up if they keep playing like this. They just get the game finishing move, like the game-winning move so early. They go for the great rotation, get into the strongest position, and then they just hold on to it every single time. I don't think Na'Vi can be stopped right now. They are just playing at their peak potential here.
It kind of seems like at this point, maybe teams are just ignoring what they usually play as. I'm not quite sure. I mean, they do the same thing. I kind of mentioned that a couple times at this point, but Na'Vi, they just pull it off so well. Like, I don't even know if people would be able to stop them even if they wanted to. It's like kind of like at this point, I know this is only day one, but this is only a 4-day event. Like, does anybody even attempt to try and get above Na'Vi at this point? Because we already know, like, they already made it to PMGC, and we know that the teams below that, like, one more team could be going, because 7 teams are definitely going. So do they even want to attempt to take over them at this point?
Well, I mean, that's what we were talking about with John, I believe. It was like, you know, can you even realistically catch them? I mean, maybe, but I think every team out there is just like, okay, well, now it's just got to be top 8. I don't have to be top 7 anymore because Na'Vi already through. Unicorns love the way they're going. Maybe top 9. Who knows? But we can see Mad Bulls, again, we just talked about them having another phenomenal performance, 21 points in total.
Yeah, today is just not only Na'Vi doing well, it is the CIS region as a whole doing extremely well in these games. Of course, you had Futbolist jumping in from time to time, but man, Na'Vi doing good, Kanina Power, Mad Bulls getting themselves some results from time to time. Muerte has been maybe one of the most silent teams from this team, from CIS, still able to get himself some good results, especially this game, gave himself a total of 10 points. And even 12-18, that hasn't appeared too much in these last games, but they started off today strong with those first 3 games, so it would be interesting to do a potential comparison of all the regions and how things have been going so far, but I've been impressed by them. So far, it's been looking really good, but we've been seeing a little bit of an improvement from Exquisite Décode UK at the end of today. I don't know if that's going to transition in, you know, some great performances in the last 3 days, but Exquisite Décode has been trying to frag out a lot more now, and I think that's a good change for them.
Hey, Game Lord, they got 13 points. I'm going to give credit to them after being so hard on them throughout most of the day. They get some good points to end off the day, considering, you know, I guess the spread, because of how much of a sponge we've seen Na'Vi be. Maybe that actually puts them in a not so bad place going into tomorrow. We can see here, Eastern Stars only 1 point. World of Wonders 1 point as well. Team 12-18. We were just talking about them, what, 2-3 games ago. They are having a little bit of a struggle, having really subpar performances in the last 2 rounds of the day. But again, it's just one day. We've seen some teams rise up. We've seen finally some teams be able to step up. But players have been able to step up here. Let's take a look at our top 3 players in this last round. I'm assuming Maddox got to be in there again. He's been in there at, what, 4 out of 5 games or 3 out of 5 games. He's got to be in there for at least half, if I'm not mistaken. And we're going to see here in just a few seconds of who it will be. And, well, you know what? Why not?
Hey, got
Kitsune getting in there finally, and we got Tixie in there.
I'll take it. I got Tixie for once. It's going to be good to see him up here with Kitsune. I'm happy to see Monkey, especially. He's been doing some really good plays in this game. I mean, I wouldn't really say plays, but his shots were magnificent, like chef's kiss, how he was able to take some opportunities, some sprays onto, I believe it was Futbolist who was in a compound in front of him at some point, and then it ended up being Na'Vi, and he was really trying to disrupt that entire situation that was going the way of Na'Vi until the very end. So big respect to Monkey and of course the entirety of Mad Bulls, but it was just not enough to close off that game. But still, you look back on that last game on Sanok and now this game here, Mad Bulls could be the Dark Horse team with 12-18 we talked about earlier, but we saw a lot more from Mad Bulls in these last few games, so definitely not to be overlooked in any way, shape or form.
This last game, they really showed up too, because Mad Bulls, they even pushed out of the circle that they had to go and get involved in the fight between Exquisite and
Because of Love?
19. I can't remember who it was, but they ended up pushing out and taking down Exquisite, basically. Like, even though they didn't have to. Like, they were far outside zone. They could have just waited, but they wanted those points, and that's how they got the 9 kill points that they were able to get this past game.
Yeah, and honestly, again, now you give the team some time to think some things over, review the VODs, try to figure out what they can do better into day 2. I would imagine it's going to be tougher for one of those teams out there like Na'Vi, like Mad Bulls now, to stay at the top. But let's do a quick little recap. If you guys at home missed out on any of the matches we've had today, luckily for you, at the end of the show, we'll always do a quick recap to show you who won which of our rounds. Throw it up on your screens now so you guys can see exactly how things went down. And Unicorns love proving Jason Kaplan is the prophet, winning the first round of the day. But then Na'Vi, only team to pick up 2, and that damage they did in the final round, 2,500, is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I mean, these teams, especially of course looking at Na'Vi, Kanina Power, Futbolist, they came into this tournament as a potential favorite. I mean, not even a potential favorite, they were favorites for sure when you're looking at the CIS region and the Turkish region. But man, I've been happy with Barapa, Supermassive Blaze, and able to get himself a win, and they were able to still get himself some pretty decent top 5 finishes from time to time, so pretty consistent overall. And Unicorns of Love, I mean, Jason, coming into this, right, we were saying, can they do well? Because they tend to struggle last time as Panda in the last EMEA Championship, but it seemed like they turned a new leaf, and it seems also like that PMGC experience brought by Rokis allows to keep the team in a very good mindset. At least that's the impression I have just by looking at the game. So they seem very healthy from what we saw in this first day. Of course, we'll see if they can retain that healthiness in the next 3 days to come. But I think this is the best foot forward we've seen from Unicorns of Love in an event like this in quite a while now.
Yeah, I will say this though, it seems like they started off strong and then they kind of teetered as the day went on, whereas Na'Vi just continued to get better and better, it seems. But you know, either way, let's move on from this and let's talk about our MVP. Now I know during PMPL I made you and Kallars battle it out to the death to see who would guess correctly, and generally it was Kallars, but I'm not gonna do predictions this time because you know what? I feel like Span Cargo would be able to beat you too. Let's just throw it up there and see who is gonna be our MVP. And I mean, to be fair to everyone at home, everyone guessed this. You don't even have to watch every single match to know who it's going to be. It's got to be Matic coming through. MVP of the first day of play. Remember, MVP at the entire event gets an extra $2,000 for themselves.
Yeah. I might be able to get it done at the end of the day, but I mean, Matic has just been able to be so strong. Normally, when you look at the team of Na'Vi, you always have that inherent internal duo that is Meku and Matic. Meku is still able to get himself some good opportunities from time. I think we saw him a few times being on the top 3, but man, Matic has just been so impressive.
Max, where are you?
Yeah. I don't know. I've disappeared. I am Matic now.
I was thinking.
Oh, okay, I'm not.
Crouch down a little bit, and yeah, you never would have known that you were on the screen with us. But yeah, I mean, Matic, if he's performing like this, we know how strong Tixi can be. Like, they have a deep pool of players who can shine. If he's the one to do it at the moment, this is a very worrying sign, I think, for everyone else in the lobby, Span.
Whoa.
That's disgusting. I missed the question. I was too busy reading the numbers because yeah, I was looking at that 20 kills. Like, we only had 6 games and this man got 20 kills, 3,357 damage. That is absolutely insane. And you already said it, Na'Vi just seem to have gotten better over time, and we were kind of expecting that, you know, like as the lobby kind of gets used to each other, we kind of see teams get better, get worse, and so on. And Na'Vi, I mean, they just get better over time.
Yeah, I guess then the question is, can they continue to do so, as we'll take a look at some of Matic's highlights. And maybe that's the story we can talk about, is like, can Na'Vi maintain, can everyone on the team maintain this kind of performance? I feel like, in Maxman, you know, maybe you can elaborate on this. I don't know necessarily how I feel about the fact that they already qualified for PMGC, if this is making them play looser, or if this is a Na'Vi we should expect every time now. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I always like to bring back the words that D-Man brought up during the league stage of PMGC, which is a team that has nothing to lose literally is one of the scariest teams, because you don't know how they're going to play. You don't know how they're going to approach the late game circles and try and finish off those games. Maybe they just want to get a lot of kills and just have fun in those games. The fact that they're already qualified to PMGC makes them an even bigger threat, I think, than what you could expect from a normal Na'Vi, because they don't have to qualify. They already made it. And now they can just try and, we talked about it on the start of the pre-show, maybe you want to pick and choose some teams you want to try and get rid of, and maybe you just want to have some fun and try and aim for that first place, but you don't really have the stress of having to qualify for PMGC. So that stress being actually relieved from them, I think that Na'Vi are playing even better than what we could initially expect because of that actually kind of mindset coming their way.
Well, speaking of stress, I feel like we're going to have some teams out there, as we see the overall standings at the end of the first day, be a little bit stressed that they're not in the top 7 or top 8 or top 9 at the moment. But I'm really curious is about the point spread between the top and the bottom. Again, Na'Vi have soaked up over 100 points, if I'm not mistaken, in our first day of play. 123. That is just ridiculous. 60 kills?
If this continues like this tomorrow, they will have twice as many points as second place. Yeah, literally the numbers speak for themselves. I don't even have to say anything right now, but 60 kill points. They got twice as many kills almost as the second top fragging team, which is Futbolist right now, is 31. That is what I think. This is the biggest lead I have ever seen in all of PUBG Mobile eSport in one day.
They have almost more points and kills than the second place team has total.
That's another way to see it, yeah. Well, I seen
like, all these teams are so good too, you know? Like, all of them got here. Like, all of them are obviously here for a reason. They're all so good, and Na'Vi is just out here, like, I don't know, just exceeding expectations. It is absolutely insane. 60 kill points just alone for today, because you're right, Futbolist is 66. Yeah, no words.
All teams are good, but Na'Vi just seem to be that much better than all the other teams. Yeah. But yeah, they're gooder. But it's just one day. Remember that. It's just one day, right? Who knows what's going to happen? Tomorrow we could see team, 12-18 just step up and pick up over 100 points in a day. Who knows? But the fact is, let's look at, first to 8th place is an 80-point difference, 81-point difference. That's ridiculous. But what I'm curious about is how close are things between like maybe 6th and 10th or 6th and 12th, right? Let's take a look at the second page here. 42 points at the moment, 42 points at the moment. With 43 points, technically, no, 42 points is, no, it's even less than that because we have to start 9th place.
In a max man right now, calm down.
Is to get into PMGC numbers, man. It's pretty hard. So let's load up the second page, get an idea of where that threshold currently sits at. Because honestly, I would imagine it's like maybe 20 points, maybe 30 points max between the bottom. No, 20 points between the bottom and qualifying.
That's a lot of numbers. Yeah, I'm confused right now. But it's not. It's pretty close. That's for sure. And I remember in the green room we were talking with John and Blank, and I think it was John at one point that mentioned it's very volatile. You might see literally in the last day of play, 4 teams just make it randomly into the top 9 because of their last strong performance, and then boom, you have your teams qualified for PMGC, or your 9 teams qualified for that event. So it's going to be hard, and I think you're going to know very quickly which are going to be your top 3, top 4, top 5 teams that are for sure going to make it to PMGC. But for the bottom of the pack, it's anyone's game. Literally any team could still make it. Even teams such as Exquisite Décode UK, or the team that I'm not going to say their name anymore until the end of the event, could still qualify. So it's going to be really close until the end of the event.
Yeah, because 20 points is nothing to stop at either. I mean, about what?
That the bottom 3 teams are 3 teams from Western Europe.
Oh.
4 out of the 5 teams from Western Europe are on the second page, but 3 are at the very bottom. That's, I mean, we kind of knew that going into this, but it makes me a little bit sad, and I'm hoping teams will be able to rise up their ranks in the next couple days.
I mean, they could figure it out. We keep talking about that, right? Like, it's only day 1. I mean, doing bad in the first 6 games, it isn't like concrete at this point, the placements they have, because 20-point difference is not that big, to be honest. I mean, that could be achieved in even a singular game. Exactly, like 1-2 games, like easy peasy. So all those teams at the bottom, I don't think they have to worry just yet. The only thing I'm worried about is if they're going to be able to come back from that, because usually you want to do really well the first day just so you kind of relax. It kind of like, it sets your mentality the correct way. So hopefully those guys at the bottom will be able to shake it off and reset their mentality to come in tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope so. And we obviously know that to even get to this point, you have to be a strong team, not only within the lobbies, but mentally as well, right? To kind of bounce back from the situation, to be able to look at what went right, what went wrong in the first day of play, and hopefully come into day 2 playing even better. But, saying that is easier said than done. We need to see those teams turn the preparation time now into actual results. But like you're saying, the upside is they're not really that far behind. They still can easily skyrocket through and get into the top 9 at the moment and have that chance to get a PMGC. But it's very, very tough. But that's going to round out our first day of action here at the PUBG Mobile European Championship. Thank you again all for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow, though, for day 2 at the exact same time. So make sure you guys are here. Remember, the P concurrent, we're looking for those numbers. 60K is the first reward for all of you at home. But we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Bye.